Test, test. they're going to be up to in the regular season. I'm pumped. I'm also pumped to be joined by two of the best in the business. I've got Mr. X, I've got Nameless on the desk. Now, Mr. X, how are you feeling? It's day two, it's Sunday. We're going to see some serious matchups. Are you hyped?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday was awesome. We had a ton of fun. Just even like when we're now like we're just watching the games, and they're just crazy. Ant is just going wild off camera. But no, it's going to be a tremendous day. It's going to be a great cap of the weekend, but also a little bit of a teaser of like what's to come right with the regular season.
It is. It's going to be an absolute banger. I can already tell you that. Nameless, how are you feeling?
I gotta say, this has been a great taste of what's to come for the season. I feel absolutely fantastic today. I can't wait to get into the game. It's gonna be a great day. I mean, Call of Duty, what can you expect? Nothing but great.
Nothing but greatness. I'm so excited. I'm feeling that vibe today. I want to carry that all the way through this Sunday. We had epic day one though. The day did start with the defending champs Dallas Empire taking on the New York Subliners. Empire came away with a 3-0 sweep as they made light work of the Subliners, thanks to Shotzi, who led all players with a 1.33 KD rating. Oh, hello, Shotzi. Welcome back. In match two, it was the LA Gorillas taking on the Seattle Surge. Apathy led all the players in this match with a 1.21 KD ratio. Hello, Daddy. As the Gorillas won the first 5-game match of the season, it was one to watch out for, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to do. And then in the final game of the day, the Mutineers took on FaZe, and in a match that went 5 games as well. Skies led the Mutineers to the upset, posting a 1.20 KD ratio. Absolutely epic. And honestly, I really think we expected a little bit more out of Atlanta FaZe, but they met their match with the Mutineers. I'm so excited to see what all of our teams are going to do this season. Something I'm actually really taken away from yesterday, guys, was actually the level of competition we were seeing. Those rosters gave us a taste of what they can do in this regular season, and it's safe to say that there really doesn't seem to be a weak team so far. So each team has their strengths and weaknesses, of course, and we're learning along the way. But I'm excited to see some point matches. What did you guys make overall of day one yesterday, Mr. X?
I think you made a great point there, Lottie, in that there weren't really, the first match right within in New York, like they're in a really tough scenario. Like they're going to competitive have ability to like practice with the roster at the time, right? But every game was extremely competitive, and I think it's a combination of this back to four and roster mania. Every roster kind of like levels up and like adjusts and fix some of like the minor issues they had last year. And I think there's just going to be insane competition top to bottom. I don't think you'll stinker throughout the entire season.
Absolutely, and I know that obviously as we go through the season, better change. But as for right now, we're learning about our team, about the roles, how flexible our teammates are on those rosters. What are you seeing so far from day one, the teams that we did see in this exhibition? How do you feel about the kind of roles and what they're playing into?
Yeah, well, this is traditional Call of Duty, right? Like back to the roots in 4v4, obviously boots around, and the smart play reigns supreme most of the time, right? Like you have to know when to value your life, when to play slow, and you have to execute great pushes, right? We saw traditional COD yesterday; it was amazing to watch and a lot easier to follow. So a little bit better for the fans. You guys can get a better understanding of what's going through these pros' minds. Game.
Love it. We love a bit of 4v4. I know you guys do as well. Let us know what you think. One to exactly the 4v4. But you know what? Something I do love to see is old faces, but in new places, folks. We have plenty of vets, of course, this season coming back, returning for season two, and plenty of them showed up yesterday. Mr. X, what did you make of some of our vets and how they're performing and where they're fitting into our team?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of strong performances across the board. You kind of hit on an apathy, kind of channeling that dad strength into his controller, with the 1.21 at the top. But for me, I look at Gunless. I think Gunless having a really strong performance yesterday is huge for Seattle. If they're going to kind of achieve like their potential as a team, he needs to kind of put up numbers like this. And you've had him with Octane, and then you really kind of have something you think you can make with the Seattle Surge. I also thought Slack was really good yesterday as well for the Mutineers.
Yeah, Slack had an incredible day. He's a guy who had a lot of pressure last year. Everybody was roasting him, saying like maybe he didn't even deserve a spot on a starting roster. But if you look at him in the history of his career, he's one of the winningest Call of Duty players that we have, right? A true veteran, and for him to be surrounded by guys on that Florida team that are putting him in the position to succeed, I thought he had a fantastic debut.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more there, Namus. Honestly, it just shows you how much placement, where you are, the role in your team, the chemistry plays into a player and how they actually work. So really excited for him, excited for Gunners, excited for everybody this would be epic. But you know what? We do have a schedule for you today. We have a jam-packed day, as we did yesterday, but we have a little extra spice in there. I'll talk you through it. First up, we got London Royal Ravens versus Paris Legion. Europe is on the table once again, folks. Second up today, we've got Toronto Ultra taking on Minnesota Rocker, the true battle of the North Sunday. And then we do have a lovely little group selection show. We'll give you more info about that in just a second. And then rounding things off, we have Optic Chicago versus Los Angeles. Really excited for that one. Now, selection show. You might be wondering what that is. Don't worry, I'll let you know what it is right now. We're actually going to be showing you the selection show that determines the groups and match schedule for stage 1 of the regular season. During the group selection show, teams in Group A will select the teams in Group B via a reverse snake draft process. That is going to happen bang smack in the middle of a highly match in the day. Exciting, actually. Very excited for these two. Talking of those two, why not discuss it? Seems like a great opportunity. So, these two teams, I feel like, have been the talk of the town coming into the season. We've had some shocking news with both of them. The return of Optic, obviously massive. Hex taking reign back again. And I feel like a lot of those players in their rightful place where they grew up in the scene. And then we have Thieves coming back, Nadeshot being back where he belongs. What is more shocking to you, Mr. X? Which team is kind of like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this has actually happened?
I feel like they're both pretty shocking in the sense that, like, I don't think one happens really without the other, right? To see Optic kind of get like Scump and Hex back. I mean, you see the clip like with Scump with the Optic hoodie, it just looks right. You know what I mean? Like it just feels like they know they're back at home, and then they have Nate shot back in the Call of Duty scene with the LA Thieves. It's kind of odd, right? Like, they weren't in the first year, but everybody knows how much Nade loves COD, how much Call of Duty, so to have them back in combination with Optic Chicago is awesome for this team.
Yeah, it is. What about you, Nicholas? Are you feeling kind of the same way, or is there one taking your fancy a little bit more?
Yeah, I feel the same way that X said, sort of equal to me. I think a lot of people after the season that the Thieves had in Black Ops 4, they thought that they would be in the inaugural season, and Nate Shot obviously didn't get in right away. And I think he saw from the sidelines how amazing it was. He's like, I got to get a team back in COD. I got to get back to my roots. So that was a massive shock for me. Without having the expansion, him actually just getting a spot. I thought that was amazing. And then Optic being back under Hex and back in its rightful owner with the players that helped build that dynasty. It's just an amazing storyline on both sides. I can't really say which one is bigger than the other. They're both extremely shocking, and this season's going to be great.
I got to agree with you guys. I think they are both shocking, but for me, there is one that takes kind of precedence over the other, and that for me is Optic. I, at one point, really didn't think we'd see Optic back to its full form. And really now, I feel like Hex taking the reins once again, it's actually made it a little bit bigger, a little bit kind of extra, which I'm really looking forward to having that kind of vibe this season. And especially for the fans, we know what Optic fans are like. They love stuff like this, and a comeback story, not just for a team, because, I mean, it wasn't fantastic for them last season, but for a whole org. I'm really excited to see what these guys are going to do, and with the confidence boost coming forward, I think LA Thieves, it is fantastic to see them back where they belong once again. Nadeshot, born in Call of Duty, that's really where his roots are from, and to have them back in, for me, isn't that shocking, because I kind of could have seen it coming. I was expecting it at some point or another. Very happy it's this season.
Sure.
So love that. Love to see both of these teams, and can't wait to see them face off a bit later on today. It's going to be absolutely epic. Now, talking about things that are epic, we did see an epic duo last season with our twins from the London Royal Ravens. They were formidable, especially as a duo. These two were almost inseparable on and off the sticks. And now they've been separated, guys. It's devastating to see. It's breaking my heart, to be honest. And Wuskin is also a free agent. So Scraps kind of doing his own thing, going it alone. Mr. X, do you think that it's going to kind of put a little bit more pressure on his shoulders, knowing he hasn't got that crutch of his twin brother to kind of fall back on and kind of feed off of that energy from one another?
I think it'll be a little bit of an adjustment, right? When you're used to playing with somebody for a while. I mean, even somebody who's not your brother, it's a little bit of an adjustment. But your brother, I mean, it's a different whole ball game. So there will be an adjustment period for Scraps. But I think with the change to 4v4, right? Like it's kind of hard to dedicate literally half of your roster or your starting roster potentially to to two players right away. So I think that's kind of what you see in result of like if they're gonna try and like be a duo like long term and play on the same team, it's gonna be difficult. They're gonna have to have a lot of trust from like an organization to put that much power on them to really kind of get things done. So I think they'll probably have to learn to play without each other in the long run. And I think Scraps will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Scraps has taken Brexit very seriously. He's gone over to Paris, and fair enough. I love his placement. He's still, staying strong to Europe roots. But Western free agent nameless. I mean, a phenomenal player, somebody we really saw come into their own last season. Do you think teams are kind of missing out? They're sleeping on a player right now that they could pick up?
Yeah, I think Weskin last year was the best year of Call of Duty he's ever played. I think he ascended to another level. He really learned how to be that main AR that can take over games, and I think a lot of main ARs know that he's out there, right? So if these guys start to struggle, that Weskin can come in and take your spot, right? And he's already stated that he's super hungry, not going to ask for a ton of cash. He just wants to compete. So you got this hungry AR out there who's ride last season, who's ready to come in. Yeah, that's going to light a fire under some of these guys.
It is, and I'm ready to light that match right now, guys, because we have a game to get into. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, you're going to see two lovely faces here, two lovely voices of Miles and Chance as we head into this Paris Legion versus London Royal Ravens starter match for day 2 of the Kickoff Classic.
What's good? What? Look, they're about to play. What? This? Don't mess with my volume. Oh no. Dang. Okay, now you can play. Okay. Good boy. Oh. Yeah. Oh, what's that? Oh. Sorry. There it is.
You cannot let that happen! Oh my god, he gets it off. Can he get away with this line? Oh no! And summons another one. He's still going! What out? It's madness around the point. The regular season MVP gets it done. LaRue with a knife. He gets it. Wow.
Get your back there, Black. Wow! thumbs the hell up out of this video to
Ladies
get
and gentlemen, welcome
with the
back
Mario
to the
Kart.
Call of Duty
I will
League
play with the
Kickoff
Luigi
Classic.
Kart,
We are
chase
kicking off
horse
Sunday
around
with
with
a
this guy.
humdinger.
I
The
think I
London
said
Royal
it right.
Ravens
I'm gonna
going up
say
against
about that.
Paris
I think I
Legion.
said
This
that.
should be a ton of fun. We're trying to get 2020 started right. You know what I mean? It was a rocky beginning, but I think we're in a good place now, Chance. Let's get into this one. We've got a fantastic series ahead of you. Actually got great games all day long. We're glad for you to be joining us here on this marvelous Sunday. We know it's snowing in the United Kingdom. It was raining in LA, and wherever the weather is, wherever you are, we hope it's fantastic. Chance, I'm ready to rock and roll, mate. I'm excited to get into this one. There's a lot of history between these two teams. Let's be honest. This is the battle for Europe.
Yeah, dude, it gets me so excited too. I cannot get my head past, like, one, just how strange the Paris roster is from the outset, and two, Scraps, one of the most passionate players in the league by quite a big margin. Like, the man bleeds for Call of Duty. He didn't get picked up by the Ravens again for this year. He is now going against his old teammates, going against his old organization. He's upset that his brother is not in the league with him. So this is a man that I know is as hungry as anyone else is going to be, and he wants blood straight out of the gate.
100%. I mean, hundreds of years of conflict between the two nations, and now you take Scraps to the other side. Whew, things getting spicy. But Paris Legion, a brand new look for this roster. I mean, from the ground up, we have seen a complete change. Aqua, Classic, Fire, and Scraps. Interesting to see Fire and Aqua in the same team. There could have been a bit of a rebrand there, you know, Fire and Water, who knows. But man, what a roster. This is an interesting one. Again, Fire 40 on Twitter, I believe. He's come out of the AMP scene and he's trying to make a big splash here. And let's face it, mate, there's been a lot of talk around his talent and his skill, and he's got some good teammates surrounding him. I mean, Classic is a staple of the Call of Duty world, as is Aqua, and we've already touched on Scraps truly being a deeply passionate player, and that passion is certainly going to come through in this matchup. But the Royal Ravens, Chance. London have had a bit of a change here as well. Of course, Alex coming in from Rocker. We're still seeing Dylan and Shawnee there. Zero, I believe, is actually playing from the United Kingdom right now. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so any hot takes about Zero, you definitely need to make a couple adjustments for him. Again, his ping check is going to be like the most brutal we're going to see in the entire league. So send him a little bit of love and hope that he can pull this off. I know he's been scrimming on a ton of North American hosts as of recent, so he's a little bit used to it, but not a fun experience. And of course, that means for the rest of them, they're going to have to pick up a little bit of slack. That's just the way it's going to be, at least for this opening weekend. And in my mind, it puts the pressure on the sub-duo of Alex.
We are maps and modes for this upcoming series. Garrison Hardpoint, Checkmate S&D. Then we go back to Garrison and Checkmate for our Control and Hardpoint. And Miami Search and Destroy for Game 5, a map that we have yet to see here in our Kickoff Classic. Still a bit of a chance later on today, but I'm excited to see how that goes, Chance. I mean, of course, we're not seeing snipers right now in Search and Destroy, so a very, very large and open map like Miami with no snipes and smokes could be fascinating. But before we get into that, for those viewers who are not so familiar with the way the CDL works, our first game mode of a series is Hardpoint. The hardpoint location changes every 60 seconds to a predetermined location on the map within a rotation, and the first team to score 250 points will win. The team score points by standing in the hill uncontested, and when the timer when they're standing in the hill, the game timer will stop. So you score, you stop the clock. Very, very important things to know. We cannot wait to get this one. We had some fantastic hard points yesterday. And if anything, I mean, Control seems to be stealing the show right now for the CDL. I've seen a huge amount of enjoyment and love on the competitive Reddit. Everyone was talking about how great Control was. Between FaZe and Mutineers yesterday was chef's kiss in all the languages. But here we go, Chance. Quick early predictions for this one, mate. I mean, where are we going?
Well, that's actually the issue, right? Like, we just have basically no information on really either of these two teams. Like, even just trying to watch scrims from the outset, you're almost watching them just from whoever streams perspective. So, like, I've seen a little bit of the Ravens from when they played against Optic, but maybe just like a handful of maps in Paris. Literally not seeing these guys play. Like, this is probably the most like under the wraps, kept in the dark team we have in the league right now. So everything we're learning about these guys, we're doing it on the fly.
I love that. It's a trial by fire. Get it? Because his name's Fire. Let's rock and roll, boys and girls, this week. I'll stop those maybe at some point. But as we get into this one, starting to move things forward, I think there may be a slight technical issue, as I'm sure you can see. And yeah, Dylan's having a go at Alex right now. They're obviously exchanging words, and let's face it, this is why we do these sort of things. This is why we have the Kickoff Classic, so that we can iron out these creases, as I do believe there is a technical issue going into this first map. But that's absolutely fine. We can pull this one out, stop this matchup, and we will restart this one in due course. But Chance, you're absolutely right, mate. I mean, what do we know about these two teams? Very, very little, realistically. I mean, London's got a bit more of the existing DNA there, of course, of Shawnee Dillon. Alex, we know what he can really do coming in with that rocker lineup, very fast machine gun player, able to keep up with Dillon. So that is something that I'm excited to see. I mean, it's going to be cool, man. It's going to be cool. It's a new look. It's a new year for everyone. But the Paris roster is, I think, for a lot of people, it's question marks. And I think, how did this, combination of players come together? Obviously, Paris signed their roster quite late, but a lot of the big heads in the scene. I mean, I know Pac-Man was saying, like, in our DM group, he was like, don't sleep on this team whatsoever. And I think he's right. I think there was a lot of potential here of a more clear-cut team who know their roles. And, again, with enough practice, anyone can be a standout squad.
Absolutely, and I think if anything, what we learned yesterday is like last year is not entirely the best year to judge as like the measures of success for what a player is going to bring to the table. Because like Active, for example, struggled all of last year. Seattle Surge did not have a ton of success. But he comes out yesterday, plays out of his spot, making crazy plays in search and destroy, very consistent stuff, and throws up like the 1.21 KD. So this is just a style of game, and especially because it's 4v4, that for some of the newer guys like Fire, we've never seen him in conditions like these before. And almost in that regard for like Paris, why have higher expectations for guys like Classic now? Like he is such a veteran in the Call of Duty scene. He has a ton of that 4v4 experience. Even Scraps, if you think back to World War II, the last time we had a 4v4 game, he was able to throw up a couple second places throughout the year. He was dominant when he was at his best. So you can definitely see things working out in that regard. And on the flip side for the Ravens, like, yeah, we saw Alex quite a bit in World War II. We can have high expectations for him. But for a guy like Dillon, he had a blistering year in Black Ops 4. And then I'd say a respectable to strong year last year, but it wasn't quite the same. This is just a new kind of environment that for quite a few of these players, we really just don't know what to expect.
It's a very, very good call. I didn't want to forget about Dillon on BO4, but like, I mean, again, it's a Treyarch game. We've already seen how like tidy the shot patch looks up close, but well, we'll see. Guys, while we take care of this technical issue and get ourselves back into the game, we're going to throw in a quick video just explaining what the entire league and season will look like here in the 2021 season.
The 2020 CDL season was a hell of a way to kick things off. But the 2021 season is set to prove what's old is new again. We go in our time machine, taking a step out of Modern Warfare and stepping into 1984 and the Cold War. Here's a look at everything that's new with CDL in 2021. With a new year comes a new title. Black Ops Cold War is sure to deliver old school action and brand new badassery. The league will be switching from console to PC, replacing domination with control as the third game mode, and switching the league format so that every team will be at every event. But the biggest change of all might be going back in time yet again. The CDL is switching from 5 starters to 4v4, promising cleaner action, more space for miraculous plays, and oh so much more. With the shrunk rosters, Rostermania was sure to be wild, and it did not disappoint. Our 2020 champs, the Dallas Empire, bid farewell to their veteran leader Clayster, now on the New York Subliners, who in turn said goodbye to the duo of Attach and Accuracy. FaZe added fan favourite Arcity to rejoin the Tiny Terrors. Rocker and Legion went full sail and changed 100% of their roster, while the Surge and Gorillas, looking to reverse their fortunes, kept only one player from last year's squad. And that's just a small taste of the new faces in new places. Chicago welcomed back an old pal in Dashi. Speaking of old friends, Scump and the boys are back to sitting atop the green wall as Chicago completed their rebrand, taking back the Optic name. Whilst last year's Optic LA saw Nadeshot come back in the fold, bringing the Thieves brand back to competitive COD. So, there is a new game, new players, new teams, new memes, new game modes, new PCs, and so much more to get excited about. 2021 has looked to the history books to usher in a new badass era, and we can't wait to get it started.
Matt, I don't know who edits those videos, but that soundtrack got me going, mate. I'm ready to rock and roll. What a season this will be. We're getting ready to get back into this one. Legion versus the Royal Ravens. We did have a slight hiccup just getting us into that first map. Servers have been switched up. Someone's turned something on and off again. You know how it goes. This one work. In the meantime, Scrap's vibing like ever. I'm also loving, if Matty can one day hear this, loving he's growing out the hair. He's looking good. He's looking trim. We know who's watching from back home. We hope he's absolutely slaying it for dance. Lots of fun to be had here still today. Chance, we're almost there. We're almost there. We're getting ready. We hope you're very comfortable. We're going to throw to a very, very quick break, friends. And when we come back, it is game time here. The first match of Sunday. The London Royal Ravens going up against the Paris Legion. We'll be right back.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky when the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the feedback falls. Looking hot fire on the frozen walls. Swift nights against people they oppose. They ride and die as the legends grow. We will cross two sides, still we are heroes. There was no silence in the sky makes us. Beats midair, yet it's a killer. And death yet to come out. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. Sky still with trouble and all of this trouble. Pretending and emulating.
Sim backs up to help him. But they have 30 seconds, maybe they have to go.
Everywhere you look, you just see
They gotta
Empire
go.
players. Time ticking, second by second. FaZe's dream of a championship is disappearing. Every window, every door, there's somebody. It's a ludicrous gunfight win for Sim, but will it be enough? Just 12 seconds to go. Seemingly nothing that he can do, and there's the final kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Kickoff Classic. We're looking at the prizing so far. The game is ready to rock and roll, but before we get into that one, we want to look at the major prizing once more. For those of you who are wondering what's going on this year, first place, $200,000. Second, walking away with $120,000, so on and so forth. Again, we'll be running multiple majors this year. The home series feeding into that one. We have tons and tons of Call of Duty to play for this year. And Chance, it's a sweet amount of cash, especially those payoff, the playoffs. The payoff of the playoffs, 1.2 million and league champion. Who knows what you get this year? Last year they got the shoes, the crazy throne. I'm sure there was like some kind of glasses situation that I was just wearing that maybe said champs on it. I don't know, man, but that's a lot of cheddar, brother. That's a lot of cheddar.
No, I mean, that is maybe not the primary motivation for all these players, but that is always going to be at least top 3 reason. Makes just everything a little bit sweeter towards the end, especially when you got guys like players here who are like tweeting out from the paycheck hits the bank, just how good of a feeling that's going to be. But that is the long-term plan for those guys. Still looking for a chip. And honestly, for a few of these guys in these games, some of them have had success in one tournament before, but quite a few are still looking for that first one.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, what a way to get it done, though. You got a year of hard work finally comes to a close, and a lot of these players, that coveted championship is really what everyone's gunning for. The cash is nice. It's one thing to be called the greatest Call of Duty player in the world. Here we go. Back into Garrison we go for another attempt at this one, and so far things are looking much smoother and slicker than they were a minute ago. So let's get into this one, Chance. Garrison, hard point, right off the rip. Go over to P1.
Oh, this is just almost like not even trying to get in the hill right off the rip. They're just trying to get that mid-match control and work their way around the back. Aqua, though, from the back end, able to pick up 3 along the way. One of the better opening breaks you're really going to have from this side. Aqua putting in work. Now he can rack up some hill time for his team as well. As you can see just how far pushed up everybody is. Scraps is out here spawn killing and caution. If these players even try to come out of you, they're just going to get shot in the back. Perfect opening break right now from the lead.
Yeah, Legion do a lovely job to start off. A nice 25-point lead to get things started. Classic now making his way back in towards the hard point. A few more players here, but again, look at that long line of sight there. There's going to be Dylan trying to deal those shots, and Zero once again playing for the United Kingdom. Cut him some slack, but he's doing what he can so far. Legion still with a decent lead here, and it's only growing longer. That's going to be what we see now as we make the next rotation over. It's going to be Scraps leading the charge. Takes down former teammate Shawnee. Classic finds Alex in the back end as well, and as you can see, that rotation got down. Map control firmly in the hands of Paris Legion.
And this is super efficient stuff. I think you got Classic right now sitting under the event, so he's going to be able to either hear people on the cross or just get hunted down. You see how many arrows went to circle in on him. That's actually going to leave Scraps in a hill by himself. Repositions up top to make sure he waits for the teammates to come. Dylan, though, just eviscerates him in the gunfight. And what I thought was a great setup from the Paris Legion, the Royal Ravens break it incredibly quickly. Nice little bounce back. They were going to
wonderful bounce back. Shawnee, though, can't watch every single angle at once. Again, it's a concerted effort and a wonderful bit of timing there to take care of that one. So we flip back over. Paris Legion still commanding lead right now. London not 9 seconds, not much. Really garnered from that one. Shawnee now spawning for the back, trying to make his way forward as well. Classic, he's made a way in, but again, look at that minimap. It's going to be Alex, number 4. He's managed to slip into the very rear of the next hard point, and if Classic checks his corners, brilliant game sense, wonderful awareness, takes care of Alex, and it was a hard-fought battle. So the spawns will be going to Paris here once again. Aqua posted up here by the back of the generators, and it's going to be Classic and Scraps. Once again, leading from the front with those AK-74Us, dealing a tremendous amount of damage. But it is Aqua, 9-2 overall so far. Wonderful start here from Paris Legion.
And I will say, I love that play from Classic. If he's out here sliding, checking corners like that, that means the communication from the rest of the team is on point to know that they're missing one player. He has gotten through. We don't know exactly where it is. We have to clear out everything. And of course, that rotation results in, well, so far the first 30 seconds going their way. Inside the actual point, easy gunfights, I would say, for the Paris players. You get posted up on head glitches. You got all the teammates supporting the ward for the hill. They should be good for effectively a full 60. You can see Ravens maybe giving a last-ditch effort push through tools, but nope, they feel the pressure. They're backing off. They're just now looking to trap Paris in, but if Five has anything to say about it, he's already pushed on.
Trying to make his way through. Classic finally goes down to a nice name there from Shawnee. Minimap up. It's going to be London Royal Ravens in the red.
Professional
league. They've got a decent bit of mid-map control, but they are going to have to contend with the push now. Classic leading the charge there on your screen. Dylan soaking up that hard point time. Nice covering fire from above him. That green tower position. Dylan down low in the hard point, and it's going to be a nice couple of wins there from the assault rifles of the London Royal Ravens. Zero, Shawnee, Dylan, Alex. It's one for all of them, and they are going to get a solid chunk of time here. See the spawns there for Paris, a little bit further out. Here comes the run across map.
Streamlabs, so it's like
you control fairly distant setup as well, right? You got set up here all the way towards screens. They're very
capture audio. I still got to
fix the audio. Responsibility. So 2 players out in vents. Meanwhile, 2 players coming off the spawn. Give him the second as well. That is a force free for him once he gets up top. And frankly, he has no intention of slowing down. There's number 5. This has been a trash hill, but effectively near fully 60 seconds on. Of course, I say trash hill because that's the call out around the point, not because they've done a poor job by any means. But you got the Royal Ravens down by a ton, now right back in the game.
Yeah, we do call it trash because of the actual physical trash that's there, not because of the nature of play. But Dylan, 15-9. London starting to bounce back in this one, and I'm sure we'll find a hard hat or 2 around here somewhere where Shawnee can find a brand new construction spot. Dylan on his screen there, a nice push there from Paris Legion, cuts him down. Shawnee just about from Classic. Wonderful work with the AK there up close. Over to Zero now, trying to get involved in these fights. And again, 35 seconds remaining on this hard point. Dylan battling for control, trying to create an angle now to hit from the side. But again, London Royal Ravens are struggling basically to get onto it. However, they have managed to kill that player from Paris Legion who was on the point. So no points garnered for now. Now we see Paris get back onto it. With 20 seconds remaining. I see Dylan try to find a few more in the 3 street. That's 18 kills overall. Now the angle opens up. Maybe able to get Scraps. No, the timing was just off a little bit. Shawnee there pushes from the front. Takes care of that one. A quick stick, but it's back and forth chance as this hard point has been a bloodbath.
It has been a very scrappy hill, but as it comes up, you see just the amount of map control that, honestly, at this point, neither team has a great advantage of. Dylan responsible for keeping 2 players at bay and towards around the actual point. Ravens are here first. Fire, maybe just looking for a contest, or just to challenge even the players in caution.
Yeah, that's
He's feeling a little bit confident, but as
fossil.
he gets dealt with, you see the plan right now from Paris. Trying to push
That's
over
fire.
to Green,
You know
see if
how
they can
many
make
of these
something
I
happen.
had?
Be strapped with responsibility, but either way, even on this P1 hill, Ravens doing a very nice job, nice
Of like this, these are the originals that came out.
Yeah, they don't
Books
have
and
progress in that
Don't
regard.
get fired though.
Nice time.
Yeah, Dylan.
Some
Sounds a little bit dangerous here, trying to keep the pressure off the nice shot, a little bit back and forth. Did really not want to put a few there through Shawnee, so nice trigger discipline there from Dylan. He will bring him down nonetheless. Lacquer with a wonderful run, 17 and 12, 3 kills in a row for him. On ball with Classic now. He tries to get the flank here on the point. Final few moments, he's about to scrap, but he's not just looking for the scrap. He's trying to stop those players making it into the top side of the map. That's going to be the radar tank. That's where the next hard point will be. And again, a difficult hard point to break. We touched upon this quite a lot yesterday. He gets basically one good wave at it, and then after that, scrap central point. See how we go here. Fire on your screen, 15 and 13 overall. Looking towards a minute of hard point time. What's he got in attack?
Oh yeah, you can tell by
Paris as well. So
it looks similar
out
on
through
the
brick.
fire.
This is big. Now you got fire. Last one in the hill. Excellent. Not good enough to get the job done. And that is 2 times around on this hill where Paris effectively have plenty of time to get to the full setup, but the Ravens deal with it expertly.
That's what I'm
They got
saying.
the hold themselves. With the XM4. Fire not too shabby. Able to lock down that hill. You can see the rotations coming through. Paris know they can even chalk it up. And in order for these players now, that is not potentially ideal because you might be a little bit worried about spawning out. Good news is the Ravens right now, they're still pushed out toward the brick sides. Actually, there you go. Number 7 on the map. Died just a little bit too late. Aqua now has to go on a hike. This is the opportunity for the Ravens to push forward.
See if Shawnee can find any more. There was a lovely bit of teamwork
it's
and
better-
clarity that Ravens
safer
got there.
investment
Shawnee
than-
does eventually go down. As free comes to an end, Aqua finally manages to make his way across map, and the spawns flip once again. Now you're going to see Paris spawning on the close right-hand side. They've managed to push out the attacking members of London Royal Ravens, and it's going to be a close-knit fight now for Dylan. Trying to lead the charge, grabs to the other side of the wall. Up over the top goes Dylan, finds himself the first. There's a few more to be had here, but he does need the support of his teammates. Alex now trying to open up the flank. He finds it as well. Alex gets the second. It's a lovely opening break here from the London Royal Ravens, and the break is on. The spawns have flipped. Paris are now coming from the centre of the map. It's a decent amount of time to be had. You have to look to scraps. He's still in from behind. It's on Dylan. He has to win the engagement, and he doesn't. Hard point has now been made. Safe 0 answers back, and the spawns are flipped again. Pandemonium, Sean.
And it's an interesting play from Scott. He doesn't challenge the hill to kind of keep his team to back spawn just a little bit. And you can see it doesn't amount to much because 0 on the ping is fine right now. He is on a 4 spree. But now they're effectively just trapped with those back spawns. This is not what you want for the hill. Aqua tries really enough to make things interesting. Alex hunts him down. And this is the hill that we just saw Ravens last time around get the full 60 on. They're attempting to do the same thing once again. Aqua wins a massive one-on-one. This opens up the vent side of the map. You can see Shawnee. It's not in the same power position this time around. So Paris, much better job organizing themselves, working their way through events, and eventually through there, you can go and get that hill control. Things could have gotten dicey, but it may be improvements from the first time around.
Very, very nice adaptation here for the 5-3 there. What an angle that is from Fire. He does manage to get one just before going down there, but the damage is already dealt. Aqua continuing the streak. 5 kills in a row for him. That's going to be number 6. Alex going to take an early shower. Days are coming through. Time still being accumulated there. 200 points now passed for Paris Legion. It's a wonderful start for them. Shorty can't quite get away in time. The spawn should be on the right-hand side of the map, far, far away. Shorty's play, admirable at best, but he's not going to make it work out. Now you're seeing that spawns for London too far on the right-hand side. A long journey to make their way across, but 0. He's going to be the first into the fray. What can he find here? In he goes, finds himself a fire. Straight to Classic, can't quite get it done. But again, trying to alleviate that pressure. And you're going to see the foot race now from both teams on the minimap, circling into that central point.
This stream's going to be like...
You see the way that Paris are playing this right now. Aqua is effectively in a defensive policy all green. If Ravens ever get to the hill, he's just going to come out towards Chris and just shoot these players in the back. And you can see, not needed. Classic and Fire inside the actual hill, getting more time.
It's not really...
This is a very important position for Paris.
I don't really rely on the live views.
Here, but of course, that's not likely. But
done with
they
the
keep
stream,
these
then
Ravens
it goes really
players
live.
trapped in the back of the map, they will be
YouTube?
able to win
That's
this
where I
first
get
game.
the
The Ravens, you can see that kill feed. They are getting decimated along the way. And frankly,
leaves it up there.
right, that's not the win right here, right? They have to contest for at least a
Twitch
second.
doesn't do that.
Might be the case. Can anyone get there in time? Alex trying to make his way forward now. Fire's going to be the player on the point. Shawnee goes down. And there's one kill from Alex. That's going to stop the clock for now. It's 5 seconds for the window still. All Paris have to do is just sit on this one and soak up a few more moments. Zero trying to make a desperate run for it. But it is not enough. Paris Legion, they will take map number 1 against the Ravens.
And great job as well, of course, towards the end. They had the rotation, had those players pinned in the back long enough that it shouldn't have made too much of a difference. But clean game through and through, man. I tell you, or it's the service they're playing on, or they just got more used to the weapon. But it seems like it's different now. Aqua had a very strong performance
20 to 25
overall.
mil.
Was on a 7 or 8 or 9.
And then you got
towards
paid
the end on that final hit as well. So
Players are,
very
each
strong
of them have different
performances.
salaries, depending how good they are.
Looked
Like
pretty
100
good, man.
Ds, like, they got
Outside
the
of
best
maybe some
squad.
holes on P2 that could have gone
Like
a little
Kenny
bit
probably
better.
gets paid like
They were
250.
dealt a bad situation. They
Right?
always
Slash, he probably gets paid 300.
33 kills to his name.
Like
11 sprees.
a
Either
CFO
was
makes
finished on or was
city.
beat. Very
One tournament.
Honestly, all across the board, Paris looking very, very good.
Tournaments
Again, I
like-
know in the chat they were like, yeah,
This tournament
zero
is probably,
points
will
in London.
probably end in
All things considered, very, very solid
August.
gameplay coming out of Paris Legion. Like what we're seeing here again for the newfound Paris fans, we welcome you. But mate, that's not a bad start whatsoever. Checkmate Search and Destroy coming out after this one. And I mean, Charles, aside from that, I mean, what was takeaway from London there? We saw Paris with decent rotations, playing very, very well. I mean, London, for me, it was the breaks. They had a couple of very, very clean breaks, which I thought were nicely put together. And that, I think, was one of their greatest strengths there on Garrison.
Honestly, I think the rotations is what seems
So
to
if you
get them the
go-
most, right? I think you lose both P2 hills, at least the rotation battle over that area. Like the breaks are nice to get, but you want to run those rotations at some point. The final hill that we saw in the game, they just ended up getting trapped in the
So you
backstabs
gotta
and they never got any sort of map control. Even over towards the green hill,
These two are
good old
playing later
P3.
on, but
I think we had maybe Alex one time laying in the back trying to make the hero play to get spawned for his team, but he's just going to get sniffed out by teams that are on the ball, which Paris was. The Ravens were just never able to get a setup outside of really one hill that entire game, so I think the rotations were impacting them more than anything else. Of course, having zero, maybe below 150 ping certainly would have been nice for them. But either way, that's where they need to look to make those improvements.
Well, we hope that all the visas and the airfare, whatever, you go out and get zero over the United States. But before we get into that, just the CDL point structure will work this season. First place, 75 points per each home, or 10 extra points from 1 of 3 home series match win, But as you can see, those points cascading down, slight change from last season. And again, these points will be setting you up for your position at playoffs later in the year. And again, accumulated major in this home series. We're going to see a lot of points going through a lot of these teams. And again, Charles, I'm loving the new format. I'm loving the fact that we're going to see every single team, every single tournament, bar playoffs. Of course, we've got 8 teams there. But mate, one of the sort of the nice changes we had in the league season last year was, of course, it was going to be the home series format. It was going to be basically different teams, different events. It was obviously something a little different. But the world's changed quite a lot, and now we can basically have everyone at every event. It's like the good old days, baby. It's very exciting.
And I can see a world, by the way, like just to emphasize how important the start of the year is going to be. You end up in like that, 11th, 12th place spot, like right off the bat. That means you're going to get constantly fed into like some of the toughest brackouts and matchups, and you're going to have to go farther in all these tournaments. So like, there might be a team or two that gets caught in the blunder right off the rip. So you got to make sure that like even a show match like this or an exhibition match, it does matter. Like yes, it doesn't impact the points, but this is the opportunity to figure out how your comms are going to be in a more intense setting than scrims. This is where you start to figure out where the little kinks in your gameplay are, because every team is going to be going just a little bit harder than they usually do on a random Tuesday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Indeed, they will. But we're almost getting ready to dive into that technique search and destroy in just a moment. We'll have a look at today's schedule, of course. London Ravens versus Paris, our first match up. Straight after this, though, we have Toronto Ultra versus Minnesota Rocker for a real battle of the North. We'll see who the true king is. We have our group selection show after that one, and the stage 1 schedule reveal. Then our main event, 3 p.m. Pacific, that's going to be Chicago Optic going up against the Los Angeles Thieves. It's going to be a lot of fun. 45,000 of you crazy fans voted for that game. Very, very excited to see who wins that one. And again, a welcome return for the Thieves here in Call of Duty. And of course, optics, brick by brick, put right back together. Text to top that one. Love to see it. Storylines not even flowing. Still, Legion versus Royal Ravens now. A still exciting matchup. You know, sort of a little bit of spice going into the season. A little bit of retribution for Scraps. You know, he's got a little bit personal in this one. And the Ravens looking to cement themselves truly as the kings of Europe. We'll see how they go. Main search coming up in just a brief moment. As you can see everyone getting rock and roll into this one. From what I understand, I believe the London Royal Ravens playing out of North Carolina chance. Aside from zero.
To the best of my knowledge, yeah.
3-4 hours a night or something, boom, boom, boom.
That's all it is. It's not even about great gameplay, but you just gotta get consecutive days.
I definitely made a lot of excuses.
That's why I was listening. Like this dude,
his
name's
Biscuit are much nicer.
He's like, he does the
By the
channel.
way,
Like
checkmate
old
S&D.
school games, like
Anything about this map yesterday with
Nintendo games, and then he does like Pokemon pack openings.
Very few
He's
A
only
pushes
been
gonna
on
happen
Twitch
right
for
off
2
the
years.
rip, and Zero under
He
the
gets
plane, able to
22,000
find that first blood.
Every set,
Of course, Aqua there for the trade.
Throws a shoulder too far and
he makes 50
does take a
grand
single shot there
a
from
month.
Marcus. So the trade's nice. Now Plastic with that bomb making his way atop the wing. A wing, as you
That's
can
a
see.
tax
Neatly
probably
sprayed
maybe
across it
five.
there. Eyes on at least Shawnee.
He's good.
Might have just seen the tip of the builder's hat there.
He's insane.
Dylan at the far end of the plane.
That.
Nice tag to long
Never
range.
thought
After landed there, Classic with a nice big crossfire as well. So one can kill Shawnee. Seemingly did not need to die in that situation. He could possibly saved himself. But on the flank already, it is going to be Alex. Dylan goes down the top. Scraps just taken out in time there. And Alex looking to find himself a second, but it's not going to be easy to do from this situation. So 1v2. Just over 30 seconds remaining here. He has quite a bit of work to do. The bombs transition as quickly towards A. Alex is on the read. He's got a flash to work with just to make this fight that bit easier for himself. And check those corners indeed. Classics up first. Alex, bit of a spray. Must be windy by that side of the bomb site. Finds one. And oh my word, he made it exciting. But that's going to be Paris for the first round.
That was a very good slippery movement right there, hitting Classic to be able to check that back alley. And I think the issue here for Shawnee is not expecting 2AR to be up top. I think he just was expecting maybe Classic to be up there with the XM4. A little bit safer to jump up and check just for a moment, but yeah, two guys looking at you will be made mincemeat very quick. Aqua, by the way, 3 kills to his name. So he's certainly putting the work on and slowed down a bit from a hard
8 hours a day.
We go back in the attack again. We're going to see a ton of this, a lot of early play control.
I'm trying to
Both
put
of
a
the
time
sides of the
that,
map will get covered.
you know,
And
push
maybe
it,
some
maybe
late
bad.
attacks,
I could
but
solid.
off the rip, you're just looking for those
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Ooh, Shawnee, airborne for a brief moment there, goes down. That Scraps. Big tags and Alex there is going to just about get away with it. There's Aqua once again with the angles. Perfect timing from him. Fire finds another one, and it's a beautiful round for Paris Legion. All now down to 0.
But if I need to set up like a streaming,
Can't make it interesting with that range with the XM4 again. The AK-74U comes up top. Paris Legion, another good round.
That too. You know, just get on 10 whatever.
Nice control. Honestly, if the match
Extreme.
had
And if you want to go on 2, you know what I'm saying?
at all, but
Yo,
you
these
see
is the hours.
PARs covering either side.
And we get,
I think he was just
you know, 2
scratching
more
it,
solid
like solo on
dudes.
the top of the plane, but even he just
You get a
jumps out of the
PC
left wing to hump the
like, you
players
get a
down
good
that were underneath. So
PC
good
games
map
are so
coverage, good
expensive
trades,
now,
and good
that's the
gunfight
thing.
wins for
The most
Optimus.
expensive console.
Again, first bloods are absolutely going to be
My thing
a
is,
pretty big
I don't
difference
really,
maker.
it don't matter to me how, you
Especially
know, what I
without
do as
those
long as I
sights.
got the P4
By the way,
control.
Harris again, full steam ahead. Rounds in a row. Aqua with the AK-74U this time, and he's just doing that to make sure he can get there nice and early, and then he switches over towards the
Good class up. Fire finds the first, immediate trade out from Dylan. Nice positioning, but Aqua once again, patience pays off as another member of the Royal Raven just flocks into his line of sight. Alex wins a massive gunfight there, also running the from that angle. 2v2. Zero and Alex now going against Classic as Scraps. Classic will get the bomb down there in top B.
I can make it a look at some
Zero holding the backside of the plane. Making sure that no one gets in through the rear or gets out. The Royal Ravens now make their approach. Wonderful shots there from Alex, just one short of the kill.
From this time to this time.
Alex now trying to reposition. Great timing. Nice bit of work there, and Alex has dealt the damage. This is going to be Zero now moving in towards the bomb. An immediate defuse. Classic knows the plane's coming, and he could be in position to maybe make something work here. He's got to be fast though. He doesn't quite check it in time, and the kill comes through regardless. But the Ravens with a lovely retake.
You know, to get the computer, to get the game.
Very nice run. I really like the spot that Zero was playing over towards the back tail as well, even in the 2v2.
Put that
See
shit
the
in the
angle that he had back in the plane covered the entire right side of the map. Effectively
This is what I
covered.
use, man.
It was actually Classic. They
This-
tried to slide out over towards
this
that
my
silver
audio
crate,
sub.
get spotted
This
out, get tagged
captures.
up one shot.
And then that
And as
control
soon as
that
they
they
get
put
that other kill, Zero's like, hey, I already know it's towards the back of the map. Alex, as long as you have the top of the plane covered, just trace the kill. If he is a slide pass, it is a guaranteed round win. So very nice retake on the B side.
Any more fun tricks up their sleeve? Ooh, Fire got eyes on these two players. Aquino just has to watch that corner again. One of the most patient plays we've seen thus far in these matchups. London going to backpedal immediately. Johnny's trying to watch the middle of the map, make sure no one
It's still Algado, but it's tricky.
immediately transitioned in towards B. Johnny checking windows, make sure no one's in on that B site. Dylan managed to find a kill on the approach, so there we go.
It's for
Two players down now for Paris Legion and immediately onto the bomb. Go. Classics like, I'm not falling for this one again. The trades are there. The bomb does go down, but it's going to be a 2 versus 1 situation. Can Aqua isolate these 1v1 fights? Surely once again from up high, tagged up heavily. A massive win from Aqua. Now it's a 1v1.
That means I need a game.
Johnny repositions. Straight into the line of sight, but big man Sean cleans it up. It's 2 straight.
This one's struggle. I mean, it does good for what I need.
That's aggressive.
But if I really want to get
no
into like
fear, sliding out
streaming,
past the cover, takes
gaming,
the gunfight and wins it.
I got in the future. I'm thinking
myself, but by the way, it's a nice little attempt from Aqua, right? Makes the read, strong gunfight, one against Zero. I'm sure is going through it right
I don't
now.
even need to.
Either way, come back round. I think the important part of that last one was just the opening
SEXC.
how much Fire got a little bit too aggressive underneath the wings, and he had like
It shows you price
3
breakdown.
players on Raven out towards
I'll show you
H3.
later.
Not a common thing to expect at all.
I'm saying like
Enough for the first blood.
roundabout. How much would all this
down?
cost?
Like the creative stuff we're seeing.
$1,000.
It's full of fun and surprises. You're going to see a lot more of this throughout the year. Paris moving that bomb straight up and towards the B site. Exchange of utilities there. They do have a trophy down for London right on top of the bomb site with that. A little bit safer. Classics going to get that first blood though.
No, but I'm saying that's not bad.
Another beautiful exchange for gunfight. Classics punches second of the round so far. And just about taking it there by the sensation of Shawnee. An immediate bomb recovery there from Scraps. Now he's going to be able to at least make a decision here. Shawnee's been pushed back, but now, if anything, that is going to give him some degree of clearance. But again, eyes on the A bomb site. It does look like Zero again from that top wing position behind him, looking down through onto B. Shawnee watching the players at A. Here comes the time.
Put that in the
Scraps
car,
going to peek
put
that
the
corner.
computer, the game
And
in
he
the
gives
car,
the position away, and there it is, the gunfire. They now know A's to play, 35 seconds left. From this position, the Ravens can see it all.
Those gunfights come.
But first fix your
rotation, come back in. Zero's going back to his home. Meanwhile, Shawnee already in the plane, just outroading their opponents. And well, Fire for the 1v2, tries to come around the back. Zero feels it. Gunfight not taken by Fire straight away. 10 seconds on the clock.
They have starting stereo like $700.
And there it is.
2-year.
What's going to happen? Look left, look right. It gets a Ravens hug. Another good round for the London Royal Ravens. A chance to right. It's getting creative, whether it's just holding these nice lanes and winning big gunfights. Classic again. Play of the game, of course. It was a valiant effort. F finds himself one more kill just before being taken out. But good comms all round. Great awareness. This is a nice search.
And I will say I do like the setup that Zero's putting himself in as well, right? Like, I don't know how confident he's feeling playing from the UK, but if I was a little bit more concerned, I would absolutely just try to be that information. Try to play in like the power positions and just call it for my teammates and make sure that we know what's going on in the round and play nice and easy. Even towards the end, when Fire's coming up that back alley, that's a gunfight. Zero, I'm sure, is not upset about taking 8 times out of 10, but plays a smart game, make sure Shawnee's there for
But that's like
low approach.
When you reach the pinnacle
of
this shit
works. Might be setting up for things. You see those bullets coming through and Scraps feels it, has to back out.
Nice to take the trophy out as well. Quick replacement of the trophy there from Aqua. Oh, Dylan's gone in. He's going for it. Aqua finds one with an aid. Classic another shot there. So it's all going down in the centre of the plane right now. Once again, Shawnee just knocking on the windows, trying to make sure there's anyone in there.
That's
but in this 2v3
$900.
We are going to see
and
Paris
then there's
with
the
a decent amount
Starter
of
Pro
coverage on the map. The bomb down
which
in the
is
centre of the plane.
$1,100.
Now London have got to make their way up there and try to recover.
It's different components.
It's on Zero now.
So
They're
this
trying to find
one,
a bit of information once again to spot at least one player. Then he goes up and out. Shawnee finds another, trying to catch the kill. Now it's a 2v2. 25 seconds left on the clock. Shawnee and Zero with a little bit of work to do. Scraps still covering that bomb site like his life depends on it. Or here's the fight against Shawnee.
Generally, you might get around
teammate who will come out on top, and it's going to be Shawnee with a slow peek around the side. 13 seconds remaining. Fire's got to get on the bomb, and he will. He finds the kill. 10 seconds remaining now. It's going to be a 1v1 for the win, and sadly, Zero can't quite get it done. Fire with the ice.
Good.
Rams.
Solid stuff coming in. I think you see,
Well,
you got the
storage, so
information
this
on
is-
0 new teams
but I-
around
it
the
doesn't
bottom.
matter,
Not
but storage
going
always
for
happens.
Free Fire is the challenge. Teasing through the
That's
window.
probably why.
Plays it perfectly towards the end. So nice job done there. I'd say
This is
from
Intel
both
Core
teams,
i5.
it's probably the
They have
idea
better
from, the Ravens
Intel
at least,
cores.
right?
It's like
Trying to
they
go
have
into
an
the wall
i7
things on
now.
scratch,
Oh, now?
get a
Probably
couple
more.
tags in. That's when you sending your teammates through the top of the plane to try to go on the approach. But it was a well-timed nade from Aqua. And
This is not bad for now.
win that.
Oh, at the bottom means you can play VR. You can.
Oh, yeah.
Chess match.
The features, yeah.
Really feels like surviving is the most essential skill right now for either
Now,
of these players. If
the
you get that first
controller
skill,
that I'm
don't
going to get, I
traded.
think you should get too.
Don't get traded at all costs. Here at 3-3, Classic fumbles that one sadly. But that's quite all right. Surely heard it. Quite certain where it came from. Classic top the wing, again, just repositioning so he can try to catch an angle of Dylan. They're in on the cabin. Not to have it, but Dylan's nade's going to get it done. We like to see that. Wonderful bit of work early on in these picks.
So they have these for Xbox too.
Time.
But I'm going to
Nade
get
on
the
the
PS4
cleanup.
one.
Now fire repositioning. Try to
PS4
find one
and
of these
PC.
angles. I've managed to catch a wild Alex. With that, surely now going to reposition. Here comes the trade, but fire in a solid spot to maybe find a kill. Oh, surely wait on a quick reposition. Can't get the second. Here comes the trades though, and Dylan is there. Right place, right time.
Reaction
Good
time
time
is
to try and get
probably a
another
lot
round.
quick with your middle finger than your
And
R2.
honestly, I think almost all of
These
these
are
rounds
the-
have really seen
you can customize any color you want, whatever.
Factor, because that's a
These like
moment where I'm
$200.
like, well, Alex, that's kind of a mistake, right? Like, you know that if you don't have
This works
the
with
underneath
both
side of the thing covered, you
PS4
really have
and
to hug
PC.
that off. You can't leave that wall too far. Obviously, you're going to get shot in the back
Starts
like that.
149,
And then
but
for
once
fire
you
to go and pick up the second one as
customize
well.
and everything,
I think
that's
that'd
like
be
$200.
the opening of the round, but of course, Dylan again hunting people down from up top of that plane. For the round nice and secure. First blood's ever important. The first one to strike is least amount of A pressure. I think the Ravens have really shown off. They got two in the top of the plane, or actually two on the right side. Wait, Classic just being
No, not
aggressive
really.
in the plane.
I'll say about
Talk about the
two,
Ravens slowing
yeah.
the pace down.
Let's say
But
about
$3
$3,000,
from
you're
in, and it pays.
Because you're not going to have a
It's
webcam.
down
You
back
don't need a
to the
webcam.
plane. Now you're going to have
Right.
Aqua
You're
push
not gonna
away
do a webcam.
all the way up towards the full plane.
I am
That
though.
is-
So you
From
usually
the
get
stream,
that
I might as well
later.
just get
top
it.
plane control and left side wing control. In
I might as well just
Paris
fully
have got
sub
a
I can
lot
give
of
you a-
space to work with now. They can set
Once I
themselves
get
up to
that
just
on-
win on trades here.
Because I want to plan it out, right? And I'm
Surely's
thinking
trying to
about
find a
it.
pick. A single kill
But
here
do it-
without being
don't
traded. That
do
would be
this
great.
like 3 months later,
sneaky
you know?
Aqua from behind.
Do it
Surely just
sooner.
about wins it. That's
Yeah,
what he's
getting
doing.
time
So immediately
That's
puts
what I'm
forward a
saying.
bit too greedy.
My thing
He
is,
finds
I
a
don't
kill as
wanna-
well, just like that. It's all
Like,
onto
I've already
fire.
told myself
Surely,
about, like,
Zero
myself
and Alex
outfits
now
and
they're
shit
pushing
like
back,
that,
try to hunt him
Streaming
down.
is gonna push that because I'm like, yo, I
Zero
want to look fly.
tagged up, position is given away.
Find
He's sure now
forward.
on fire.
Not to stream. I want
He's
like,
going to
oh, I
defuse the
got on
bomb
fire.
and kill 3
Oh, I
members
got
of
on
the
a
Royal
graphic
Ravens,
shirt.
and this has
Gotcha,
gone
gotcha.
for bad.
Yeah, you're thinking about that.
What can he do from this spot?
Like, do I want to
35
have
seconds
kicks
to
in the
work with.
background? Do I want to show like, oh look, I got these fire
You see the
streaks
Ravens
in
now
while
just
I'm
starting to move
playing.
around.
Set up like this?
They are circling.
I don't know, but I wanna show
True
it.
Ravens, and that was a
Yeah.
brilliant execution
You know,
there.
something
What a
to-
turn!
Or
5-3
You
match
get an
point.
LED light in the background. Like, not too
And
big.
by the way,
but
towards
up
the
your
end of that
gamer tag.
3v1, they were not messing around,
Hey,
right? Affording
I want
no
something
mistakes
that
to give
is
away.
gonna
And
get
that
people
moment right there, by the way.
talking.
The
Like
setup,
something different,
everything
yeah.
from Paris was perfect.
Because in the beginning,
Or
I'm
make
gonna
it
have a
look like very
Whoever
minimalist.
was next to him had the
But
information
cool.
on Aqua.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Move or
Like, say I
whatever
only got like 5 people watching.
Aqua literally put himself in the
Right, I got a
perfect
little
spot.
chat room or whatever,
And then just
right,
as
set up, and
unfortunate
if they want to
timing
pay
you're gonna
to get to the
get
chat or
on
whatever.
Hill, but either way,
I gotta have something to talk about.
Ravens again, the shoulder peaks they're throwing, not taking those gun
True.
fights in the 3v1, and not
You
giving
know?
fire anything to work with. They're not messing with.
Aggressive play straight to the top of the plane though. Praise up and early.
Like, oh,
Dylan
yeah,
goes,
look, there's some fire
takes down
speakers, so,
scraps,
oh, I like
can be
your
sure
honey.
you falls
What's
beneath the
up?
plane.
You know,
Dylan
oh,
just
dope.
about managing to stay alive there after tagged up heavily on the push through.
Would you use Zane's room?
Just over a minute remaining. Fire
Oh, you
has a
know what?
degree
You
of
can
control up
use
top.
Zane's
There's
room
classic
because
on the
that
bonfire.
shot,
Alex though with the
We
angles.
have all his stuff.
Once again, the angles
You
here
can
on
put
checkmate.
things on there. You know?
It's another 1v3 for Fire. It's just a house of cards. It falls apart so quickly for Paris.
Or you can use, you
The
know,
good
the
news is, though,
downstairs,
Fire's
the 3
position
windows.
seemingly unknown right now.
Set up
But the
a
Ravens
table right
0
there.
wins a big one
camera
from across
but
the
look at the
pond.
back.
And with that, it's a
Dining room
6-3
kitchen.
finish here on checkmate.
And hit him with with the switch up at the end as well. The strats coming towards the end. We've seen Shawnee play those back options over by Tetris with a correct every single round. He takes a couple different angles. What happens this time? Shawnee takes out a sub. He's underneath the plane. You get the kill and you're like, wait a minute, this is different. I don't know what's going on with this setup. Turns out the Ravens took complete control of the A Street.
One of my watch party videos hit like 87 views.
It's where the bomb sites are. You got the angle towards the actual B-bomb site from the A Street on the top lane. And obviously, well, you have A site control, you got street control, so
the naming,
coming
see
into
those
the Ravens.
thumbnail arts,
Fairly
grab
quick
your
work,
attention.
honestly, towards the end.
It's like a whole thing. I've been like learning this whole past year. I was like, okay, this is how they.
Wonderful stuff there. You saw the
Together with this
for Paris, a bit of a shaky map after the victory there. Before you go to control after this, I should say, we're going back to Garrison. Very, very fun stuff so far here in the Kickoff Classic. Again, we're here on Sunday. Wherever you are in the world, it may be a little bit different, but we'll be back. And after the break, I'm actually going to have a quick chat with Vic Star of the London Royal Ravens. Just like to see what he thinks about the upcoming season. After that, though, more games. Don't go anywhere, friends. We'll be right back.
No, his whole thing is all like virtual background and virtual everything, you know? That's not really what he's sitting in. Yeah, put on a costume, put on a wig.
This
come up with all these
software engineer, her name's Code Miko. I think she's like, yeah, but she has like her streams are crazy. It's like a virtual thing. Like the people know who she really looks like. Sometimes she streams like as herself, human self.
Yeah.
But most of the time she streams as her animated character. It's crazy.
Mad work.
She put in mad work. She's like as a game within a game, you know? And people love it.
Yeah, but the amount of effort that has to go into that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, look at Call of Duty and the propaganda, right? So they just went to commercial, and they're having a commercial about the military. That Call of Duty is used as the U.S. tool to advertise the propaganda of the military.
The crazy thing is, it's too good of a tool, you know that?
Yeah.
Like
But I wonder how many people actually pick up Call of Duty and be like, oh, I want to go to the military.
Why?
For real?
Why? They'll come in there like, yo, look, I just want to go in and shoot shit like Call of Duty. And you're like,
and then you have the smart people like, fuck that, I can make money off of this, playing this.
Nah, but the crazy part is you gotta tell all these people like, yo, that's not the way it works. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can't just come in and like, sign me up, give me a gun. You gotta take a test, you gotta get certain things. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's the minimums.
Yo, people are a lot stupider.
What's the point of grinding if you ain't gon' ball? What you doing when the money comes? Gotta get it now, ain't no time to stall. Tell 'em I'm on everything, yeah, I want it all. What's the point of grinding if you ain't gon' ball?
Yo, what happened to ball? Second day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic. We're here in day 2. We're getting first series of the day, and just before we do manage to get into our control,
I don't know why my internet's
pulling
up,
the series
man.
of the London Royal Ravens
Turn off
Paris Legion.
Wi-Fi
Before we get into that,
else.
just I think it was yesterday. Feels like yesterday, might have been the day before. COVID, crazy, right? I had a quick catch up with Vic Star, the co-owner of the London Royal Ravens. We had a little chat about the season.
Your internet gotta be on point.
Got it. I ordered the Google Mesh Network.
Joined by the one and only Vic Star. Vic, firstly, welcome to the show, and also, formally, welcome to the league, mate. Well done.
Thank you so much. It's very exciting to be involved in what has been a huge part of my life thus far.
Internet signal.
I was going to say, we first saw you really dip into the league. It was you streaming champs for the Modern Warfare season. What was the journey like in sort of getting involved in the CDL?
Oh, it's been amazing. It was really, really fun for me to become involved in competitive Call of Duty.
It'll also bounce out to another one that's cooked another sucker.
How much is that?
And really player base of. And I've been playing
one rather down there, they'll cover like the whole house.
I've always understood crazy.
Yeah, you put one downstairs, put one up here, you literally got a hub in your hand.
Is it like a Wi-Fi booster?
No, it's a mesh network. So Wi-Fi booster captures your signal and tries to push it on as its own signal.
Oh, really?
Your network. Yeah.
Oh, that's all it really does.
Yeah, this doesn't do that. This, all three of them make up your network because all three of them are connected to each other to give you a mesh.
Fantastic.
So
Yeah, I
instead
do
of
remember
giving
jumping in
you
the chat
like an
room,
extended, like, oh, I caught your signal and I extended it, I caught your signal and made it my own, and I'm covering this area.
But do you think extender will work for right now?
It'll help,
I would say
but it's not going to be as strong as
That
the original.
they'll like extend it. Like if I plug it in here, they'll catch it. Extend the Wi-Fi in here.
I got an extra extender.
Oh, no, it's been definitely right. No one does it like the UK in terms of just
I've been meaning to get
support
one
and
for a while.
noise and excitement. It is a real shame that we don't have those events in person, but yeah,
I
I've
was
lived
just
in
looking at
London
it the other
for
day, motherfucker.
7-8 years now, and it makes
This
so much
kid,
sense to me to be involved in London. So becoming a co-owner
made
with the guys
videos.
at Rec
Now
Globe
he's
and Dave
part owner
Amish,
of Call of
they
Duty.
do a great job, and they're really
And he
serious
plays Call of Duty
about
still.
it. They talk the talk and
Like
they walk
Warzone
the
and
walk.
shit.
So I'm
This
really
kid
excited to
is-
see how the team does
Just
this
being in
season.
the right position,
They had
man.
fourth last year, but this year, you know, hopefully even better. I'm very excited to see how it goes down and how the matches play out.
They just cost way.
Maybe can't wait. It was a wonderful surprise to see that fourth place finish last
And
year.
the thing about,
as far as the league goes, I mean, are
creators,
there any
like,
dark horse teams that you're looking forward to?
it's
Obviously,
enough.
a bit of a rivalry,
Like, you
maybe
can
developing
create
with Paris,
whatever you
but
want.
who are your sort of dark
As long
horse
as,
teams
like,
going into this?
So yeah, I would
certain
say definitely
regulation.
there's that European rivalry which we love. We would love to beat the French team. And I'd say another kind of dark horse one that's out there is one city I would always parallel to London is actually Toronto. I feel like the cultures are very similar, and the ways that are very similar. So I see a little bit of a rivalry there, and I want to see the London boys come out on top.
Oh, we love that. I mean, obviously, we saw a lot of content last year from the London squad. Everyone's got their own sort of flavour coming into the league. All the teams are like characters themselves. What do you think of the London squad? I mean, how would you describe their character if you had to?
London squad this year is serious. I was actually lucky enough to play in the London Royal Ravens Coliseum Cold War tournament, and one of the players was captain of each team. I was with Dylan. He did insane, and just the level these guys play at. I've been playing Call of Duty all of my life, but I'm sat in the lobby with these guys, and a lot of the time I can't even touch them. So the vibes I got from them there is that they've been trimming really hard. They're very serious about it, and
I fucked
they're
up
confident as
with my
well.
streaming
The confidence with which they
I
challenge
should
other players on the
have
map
streamed
is
from
unrivaled.
this
So
monitor.
I can't wait to see that in action
Not use
against
this
the
as a
rest of the best
monitor
players
and
in
just
the world.
play Sling on that.
Your confidence, we love it. Well, Vic, thank you so much for chatting to us, mate. Wish you the best of luck throughout the season. And any final parting words you want to give to the fan base?
The only thing I have to say is the Ravens are coming. Get ready for it.
Mate, we love it. Thank you so much again. There we are, London. It definitely doesn't look like that right now. It's covered in snow. Who would have thought it? Global warming is very real, I think. I think that's what's going on here.
Is that new
Yeah,
building
so,
in
an
London?
absolute
I never
legend.
seen
Thank you very
that.
much again. Come on, chat with us. Wish you boys all the best for the season. We're not quite done yet in this series. Paris leads London Royal Ravens, now going into Control Cup. We're going back to Garrison. Any thoughts and feels, mate? Obviously, we saw a little bit of everything yesterday. We thought the Garrison was going to be incredibly defense heavy, and we saw both the Atlanta Bays and the Florida Mutineers do some amazing things on offense.
I mean, specifically for the map, I think it's going to turn into a situation where every single team, it's you're going for B off the rip, and you're just looking for those opportunities, and you might only get one or two good opportunities per round to work yourself over towards that 8 point. So it's really about maximizing those moments, making sure you get the full control, knowing exactly when you need to like stack the point, or when you need to sit in corners and play for kills or whatever it's going to be. So there's a few teams yesterday that were able to take very good advantage and get some offensive round wins. But obviously, that is the focal point. That is the difficulty that comes with Garrison. If either of these teams can pull something out of the bag, or on defense, just stuff them completely and don't even let them get you.
Well, let's see what happens. I'd love to have the comms played back to us now as these opening gambits unfold. Time for an Astro Gaming Listen In with the London Royal Ravens.
Alright. I mean, this program, I'm still learning. It's really hard. Not really hard, but it's like certain things you just gotta know the inputs and outputs. Characters. I'll send you the video where I learned it from.
I've been back up. Ahora que viene, ¿no?
I'm going in, I'm going in.
See how they talk, bro?
Paris aggression slowly but surely there on the B point, but chance. I mean, London's comms relatively calm. Everyone sounds in control.
I'll take your word for it. Just in case is the resident translator. But yeah, comms sounded absolutely great. I mean, I hear trophies getting mentioned quite a bit. Of course, players calling out when they're making sure they rotate back towards A. But either way, this is one of those potential good opportunities for pairs to get clearance past Bray. Zero's going to get taken down by Fire. Now you have two players. They have options to spawn kill Zero repeatedly, or they can just swarm on the point. It looks like number 3 is looking for the spawn kills. Everyone else trying to rotate. You see though, a couple players on pairs are going to fall. Those spawn kills before more important. Aqua's going to fall. Scrap's now the last man left. He gets dealt with, and that is a phenomenal job on defense, knowing exactly when the players on the 8 point can wrap back to the Ravens. Very well.
Yeah, great recovery. That could have got over as far at this point in time. Both teams very even in the respawns remaining. 9 now for London after a couple of kills go the way of Paris Legion sitting at 11. Alex back on the point. 50 seconds remaining here in the defensive round of the London Royal Ravens. We're going to see Paris making a concerted effort. They try now to push back onto the point. Two of them making their way through the light side of the map. It'll be Shawnee on the defense there. Still trying to watch towards the arches, the brick side of the map. And it's a 4-man stack up. You can see on that mini map it's starting to get a bit close there for Paris. But they're opening now. Go for it, sort of through brick side, and London have moved over. They've jumped over the top of the map. They're trying to catch these players out. All 4 dead there for Paris Legion. With 20 seconds remaining, they did it a little bit. Defensive gameplay now being punished. London Royal Ravens on the offensive. 15 seconds remaining. They are pushing them to the very, very brink of the map. All the way to the very back now. No more lanes to be worked with. Final 10 seconds chance. The first round looks to be going towards the defensive squad. Now it's a matter of just finding these kills again to try to see who can get that potential round 5 in the end, but the Ravens will take the defense.
And clean plays from Shawnee towards the end as well. Stays alive all 1 shot, picks up another 2 kills. At that point, as soon as you get those kills in the middle map for the Ravens, they're just looking for as many kills as possible just to run that life count up, because obviously you want defense for the round number 5 should you get there. But that's just a wonderful play call coming out too. I don't know which players were in the back for the Ravens over towards those tanks, but they called out like, hey, there is all 4 players stacked up over towards square past the middle of the tanks. They said, all right, so the players that were on the 8 point rotated out through green, shot those players in the back, and get the clean white. And that is just a devastating moment. So got London making sure not too passive, allowing too many opportunities, making sure they take a fight towards Paris. Passive stuff.
You gave London the listening on the defensive round, first time round. It's only fair that we give Paris a shot now. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for an accurate gaming listening. Paris Legion.
Push your close arch. Fuck. Come on, that. Cabin pretty fast. Combination closer box. Yeah, you have to. Nice. Nice. Looking for. Jump point. Jump point. Jump point. Push up over now. Shot it there. Nice. On B again. That's the top green. Yeah. Only shot Shawnee on B. Square. Top green with you. Top green.
Any fears not speaking French at this point in time, Paris sounding very calm. I mean, all things considered, London have had a fantastic run here in this offensive round. They managed to get 2 ticks at B, incredibly close to finishing B there, but sadly will be stopped for them. Classic now on the offensive, trying to make something happen and push these players back. A with a single tick as well, so it's been a very solid start for London, let's say, in the offense.
Yeah, and I will say it's a very sort of standard sort of set of plays that Paris have been running for. It is just constantly flooding that pressure up through the middle of the tanks, flanking these guys when they're trying to capture B, but they've had a great deal of success with it so far. 2 life advantage and not a ton of tick progression as well on the hill. Alex clearing everything out. Knows the man is in lights, runs out of ammo. Stays alive for just a moment. Classic is going to get traded out onside the actual point. Third tick nearly coming through, and based on the spawns, it looks like Paris, they're going to chalk up this B point. You can see the lives are timed. You need to make sure they stay not necessarily stagnant, but nice and control it. Make sure you never give up top green. Aqua, well, he gets cut down the middle of the map. Paris, a little bit of fear of potentially getting over aggressive here.
Yeah, B's gone, gives them a minute on the clock. London with 6 lives left. Better make it 5. That's 5 apiece. Starting to get towards the business end of this game. Very, very few mistakes are able to be made right now. Paris with a 2-man setup towards that top of the tower. They've got players in the middle of the map. Alex has got to find an opening here. 50 seconds now remaining. London are down to their 3rd respawn. Starting to run out of opportunities here. Good trades coming through. So we want to see, but Paris holding the line as admirably as they possibly can. Players now towards the back. Look at that mini-map again. The spread right now for Paris. They're doing what they can to make sure that no one finds a way through. London do manage to get in. That's where things get a little bit dangerous. But for right now, Paris on the defense has held. 20 seconds have passed since that last second on the clock, and it's started to get red. Dylan with a nice positioning, low chance. Oh boy, it's 3 kills. Aqua's going to hold the line for now, but this is an opportunity for London to get on the point. But they've got to go fast. There's the stop clock. 18.8. Alex now trying to push that front line forward while 0 captures.
So 4v4 private team, no respawns remaining. You've got cuts in the middle. Matt, Diller, and Alex able to find a kill apiece. Aqua and Fire able to get 2. 2v2. Both the players for Ravens are on the point. Fire cannot win the gunfight. Aqua there for the trades. Still on the point. Only half the progression's gone through. Aqua has a moment to breathe.
This is it. It's a 1v1. He's got to dive straight on the point, go for the contest. Zero's got no idea where he's going to come from. It's a 1v1 for the round. That's all it come down to. Zero! He slides out and guns him. Oh, we love us some control. 2-0.
Eater ping.
I love that.
That's pretty good too. Eater ping though, not a problem for 0. That is a quick challenge towards the end as well. Nice little slide into it. But again, that was sort of my concern of just maybe a slightly over-aggressive setup from Paris. It wasn't the main factor towards the end, but there was moments where they just leave one player top green and have everyone else just watching the middle of the map, or even making those commitments to jump.
But even though they're playing on PC this game, they're playing with
we saw
control.
the Ravens do it successfully. But it seems like when the Ravens made that call, they waited for them to have all of the information. All 4 players are there. You can shoot them all in the back.
So it's like a combination.
There's a bit more of a spread when Paris tried to try it on defense. Either way, offensive round win. Ravens have to be feeling pretty good.
It was a tight one as well. I mean, you can't have it work out like that every single time. But wow, a lot of fun. Laser up already. 0. 13-11 overall. He's starting to feel himself now. He's starting to get a bit warmed. You know, letting the latency kick in and truly try to understand how the game feels at that pace. And surely finding a nice 2-piece out there, and the Ravens are already on the offense now. They're trying to draw sort of a line in the map. Keep the members of Paris Legion as tucked in that corner as possible. 0 can't quite get it all done himself, and Alpha once again with the XM4. Now starting to make a little bit of clearance, a little bit of groundwork. Still got a long journey back to those B points, 50 meters-ish to be precise. This is going to be a tough one. Shawnee's green. Ravens in a very, very strong spot now. It's going to be a slow and steady approach. 1 kill at a time. That's what it's going to take for Paris.
Up top, he's just dodging every single name from every single player. It certainly seems like finally a little bit of clearance towards his actual B point. 2 bodies on it right now for Paris. Couple trades coming through. Keep in mind the lives, yes, are even, but only 35 seconds left on the clock. Obviously, if you get B, you get that additional time, but still a lot of time has been wasted by the Ravens just because of their strong early starts. Now they'll try to force their way through lights. Easy gunfight wins for Fire. Of course, though, making sure you keep A secure as B surely is going to fall. Perhaps potentially using a nice little spot over towards Square, maybe an opportunity for him to make a play. You can see Ravens swarming around his actual A point.
That's when B's gone. Jose, we go, Fire. It's 7-3. Dylan finally puts him down. They extinguish the flames while that run was getting to go, and Alex finds himself 2 more. So, London now have got to slow this down. Trying to deal with these attackers one by one. Paris is going to take 1 solid push once again to break through. Same rules apply for hardpoint. Balls are just locked. You know, it's not an easy position to break into. Fire is crap. Trying to win their initial gunfight. Classic finds 1 as well. Now we're starting to see a little bit of an approach here. The reinforcements coming through from Paris Legion. Those 4 members now. It's going to take 1 push. Scraps from up high here. This is a great spot to be in for now. They have to overwhelm the remaining members of the Ravens. Slow and steady. Once again, they want to do this clean. They don't want to make too many mistakes. As your PIP, we're also seeing this player hit that other angle of attack. Sure, he's going to find one in the back end, and here we go. Any moment now, these players are gearing up to just take that wind-up punch. Get onto the point, because the clock is ticking, gentlemen. You got 30 seconds.
Straps has been waiting up top for so long. He's hoping his teammates can come around back for him to make a move, and maybe somewhat of an opening, but they have not enough pressure towards the back of the map, so Shawnee's going to be here for the fights, and they're not even winning him on the back end. Classic have gotten through. They pushed the back. You can see Shawnee's there waiting. Aqua able to pick up 2 kills. They're trying to do it himself. He's on a 3 spree in the approach.
They got 5 seconds. Someone get on the point. Someone going to contest. Jump on the point. Someone, anyone. That's it. It's over. It's done. It's a 3-0. There was no opportunity whatsoever to get near that one. The kills came through in the end. And oh boy, Chance, it's a 3-0 on Control. London,
back up.
For me, frankly, a shock. Very, very surprised. Not because of the 1v1 victory from 0 in the second round there, but just offensive rounds. And 1 offensive, 2 defensive wins. All in all, impressive stuff.
I mean, it's great. That's about as much as a dominant Garrison performance you're going to see. On defense, pretty clean the entire time. They had an opportunity to set up for a couple spawn kills, and maybe didn't make great progress in that regard, but still able to stuff them out on defense. I don't know if really anyone ever touched the 8-point outside of a couple seconds from the side of Paris. Of course, the round they had on offense, again, clean work, maybe to punish the mistakes that Paris is going to make over towards there. So 2-1 lead in the series, man. Their S&D looked incredibly clean on checkmate. The Garrison Control looked on point as well. The question is, are you able to take a hard point down against the lead?
That's the thing. You know what? I kind of don't want that. I want a game 5. I want to go to Miami, baby. I want to sit in that South Beach sand. You know what I'm saying? But I'm very, very impressed with what we've seen so far. A ton of fun so far in the series. Dylan, hey? Dylan was alright at MW. He's looking pretty good at Cold War. Is this a return to form? We'll find out soon, though. We're going to take a very, very quick break. When we come back, it's another hard point. We get game 5? Maybe.
You're actually going to do this.
Ah, Joe! It tastes horrible, Joe!
It's disgusting.
It tastes like squirrel pee.
Why do you know what squirrel pee tastes like?
I don't, Joe.
Welcome to the brand new Call of Duty League.
Minnesota, it is time to rock the battle for the North. Ravens just putting them down.
Ford against the W. Pristini wins the battle versus brother.
There's no time. There's no time at all left for Florida. And Atlanta Bays defend their
Let's go.
They're making COVID blows up. It leads to this new online format. Second team all year to win their home series event. Congratulations, Subliners. Envoy going big for the squad.
And that is a massive hole into the Legions. Oh, I can't believe it. Envoy went 5. Sim does it again. Breaks another record.
It's Awakening's debut, and they go through FaZe, Empire, and Huntsman, one of the greatest debuts in the history of Call of Duty esports.
Congratulations to the Florida Mutineers. Not only do you win your third home series, you get 2 back-to-back this championship weekend. 21! It's a Huntsman win! Let's go! Let's go! 2020 Call of Duty League MVP is going to Shotzi.
Yeah, I mean, this was crazy when bigger, man.
It is time for the CDL Championship match. Seemingly nothing that he can do.
The inaugural season of the COD League was wonderful. It was a roller coaster.
Incredible to think that the league started a year ago today. Unbelievable. Well, there's some information for you. The opening weekend will be the Atlanta FaZe Home Series, February 11th to 14th. Get it in your calendars, friends. That's when we really kick things off. The season format again will be 5 major tournaments, capping each stage. Playoffs for 8 teams qualified based on their total CDL points, and that prize pool is $5 million total, $500,000 each major. Unbelievable stuff. Quick look at our schedule for today. Once again, London is up 2-1 so far against Paris Legion. We've still got the Battle of the North coming up after this one. Our group selection show. Still very, very excited to get through that one. After the just before the much anticipated Chicago Optic versus Los Angeles Thieves. But that group selection shows the determined group and the max schedule for stage 1 of the regular season. During the group selection show, teams in Group A will select the teams in Group B via a reverse snake draft process. And as you can see on your screen, there's going to be a lot of fun characters in there, some fantastic personalities, and you know there's going to be some fun times in there. I can't wait to see how that goes down. Again, the group selection show coming up just before Optic and Thieves. Cannot wait. What a rivalry that could be. What a blowout. Who knows, man? I mean, it's not, if we get to script this, it'd be a game 5 round 11 in the kickoff, but in the real world, chance, nothing is quite as dramatic. See what the players can do for us. We are very close to our checkmate on information. Can I get some vibes on the series so far?
Well, so, like, look, all of this is to sort of give the indication, right? You said the first home series is February 11th, whatever it was. It's like 3 weeks away from, like, right now. That means whatever we see from these teams, that's how long they have to either figure things out, make these small tweaks, or make these major decisions that need to be had. I would say, like, Paris on the side of Control didn't really look that great, seemed to be getting caught up quite a bit, over-aggressive in a couple moments, like Scratch himself did not have the best of games, but the hardpoint looked fantastic. I think the search and destroyers will make the fewest reads on anything, but obviously the Ravens seem to have a very strong idea of what they wanted to do, so I'd say fairly high on the Ravens right now. They were, top 4 at Chance this past year. They have 3 of the 4 same players on their roster. Alex, that new addition. This is a team that is very worth being excited for all the British fans out there.
Much stuff the British fans still out there, and you're wrapped up nice and warm. There's a lot of snow across the country at this point in time, but here we go. Mate, right off the rip. First kills from Dylan, quick contest, and there'll be a lot of contestants. I can't quite find any more from there. Get back and forth we go. You thought the trade's going to be great on Search and Destroy, but it's going to be something else here in the hardpoint. Fire and Classic, trying to just push this one back. Nice bit of a hold for now. And again, not a lot of hardpoint time garnered from the top of the plate. It's not an easy position to get a lot of time from. Again, still looking towards that next one. Down by the yellow container to the sort of left or behind Classic right now. You'll see that appear on the mini-map in 10 seconds time. A wonderful addition here to Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Mini-map telling you where the next hardpoint will be.
That is beautiful work by Dylan. In all honesty, he was playing the back of the map. That's what Classic was trying to hunt him down. And he repositioned and effectively gave up those spawns just for a moment. And that's to let Shawnee come and help him out. So that is some clean and efficient work coming out from the Ravens. And again, that is just an indication of how good their communication must be in those moments. Either way, obviously down by about 20 points. You see quite a few players are going to fall on the side of the Ravens. They're all in that back corner. Scraps on the aggression, just trying to flood him through back orange. Ends up just getting pieced out. He's going to fall. You see Classic trying to work his way on the backside. Very scattered approach, in all honesty. I'd say right there from Paris. You got Classic under Finn. You got Scrap trying to flood him through back orange, and his teammate 5, 6 seconds behind them. So maybe not the best coordinated push, and the Ravens will be happy for it. They're going to be poised up to get those final 25 seconds. Not a problem. Nice little leap. They attempt to start rotating around the map. See if they can get any sort of control.
Control is what they're trying to be looking for right now. Again, they will get the next 10 seconds, no doubt about it, but will they be able to do too much about the next hard point? Directly underneath the plane now will be our next. Alex managed to win a couple of good ones. It is a hard-fought battle. Fire wins another one. Trades once again. Is Classic going to kill Dylan? That could be the case. There it is. Trades once again, back and forth. Difficult to string them together as teams. Zero wins a big one there against Classic. Aqua trades him out. Now, who's going to trade out Aqua? It's back and forth. It truly is a game of ping pong right now. But, all things considered, they've kicked everyone off the hard point. Aqua finally goes down. Surely a nice good bit of work done. Scraps now up next to the hard point. Dylan, from way up high, manages to cut him down. Ravens now with a point for the time being, 30 seconds-ish remaining on this one. Will they be able to garner too much more? Classic looking for an angle. A nice two-piece from Aqua there. Fire finds another one. So the Ravens, their feathers have been plucked for now. Classic finds one more. Time now in the hands of Paris.
And you can just see how difficult it is on this hill just to stay alive, man. Like, it is every single quadrant of the map you can get picked apart from. You got angles of ARs you got to deal with by Shawnee. There's so much that goes on, and it's so rare that you can ever truly get the trophies you want in hill, the correct angles pushed out. It is not easy to lock down at all. Now we move on to the A Street Hill. Also not the easiest one in the world to lock down. You see the port that Alex has set up. He's underneath the plane. Hopefully you can just go back and forth and check the alley. You got Shawnee doing the same thing from over top. This plane control. This is the power position from Shawnee, right? Check the middle of the plane, check the left alley, come back out, and then help your teammates inside the actual point. I think unfortunate timing for him. He doesn't quite check it, so Aqua ends up taking that power position. You see the benefits of it. He was able to pick up two. His teammates can push out the hill, and this is clean work from Paris. Much stronger job on the A Street Hill.
Just managed to get it done with a solid 20 seconds remaining. Very, very happy to take that one. And again, London, just a bit of timing. Doesn't quite work out for them. Paris capitalizing with that. And more time going the way of Legion. I know do retake a little bit of plane control, but now you go back over towards the crate stills. This is wide open space. Very, very little cover to hide behind. Trophy systems are essential in the defense of this hill towards the south side of the map. Aqua knows that. Trying to get in position. Does not have his trophy to work with yet. Lord of Scraps. So Paris will effectively be going in this one without any protection from projectiles, and that's going to be London's saving grace for now. They do have to get in there as quick as they can. It is going to be Aqua there in the point. Classic now trying to just create some kind of disturbance. Slow the push down. Trying to sow some discord if he possibly can, but for now, Paris Legion still soaking up the hard point time. Good work from them. London's still on the offensive.
And Aqua has one job in that situation, and it is to not die. You see no trophies, though. It is incredibly problematic. If you get a trophy down in that spot, you are almost unkillable. Now Shawnee playing for the kills. Nice recognition by Fire. They sniffed him out on the cheeky little spot he was trying to play in the back, and well, get that hard point control once again. And I will say, this is a hill that is worth saving your trophies for, right? If you have one player on the map that just has it in the back pocket, he needs to make sure he gets it out on the hill. This is one that you can chain and get a full 60 on. Either way, nice job by Paris on the past two hills. Get that sort of fresh reset. Ravens have their work cut out for them yet. Seems across the board, not a single player really able to turn up and go crazy in the kills column. Take apart on a couple of these.
We talk about the kills column. Scraps is now trying to make a statement there in the kills column. Almost gets Dylan there, who managed to maybe land a headshot on the drop there. But once again, Scraps. Matty Marshall sticking it to his old teammates. Classic getting involved as well. Paris starting to look very, very dangerous as the Legion advances. This other point's basically been theirs from start to finish. The remaining 30 seconds, there will be a contest here. And well played by Aqua to take care of Zero, who was trying to hit the flank, trying to secure spawns. London, they are spawning way, way out. The far left-hand side of the map, that's where number 7-0 came from, and that's where they're going to respawn. Oh no, there is a change. Number 4, number 1. Oh, Charles, explain what's happening.
Well, you get enough pressure on the right side of the map, eventually you're going to be blocking those spawns once you cross about that front NASA tail portion of the map. And well, with enough time on P1, that does force the players to spawn out. And now Ravens, because the new hill is popped, they start spawning on the top right side of the map. You have Fire, looks like potentially going for some spawn kills, but he's going to get traded out. Now Paris again, this is where you need to take your time or just get the back spawns and play nice and aggressive. As soon as the Ravens start spawning out on the top left, they know that the bottom right is open. There's a lot of corners you have to be concerned about, but either way, Alex knows the deal, able to pick up one. Now he's trying to get the help on his teammate. 2 men inside the point. Classic wins that final gunfight, and that is the 1v1 for the hill. More breathing room for Paris at 70-point lead.
And what a brawl that was. Again, you see how important the spawns are on this hill. That backside of the map is absolutely wild. Nope. Ravens managed to salvage some of this time. Up comes in for the quick and immediate dispatch there. Back over to underneath the plane we go. Scraps trying to clear out that top position again. We know how much of a power spot it can be. He goes 1v1 against Alex. 18 and 15 overall. He is playing fantastically so far. Right place, right time. Again, now on the hunt for the players in off spawn. He may have just exposed himself though. It looks like he will be safer now. Again, Alex spawn right behind him. There's a potential there for disaster, but he manages to get across the map quite quickly. And now you've got multiple members of Paris Legion locking down the bottom side of the map. They're geared up for the next one as well. Very, very much in advance. But if they can hold this lane down, they can hold this position chance. I mean, this is a decent chunk of time to be won.
It's not bad, but again, you can just see the difficulties of trying to lock it down for a substantial amount of time. Alex wins a nice one underneath the hill, but even look at the spawns, right? Like, you just have number 4, Fire. He spawns top left. His teammates are spawning out bottom right. And Ravens, to their credit, doing a great job of being very aware of every single situation that can occur. It is difficult to manage. 15 seconds left on this hill, 0. He just wants to play his life and wrap it up. You can see the rest of the Ravens starting to work their way towards this next hill. Say any early advantage on this new point will be towards the Ravens because Shawnee is nearby. Obviously can't be anyone's game because again, on checkmate, all about those angles.
Keep the tractor out. All about them angles. Back over towards the A Street we now go, and it's a wonderful Parisian kill feed. All 4 of them lighting up there, and again, you're going to see London spawning out, but not too far away. They are going to funnel now straight on through this back alleyway. With gunshot stations, you break right on through that green wall just beside the hard point. They cut that player down easily. It was Fire now. Scraps trying to hit the flank. Slow these players down off spawn. It's going to be 0 up first. Gets the kill nicely done. He's going to look for a few more from that back position while Fire tries to find the hard point time. Alex with a cheeky contest spot from quite far out. Here comes the engagement. In and out they go. And it's going to be Fire, who just about comes out on top, finds himself a second on a wounded 0. And with that, the hard point still lies in the hands of Paris.
And you can see Paris, by the way, while Scraps is in the back, he gets tucked down, but still Aqua is working his way in the back. Gets the kill on Dylan, and the spawn flip is in. Shout out to Scraps for setting that one up. Maybe a couple errant players for the Ravens trying to stay alive, but now this is it, right? You got 23 points to win the game. This is a hill you can get a full 60 on. Don't see or hear any trophies, so that might be delicate for Aqua, but you see where they're landing those nades. They don't think he's going to be in this corner, but Shawnee snips him out, gets the kill, and they save the game for just a moment. Shawnee by himself, the trophy, really his only friend.
Oh, and his friend's gone, and with that, he's all alone. A nice bit of a battle there from Fire, finds himself 2 more, and that's it. 2 members now of Paris Legion in the hard point, the final 10 seconds here for the win. Classic, looking down the left flank, he just picked up. There's an iron opening, Alex finds himself 2, 0's there as well. 1 second remains. There's a quick contest. Fire will go down, and I will say it's 2:49. It's not over just yet. London have got the hard point for the next 20 seconds, give or take. But you have to contest perfectly. This is it. No more mistakes. Otherwise, we're going to a game 5. London can close it out here, but it's got to be absolutely perfect. Alex now top lane control. We go back to the very centre of the plane. Aqua now line up on the right-hand side. Back on the left. There's a big shot from Alex. Over them quickly to Fire we go, and London have burst into life. They have to hold this hard point absolutely perfectly, and there's been a split spawn. Aqua's on the left-hand side, a pinch now developing, as Scraps gets in on the contest. The nades are there, they've had to leave the hard point for a brief moment, still contesting this one, and it is as close as it can possibly come. There's the final bullets. Paris Legion just about pushed that player off the hard point, and with that chance, we've got a game 5.
Game 5 on the horizon, Miles. You asked for it, you get it. And I will say, Scraps making the plays towards the end, again, getting those spawns for Backwood, even though he falls, right? We watched him go on the flank, pick up the kill on 0, and he's hiding in back green, and he at least gets that player weak enough that is, I think it was Fire or Aqua, whoever it was, able to come through, clean him up, flip the map on its head, and get that guarantee. So Paris in the hard points, man. Doing a very nice job. Seems like they extend that quite a bit. Essentially, it's comparison to the control.
Yeah, control's a little bit iffy, but I don't know, there, Paris is their hard points look pretty good. With checkmate tough, but that's a wild match. Quick look at the stats here. Again, that was quite the battle. What a war was waged there on checkmate. And again, as far as the kills department go, Fire going very big there with 31-26, 29-23 there for Aqua and Scraps, 26-20, very influential plays across the board there, but lovely stuff in the round. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves another game. Game 5, we will be descending upon Miami, South Beach. Apparently is under some kind of like, maybe a terrorist attack, some kind of prison break. There's like these trucks turned over from the correctional facilities. I don't know what's going on there, but all I know, Game 5, coming up after this quick break. We won't be very comfortable wherever you are. Our first series of the Kickoff Classic here on Sunday is almost finished. One exciting conclusion remains. Don't go too far, go a little bit. Come right back. Big games.
The Call of Duty League is presented by Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Brought to you by USAA Insurance, auto, renters and home insurance that's made to help the military community protect what they've worked hard for.
The 2020 CDL season was a hell of a way to kick things off. But the 2021 season is set to prove what's old is new again. We go in our time machine, taking a step out of Modern Warfare and stepping into 1984 and the Cold War. Here's a look at everything that's new in the CDL in 2021. With a new year comes a new title. Black Ops Cold War is sure to deliver old school action and brand new badassery. The League will be switching from console to PC, replacing domination with control as the third game mode, and switching the League format so that every team will be at every event. But the biggest change of all might be going back in time yet again. The CDL is switching from 5 starters to 4v4, promising cleaner action, more space for miraculous plays, and oh so much more. With the shrunk rosters, Rostermania was sure to be wild, and it did not disappoint. Our 2020 champs, the Dallas Empire, bid farewell to their veteran leader Clayster, now on the New York Subliners, who, in turn, said goodbye to the duo of attach and accuracy. FaZe added fan favourite Arcity to rejoin the Tiny Terrors. Rocker and Legion went full sail and changed 100% of their roster, while the Surge and Guerrillas, looking to reverse their fortunes, kept only one player from last year's squad. And that's just a small taste of the new faces in new places. Chicago welcomed back an old pal in Dashi. Speaking of old friends, Scump and the boys are back to sitting atop the Green Wall as Chicago completed their rebrand, taking back the Optic name. Whilst last year's Optic LA saw Nadeshot come back into the fold, bringing the Thieves brand back to competitive COD. So, There is a new game, new players, new teams, new memes, new game modes, new PCs, and so much more to get excited about. 2021 has looked to the history books to usher in a new badass era, and we can't wait to get it started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic. It's now Game 5 between the London Royal Ravens and Paris Legion. We've gone the distance, and it's only fitting for our European rivalry. We hope you're enjoying the show. We hope you're very comfortable wherever you are in the world. We know there's some sort of American sporting event taking place right now that seems to have Twitter very excited, but I don't care about that. All about Call of Duty here, boys and girls. Now, Chance, how you doing, mate?
Doing all right, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, mate. Doing fantastic. Ready for this Game 5. We're going to Miami. I'm going to keep you on your toes, you know. Just got to throw in the same old questions at you every time. Come on, brother. It's a new year, baby. We've got to stay fresh. But yeah, man, if we've got Miami Search and Destroy, this should be very interesting. We're not running smokes. We're not running snipes right now. What the hell's going to happen?
But that's a great question. And also, like, will we see an A hit at all? Or maybe we'll see more A hits without the snipes just because, like, I don't know, breaking into, like, the B side is just going to be difficult. Maybe just some bully out strats, maybe a lot of aggression up the top piano, really on offense or defense. It'll be interesting, but yeah, trying to play this map with no smokes, that is a delicate process, to say the least. The number of angles you have at any given point of the map. I mean, the map is huge. If you want to play the back of the map, you can. There's 37 angles to watch every single thing you could possibly want. So it'll really be interesting, honestly, to see what these players have cooked up. Honestly, it might turn into a situation where one team is much more prepared than the other. See if that's the case, but I would be prepared for it.
I mean, look, I'm just excited to see Miami. This is one of the most fun maps in Cold War, without doubt. I mean, we're hitting the neon lights, we've got a bit of the beach action. I mean, this is a very, very large playing space as well. So let's see how we go. Bomb in the hand of Dylan. We're going to see London on offense first. Like a three-man stack on the defense there for Paris Legion in on towards B. One lone member over towards that A-bomb site. Very, very even spread here from the London Royal Ravens. And Paris Legion are like, look, there may be one or two guys here. Let's just push it. Classics out on the hunt. Down by the lower side of the docks there. Has not spotted anyone just yet, and a chance with a minute left on the clock. We get an Arklov peak vibes here.
I was honestly thinking the exact same thing. And keep in mind, you got number 7 on that Aqua. The bomb is more likely to go to A. He's so far in the back and Classic on the flank. That is bomb down already. Zero does get the trade on Aqua. So, hey, the A site's open. Unfortunately, you don't have the bomb. And by the time you pick it up, you see the route Classic's going to. He's going to be a pop. This might just be the devastating position that it is. There's kill number 2 for him. Maybe he gets shot in the back and cleaned up, or actually not even. Shawnee can't find him in time. There is basically no time on the clock to make any sort of play for the Ravens.
Yep. 20 seconds is all they've got. Shawnee chasing after Ghost. Classic is long, long gone. Sure, does manage to win one. It's a 2v2 with just about 15 seconds remaining. But again, so far spread these players are. And 4! Classic gets himself one more. That's going to be 3. If he can kill Zero, I mean, that's it. It's going to be the ace. But at this point in time, Zero's in a lot of trouble. He does get the shot through, and it looks like Classic may have netted the ace in round 1.
I mean, that is genuinely, he didn't even need his teammates for the help. Maybe for the final kill, because that's like a cross-match beam on a guy that's like top AC, so the help is nice, but he basically just goes on the full flank, shoots a player in the back, goes to the top balcony, shoots a player in the back, goes to driveway, shoots a player in the front. Like, it is just clean work, and it was honestly somewhat of a strange setup by the Ravens. You see, it seemed like Alex was responsible for the B push out, and it is unfortunate for him that his stuns and nades never gave him information, but either way, if you're ever in a spot where the bomb is down, there's 30 seconds left on the clock in the middle of the map, and no one's nearby, not the ideal position to put yourself in.
Let's see if we can see some comparison on offense. It looks like a faster hit towards me, but I mean, Ravens got the same idea. Top piano, hello! Dylan's going to find the trades. He's in a bit of trouble though. Nice take and push his flow back. Dylan! Whoa! Up over the top! Not a single given. He flies at Scraps, gets himself another one. Just like that, it's now a 1 versus 3.
Scraps on the receiving end of something I'm sure he witnessed Dylan do multiple times throughout the years. Dylan does not have fear in his heart. Honestly, for fire, 1v3 would be wonderful if he could pull it off, but again, you're not even running towards where the actual bomb is. I'm not saying I have great advice for how to clutch a 1v3 in this situation. Not looking like a spot where he's trying to put himself in a winning position. He's maybe just looking for an air and kill it too. And well, Zero's going to spot him out. This is a good luck, have fun. Nothing cooking for him as well.
Yeah. Look at the video.
I do like what do we talk about in these moments? Like he's again, not that it's easy for him to win this round in these sliders. There's a 1% chance to pull it off, but literally not even try. Just running to the opposite corner of the map where the bomb is. But hey, shout out to Dylan. He'll get the best play of the game. We're gonna see it from this point.
Yeah, this was the old like it's nice utility. Hey buddy. Nice. Great work there with the AK for you. I was gonna say in that moment, what we could do is time how long it takes, was it Shawnee and Dylan to make it from like back hotel all the way over to the beach for like Simon for a foot race, man. It's taking their sweet time. It's a big old map. And again, trying to do that while being very conscious that fire could pick up their shots on you from seemingly any angle. Miami's got people a little spooked. Here we go. It's going to be a headbutt and on towards the B-bomb site. Shawnee lead the charge, AK in hand. Perhaps going to get the trophy down for a moment, but here comes the utility. Zero does get cleaned up from the back. Beautiful shots at range there from Classic with a submachine gun. Dylan gets cut down as well. Nice bit of work. Classic finds himself one more, so it's going to be a very difficult situation for Alex now. And a 1 versus 4 can't even get it done. Classic finds himself 3.
And they're just getting picked apart. And honestly, I don't even like the strats necessarily that are getting set up. Like if you're going to bully out and send 3 players to top piano, you got to make something happen. But Classic again, he's going for the exact same type of flank, and they're just not dealing with it. Like in my mind, if you want to go to like this B-bomb site, just meet the players. Like go out towards that outer docks heady. It's one of the best head glitches in the game. Meet the player at docks over towards garage. Like you don't have to fly in and get yourself killed. Yeah, I don't even know if the Ravens players were sending nades over from top piano down the alley to potentially get information or slow them down, but offense apparently seems to be a pretty big struggle for at least the Ravens. We'll see if Paris can make it happen. They're going for a more standard push towards B. A couple players around front side piano. They're getting the information. And even number 8, by the way, keeping the Classic sort of spot contained. Of course, though, first one from
I mean, I was going to say, the position Arco was in from the driveway, mate. He must have seen all 3 of them come down the street. They must have got tagged up by him. So kudos to the Ravens for surviving as long as they did in that situation. 2v3 now, Classic with a bomb. Take the slow way back towards B, but what he said, Shawnee's also trying to make a move. Now managed to reach the back alleyway. That's going to be just at the front of the business, crossing the street. There's the shots from Aqua, from that's the top side of the hotel, top side of the large, like the balcony. Again, what is enough of a distraction? Look at the mini-map. Ravens have taken the bait. They're pushing back over towards A, and they're gone too far. They've got, well, once the bomb goes down, they get themselves about 20 seconds to cross the map. And another 20 seconds to win the gunfights and get the defuse. Here we go. Got a budget,
I would say, just to get us out of the way. In my mind, there's no way you lose this round if you get the bomb plant back. You have to screw up pretty massively. Nice corner coming in from Fire. He finds the first kill. 1v3 for 0. And again, even just looking at Aqua's positioning, if things ever get dicey, he can just wrap back towards the docks heady, check bomb. It is as free as you can possibly get. You're able to find one pick, Fire's in the back, but again, just simply nothing you can do. So out-rotated in that regard. They got baited by the potential A push coming through, but honestly, just like what I saw. Just like right from the get-go, again, Ravens have been sort of stacking up in the middle of the map. This time, even on offense, Paris are responding to it. They spot out the players that cross front piano. You're doing that from underneath the balcony. And the most important thing is you still had Fire, still playing over towards the dock side of things, because that's the part of the map that has been hurting the Ravens the most, where Classic just keeps pushing through.
Classic has been a non-stop news. We go, Ravens.
9-2.
Yeah, Ravens are going to commit hard to this one. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. There's the third. Tags from the Fire, makes his way forward. Alex is on the hunt. Potential there to deal a bit more damage. Shawnee's got the jump up covered. This should be a plant. A slightly difficult retake is a 2v4 right now for Paris Legion. But here we go. Fire just the top of Zero's head gone. That is a wonderful way to get it started. Aqua's going to catch Dylan in the street. London, they're playing their numbers, but the numbers are dwindling. It's a 2v2 now. Aqua could slide on in. Into the Paramount, potentially deal the damage to Alex. Checks the corner. Alex manages to scoop them both up. And finally, the Ravens managed to stop what could have been a very dangerous round there for them.
You can look right here towards the end. I thought the stun check might have gotten him in trouble. It looked like the player knew exactly what corner he's in, but quite a few things to check. But either way, much better job on offense from the Ravens. Just going for the bully strat. Just meet them at top piano. I have to imagine a ton of rounds on Miami are going to be decided on that fact, especially without the snipers. Just who wins that top piano fight. Just who can get that little power position off the rip. Of course, though, Paris once again on the attack. Very similar setup, right? Scraps is watching that front piano cross. If anyone does, that's where Aqua is going to be posted up driveway to respond to. Classic. He knows. He's been the one punishing it. Not give up this garage control. Throw these out. You know, he's going to
Punishing them. Push that on site. He does have teammates to help him out, but again, through those little windows of the front seats fans, Classic is rip him. Damage really dealt. Back and forth he goes. Work from Classic. Trying to find the smallest of angles to work with it. Here comes the push from top bar. Top pianos to get back to get Liddy, and it's going to be Scraps trying to make something happen here. Waiting for the nades. Trying to just find some information, showing it at the very back there of the alleyway. Now bringing his guns forward. Trying to find something. Scraps gets the first blood here in the battle. 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and there's going to be Shorty trying to get involved. Heavily tagged, brought down there by Fire. Wonderful work. Fire finds another one. Dylan can't quite get it down. It's all on a 1v3 situation. And all over the bomb site. There is 20 seconds left. Zero is about to run into a world of hurt. We'll get the bomb down relatively safely. The trophy is going to make this much, much harder, and Aqua's going to be able to challenge this one. All they have to do is hold him back. 1v3 chance. It's nigh on impossible. Let's see what Zero's got. Hello.
the same thing. Yeah, I was saying, like, there's almost nothing. Just gets hunted down and dropped. And honestly, just another clean, inefficient round from Paris. They took their sweet time. You got two players up top piano. You got two players working their way through the garage. They made sure to get the timing perfectly. They waited for Classic and Fire, I believe it was, to get like control of the vans, to start forcing those players a little bit farther back. That's when Scraps makes the push out from top piano and starts attacking those steps. Massive gunfight that he was able to get that first blood. Then they're playing from a man down, and that is a 2v4 on site. The Ravens would have had to pull off after the first blood comes through. Obviously, Zero going on that late flank. Not an easy spot to be in. Nice little 4-2 lead from Paris, who, well, now they've responded. They got Shawnee. He's watching the garage push out, so much fewer concerns about Classic finding his way through. Of course, without bullying out top piano, they are waiting to find a pick. Paris over.
Paris potential for individual engagements all across the map at this point. But we really need a one streak. Find something. He finds the trophy system. Light engagement there. Dylan's had to retreat. Classic shots from downrange there and Fire at the very, very back of the alleyway, making this difficult. A lot of angles covered here on the B side. Sean's approach is going to have to be clear. Has to be a decisive win. Oh, it's a big shot from Scraps. He takes a lot of damage though, and here comes the play. London are committing. The angles once again though, the trades are there. Fire's going to get it. Now Zero's bringing himself all the way in from the side of South Beach, now towards the garage. He's going to do what he can to get involved in the fight. He may get there a little bit late. Also Aqua now bringing the reinforcements up. Scraps versus Dylan now. Heavily tagged. Dylan on the trade. Oh, no chance. Fire brings the Diamatti now to the fight. He's going to get that one. Final 10 seconds. Zero's got to hop the fence. Find 1, 2 kills. Maybe if he can, but that's a great round from Paris. Legion chance. The angles were truly covered. And that's it. Match point.
Really was. The angles being covered is really the key thing, because obviously he's Scraps. He's in the most delicate spot by a mile, being under those steps. And, well, if you try to creep up and push him out, you're going to be exposed to Fire, who is in that back alley. And again, that really just comes down to, it's the exact same as last round. If Scraps just doesn't get that first blood kill, the round can go completely different. But as soon as he secures it on Shawnee, it makes it that much easier. It goes from maybe a 50-50-ish round to an 80-20 kind of thing. So Scraps putting in a little bit of work. He only has 2 kills, but by God, Miles, that's important.
It's so important, dude. They're the most, like, incredibly important kills. Whew, here we go. 3-man pushing towards B, as is tradition. No love for that A-bomb site by the bicycle store. Fire. Low approach once again. Classic back to the same old goal. No trophies this time to stop anything being thrown their way, and London have got that top piano control. No trophies though in that situation either. So again, I mean, you've got to be careful. Not everyone has thrown their utilities and their lethals, so check good. Probably with the angle now. The Evermore Hotel. It's classic. Oh my word. Almost quite literally shot the nade out of his hand. Slight change now from Paris France, but just sort of ruffling a little bit. Is this going to be it? Here comes the wind up. They're going for it. Classic and Scraps moving their way forward. Fire now. Guns up. This is aggressive. Shorty though from down low, lane prone. The oldest trick in the book. Finds one. Still the exchanges. Slowly but surely. Trades start to work through. Surely he lives to fight another day with a little bit of help from Dylan there from up high. Scraps now trying to get involved. Dylan anxious that the push may be coming in from behind. In the streets though, it's going to be Zero versus Aqua, and that's going to be the easy kill. Scraps last man left alive with 10 seconds remaining. Honestly, go for the bomb. There it is.
Spot 3. And that's honestly just, it's such a tough round. Like, you only have, if you go into this B site, a few options, especially if you don't have piano control and you're forced to just flood through garage. You'd be worried about back alley, in the hotel where Shawnee's going to be, behind the vans, jumping over half wall, in the corner, on apples. It's just a laundry list of things that can be problematic for you. In the spots you have to put yourself in, to even take these gunfights, you're always going to be worried about getting shot from 2 or 3 different players. So, not bullying out for that top piano is incredibly difficult. And again, not having these snipers is that much trickier. Ravens on the attack. They're going straight through mid, potentially to A. Aqua, massive first blood. Stops that push in its tracks. And you can see no one pushing up the beach to even force Aqua out. He's just big chilling back by visitor center.
Yeah, this is the perfect read for now. Minute left on the clock again. Problems with such large maps, you must be decisive. Alex is waiting for someone to make a mistake here, but you are burning the clock literally. Any opportunity to make a big play here. Classic tagged up heavily. Give London the thought now to maybe make a bit of a run. But again, the angle's covered right now by Paris Legion. They are eliminating their options without at least an exchange of gunfire. You're going to get into a fight no matter what happens. But we're going away. They may have slipped the net there. I think Paris, they've definitely caught a whiff of something. The spidey senses are tingling, but there's no guarantee. Again, you have to go. 20 seconds remaining. Alex is down with the bomb. This could be it. Zero's got a lot of work to do. Shawnee making his way through the middle of the map. 1 kill is good for now. 13 seconds. Bomb's going to be grabbed. You've got to get straight on top of this one now for Zero. The final 10 seconds, he has to plant the bomb. Unless Shawnee can get 3 kills, but God knows, at this point in time, it's nearly impossible. Is that going to be the arm? It is. Just in the nick of time. Classic will easily be able to dispatch Shawnee. And it's a 1v3 now for Zero. And that is that.
What was that? Seems like their audio's fucking up.
A second too late. That just makes things impossible. You can pick up the bomb, you're going to be exposed. Classic is sitting in like hotel number 3 that's on this map that you'd be concerned about. Too many angles, too much to do. That was maybe 3 rounds for the Ravens on offense where they just never had enough time to make things work.
Who's LA? Paris Legion start the kickoff classic fantastically with a 3-2 win there, getting it done in game 5. Lots of fun to be had, but hey man, Miami's an interesting one to watch. And again, I'm excited to see what happens when he gets promoted to match back again. That opens up one more options tactically. But Mac Classic, what a fantastic performance from him, whether it was the ace in the first round or just his general ruckus he caused all across the map. 10 and 6 overall against Scraps, who brought it up. 3 and 5, 2 of those kills were incredibly important, round-winning kills. Big fan score there. And again, very, very interesting to see what Miami looks like. You're really in the competitive world now. And again, it's a very handsome-looking map. I'm a fan of what it looks like. Playing it now, we're going to see how it evolves and changes over the course of the entire season. But chance, that's it. London Royal Ravens, we were down to 2-2. Paris Legion, very, very exciting. That first series done. We have the Battle of the North coming up next. But before we get to that, tough play of the game, mate. It has to be the ace from Classic. It has to. It was just Perfect. Wonderful maneuvering around the map. It's no better way to get it done. I mean, you didn't take a whole lot of damage the entire game. One fight, right?
I think it just sets the tone even for the map, right? Like if the first round, that's the kind of thing that happens to you, where one player just goes in and picks you apart. I mean, immediately till the end of time, you just have to be so much more concerned about the flank. You're questioning your setups, because I think even the falling round on defense, Classic does the exact same thing and still has success, and that plays a part in those final rounds where you're thinking like, all right, we keep going to B, Classic keeps handling us. Now you try to go through the middle of the map, and Aqua's there waiting. So I think Paris, honestly, outside of the garrison control, they look fantastic the whole way through. Both of the hard points were pretty clean. And the S&D, even though they lost the first checkmate, you can see that at the very least, they have the standard stuff down on top of the own little flavor that guys like Classic were able to throw in the mix.
A lot of flavor there, a lot of seasoning, good spices, France, lovely food. Experience that. On your recommend one day when all this opens up, get the shot. Before we get into our next series, we still have another house to do, of course, the Battle of the North coming up next. Classic, Kickoff Classic Day 2, it's about halfway, more or less, as we get into this one. There are some challenges fun to talk about. Again, we've got more news coming your way today. Again, the Kickoff Classic, not the official start of the CDL, but we get in there. 20 weekend cup tournaments across North America, Europe, and APAC. And again, that includes 5 open events during the team majors. So, lots to be played for this season with challenges, a huge amount of money on the line, and of course the elite season. The newest addition to the Challenges 2021 season across North America and Europe. Another $500,000 prize pool. Incredible. That elite schedule there on your screen, season 1 to 5, running from February the 6th all the way through July 14th. Get those dates in your calendars, aspiring Call of Duty players. And again, the Challenges, it is definitely a path into the professional scene. Fireboy players made his way through there. Again, we've got Diamond Con from the New York Subliners, another player coming in through those academy teams. Get in the Challenges, grind it out, try to get the attention of those team scouts. Who knows? We could be screaming your name over a piece of gameplay in the near future. Isn't that right, John?
Yeah, that would be a great time. And again, just the number of players and talent that are out there, we're expecting that to happen this year. Like I will almost say as a definitive fact, there will be players from the Challengers replacing. No idea who it's going to be, because honestly, I think one thing we've learned from today and yesterday is all of these teams, even the ones we're expecting to be at the bottom of like the power rankings, the standings, whatever it's going to be, are still strong and still look good and are still putting in clinical work, at least on some of these maps. So the competition is going to be an all-time high for the Pro League, on top of Challengers that has the exact same cadence behind it as well. So it's going to be a fun year, and I don't even know how to predict things. A lot of weird things are going to happen.
A lot of weird things indeed. Well, that's all for us for now as we get ready for the Battle of the North coming up next. But before that, after the break, Lottie will be talking to Scraps for Paris Legion. Catch up about that fun series. Don't go anywhere. More Kickoff Classic right after this. Coffee.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Anyone take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky with a cold wind blow. With feet down as the feedback falls. Looking high on the frozen road. Swift and night
1 hour to go.
Hello everybody, by Scraps from Paris Legion. Scraps mate, you're back. It's very good to see you again on our screens. It's a brand new season. I'm so excited to see what you are going to be doing with your team in the regular season. But for now, we've just seen an epic warm-up match against London Royal Ravens, where you were previously at last season. Talk to me about the roster adjustment you've had. You've jumped ship in Europe. You're on Paris now. You've got new teammates. And we've also gone back to 4v4. So how has that adjustment been for you?
Obviously it's something really new to me. I'm playing with three guys I barely even spoke to before this all happened. So yeah, it is something new. I'm really enjoying it though. These guys are dope. All three of them want to get better, and every single day is a grind. So I'm enjoying working with these guys, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the season.
Love that. Love the attitude, mate. And obviously you can see that the chemistry is already starting to build up there based on the results that we've seen today. So obviously you've had your first warm-up match back on competitive Call of Duty. Loving what we were seeing there. Talk to me about how that first warm-up went for you guys as a team.
We started off really well, and then in map 2 and 3, my body just started crumbling on me. I'm not gonna lie, I was sweating out. I didn't eat today. I always say to the team, the guys, that my number one rule is before I get online, I have to eat. And today, I was an idiot, didn't do so, and nearly bit us in the arse. So I'm glad they pulled me through it at the end and managed to win 3-2 versus that team I used to play for, which is great feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Scraps, I don't know what you're doing, mate. You need to get some grub in you. Where's the meals at? We need to get the deliveries on board when we're getting into game day. We don't want to see that regular season, mate.
My easy broke. I woke up and it's not working, so I've had a mare and everyone knows I can't cook, but it won't happen again.
Hey, look, we all have those days. We all have those days, man. And hey, we had a warm up today for that, so we've let that to rest. That's in bed now. We can focus on regular season. But it's so good to have you back on our screens, man.
Okay.
And I'm sure you've probably been watching some of the games this weekend, and you've kind of got to see what some of the teams are made of. Is there any teams in particular you're looking forward to facing up in the regular season? Anyone you've got your eye on?
No, not really. Don't mind playing against anyone really. Love playing against all these teams. Obviously that was a good feeling beating them through what went down last year. We won't get into that though. But obviously that was a nice little warm up for the season versus those pasties. I'm excited for the season.
Love it. It's always good catching up with you, Scraps. Thank you so much. Go get some food now, okay? Off you go. Thank you so much, Scraps. Well, that's going to do it for us here in our first game of the day. It's here at the Kicks On Classic. Up next, though, we do have a battle for you. Battle of the North. That'll be coming up.
Want to fuel up like the pros? Buy Game Fuel today at GameFuel.com. Tournament audio and team listen-ins are powered by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League.
Take your Call of Duty League experience to the next level.
Tune in by watching our elite competitive players and earn while you watch.
He's gonna challenge for the third, not a fourth, but one appliance.
And earn rewards throughout the season. Get an upgraded viewing experience with higher bit rates and superior chat features.
It's all gonna come down to the rotation, ultra, or now what position and
Well,
this out.
how can I get all these amazing drops, you say? It takes less than 30 seconds. Simply go to youtube.com/account_sharing. Click on Connect to link your YouTube account with your Activision account. Then click Continue. You'll be asked to provide your Activision login credentials. Alternatively, you can log in with your PlayStation, Xbox, or Battle.net account. Click Sign In. Once you've signed in, you'll be asked to share your information securely with YouTube. Check the box and click Authorize. You are now connected and eligible to receive drops. Play Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, watch the league on YouTube, earn rewards, and level up. Call of Duty League 2021, fight for the call.
Major news this year for watching Call of Duty League matches. You can earn in-game rewards like exclusive emblems, calling cards, weapon stickers, and charms, and way more. Follow those steps to link your account and start earning on opening weekend, February 11. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to put forth your favorite purple clothing and get involved now in the battle for the North. We've got Minnesota Rocker going against Toronto Ultra. It's going to be great, Chance. You're not a Rocker fan. I suppose we're a fan of all the teams, but you're a Minnesota a bit of a fan there because you live there, right?
I lived there for a while. Yeah, I come from the land of the ice and snow. Love the chilly weather. But no, I am genuinely a fan of the organization, of the players. They built a team last year that was incredibly professional, that started off strong, yada, yada, yada. But even this year, it's a team that when you first look at it, you're like, okay, like that's good. But then the more you think about it, it just kind of like dawns on you, like that team might be disgusting. Like there's so much potential, and I think it really is a team that S&D is going to be incredibly crucial for them. But you start to see the parts and like, there's like a thesis around the organization and design of this team. I'm excited to see how it plays out because it's going to be a great deal of fun.
Mate, fun is what we're here for, and I'm with you there. I'm with you. I think there's a lot of fun to be had with this roster. A lot of fun. But again, we talk about roster mania. It's one of the few teams who went for a complete revamp. A little video piece here. I get to talk about it themselves.
Dr. X goes to the bench, which I think shocked a lot of people. He was one of the best players in the game, and then when you struggle like that, the team struggles, it's probably hard to deal with.
What started out as a really strong year for Minnesota ends up being not so good.
I think the community reaction to the new Minnesota roster was a bit mixed.
People were like, oh, it's going to be a slow team. Who's going to be their star player?
I did not think someone like Priesta was going to be available whatsoever.
I actually came last into the equation.
He is an absolute steal and a guy that can be your franchise player, so I think getting him is huge.
I really don't think it was, we're getting this duo, and putting them together. I think that's just kind of how things worked out. Most people on the roster are very underrated players. Accuracy, Major Maniac, Priesta, all champions.
I like the squad a lot. I think they have the pieces to be a really good team. Are they going to be winning a lot of home series? No, I don't think so.
The talent is there for each of us, and I'm just super happy and confident going into next year.
New Look Rocker reborn from Ragnarok last year, and I must admit, Chance, mate, I think this is a very, very sound roster. I was a fan from the moment they announced. I think the roles are very, very well defined, and I truly think this could be a fantastic team. Mate, let's get the microphone glass out. Let's get a real deep dive in this one. Let's have a look at Major Maniac and of course Priesta. These are two of the players that are, again, we can go deep on any of these players, but right now those two, they're the ones I really want to talk about. You know, talk about Major Maniac for me. Well, honestly, one of the original Tiny Terrorists. I'm talking going back to like the Gen G days, like early days of BO4. Like he is an absolute unit. I'm a big, big fan of Major Maniac and Priesta as well. Massive difference maker for the 100 Thieves roster during the BO4 season and during MW, an absolute weapon. And I think it's hard to get around the fact that like the roster that they were on last year, the Atlanta FaZe team, it was very, very difficult for either of them to shine. But individually, these are two incredible players that really make a big difference.
I mean, Priesta is one of the most complete players we have in the league. He needs to run a sub, he can do that. AR, he can do that. Snipe, he can do that. Be a play, whatever needs to be done on the map, Priesta can be one of the best in the world at it. He makes, like, the players around him, it makes their job so much easier to have a guy like Priesta on your team. And on the flip side for Major Maniac, almost the same kind of thing. Like, he'll just do whatever the team needs. If he needs to get 2.5 minutes of hill time, take 3.5 gunfights because the rest of the teammates are killing everything,
that's fine by him. But again, this year, especially with 4v4 and with this team, I'm looking at the search and destroy. I want Major Maniac to just like dig to his roots, be the ultimate playmaker, be a wizard in the game mode, and be the guy that's either getting all the first bloods, clutching, or whatever it's going to be. He can be a mastermind at it, and that is what I think is going to be required by this roster to have a great deal of success this year. It's all about that game 3 and 5.
Love it. Game 3 5, eyes on the search and destroy for Rocker, but the other half of the Rocker equation here, of course, accuracy and patch. Two players who have been around the block many times, and of course this team has great stuff from them. You know, the York sub-liners, they've been a fun so well from the start this season, and I think these are two guys that complement them really well. You've got a great aggressive sub pair there, increased game and patch, and accuracy, a fantastic in-game reader, a brilliant assault rifle player. You know, there's a kind of a swings and roundabouts for people, the fans who are like, oh, accuracy's so slow, and other players are like, no, bro, accuracy is still, he's such a good player. I mean, definitely, there is a fantastic middle ground that just shows, you know, a solid player who adds a lot of value to whatever team he's on. I'm a big accuracy fan, and I'm excited to see what they bring this season.
And really, I think what we've seen from just like the game, from Black Ops Cold War this year, is it's a systematic approach that you need to take to all of these hardpoint rotations. There is an X, Y, and Z of things that need to be accomplished. That type of structure is where a player like Accuracy is going to thrive, where a player like Attach is just used to it from back in the day. Like, even if they had the tagline of big, slower players, the game is just slower. Like, in individual gunfights, things might get crazy fast, but when it comes to those structured setups, I can see the potential, man. Like, I really can. I'm excited to watch the Rocker play. And of course, on the bottom of the screen where you got Toronto Ultra, well, one of two teams that they just kept their entire roster together from last year. We've seen them win chips last year. We know they're capable of having success. It's just a matter of seeing exactly how they look on this new game with 40.
Yeah, very, very interested to see how this squad looks in 44, but we'll get to them in a moment. Now, time to get into our first map of this series. I'm going to go back to Garrison Hardpoints. It seems to be the only map we play, Chance. There's a decent pool. We've got a decent pool of maps. Here we go, though. Garrison up first. The Battle of the North begins. Will we crown a king here? I mean, we can crown a preliminary king, I think, in the kickoff classic. Who's going to be king of the North?
We can do whatever we want.
We can, mate. Let's face
We can
it.
just say stuff. It's fine.
We can say whatever we want. I've got the beat button at the ready. All sorts of stupid voices ready to rock and roll throughout the season. Strap yourself in, friends. It's going to be a lot of fun. But so far, so good. Toronto Ultra playing their way through. The first 15 seconds of the hardpoint are gone, but they're going to get themselves a little bit of that. And Kleenex, the Great Dane, already gets himself a kill off the rip. And so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing, man.
Oh, that's actually wonderful, too. You actually had 3 arrows. As soon as they took down that player over towards Brick, everyone just whipped around, did the 180. Went back towards looking at the hill. So the spawn flipped from the Ultra already there. This is the setup that they want to have. Of course, the hill time, a little bit more important for the moment than the actual setup. Accuracy, trying to work his way into the hill. He's going to love to do this sort of thing. Put himself in these power positions is actually going over towards where that A control point is. A little bit of clearance to potentially move out. Attach playing up on the close corner. They're just waiting for these kills to come in front of them. There's the first. Bans get straight out by Attach. The patient plays coming in. Of course, while that's going on, you actually see the spawns coming out right now from Minnesota Rocker. So again, just this clean and efficient work. Methods is trapped in the hill, taken down. Beautiful, beautiful job done to get through on P2.
Attached with 5 kills in a row there. He's sitting at 5 and 1. A nice way to get it done. Kleenex gets cut down from the middle, bounce from the top to Sky Tank. Tippity top of that one, he managed to find one. And Minnesota Rocker still making their way through this hard point time handily. 30 seconds remaining. We are going to see another wind-up attack now from Toronto Ultra. We see them through the middle of the map being slowed down. It's Major Maniac here, doing what he can to make sure that the approach is as slow as possible. That hard point time ticking. Rocker trying to walk away with this one very slowly, but again, you've got to see that middle of the map. That's where those purple arrows are. They're not going to let anyone from Rocker get across and try to sneak into the spawns for the next hard point.
You can see these guys not in a hurry. Patient play. They will happily take their time to fight for the kill. Major Maniac, though, bites the dust. Accuracy joins them in the grave. You can see not a lot of map control at all. A couple players pushed up mid, but this is a big opportunity for Toronto to start racking up some time. Zinni with it too, and he's still got the cuts for the team. Accuracy finally able to drop him, but still 15 seconds gone by. Kenny's been hanging out on the hill with nothing to do. It looks like Minnesota Rocker trying to flood in through to him.
And the flood begins. The Attach gets the better of Kleenex for the time being, and I have no idea what just happened. Just an explosion. Just a genuine explosion. Just explosion. And at the end of all of it, with a dust and the smoke and settle all that stuff, Toronto Ultra come out on top. They're going to have to generate his hard point for now. Kleenex back in on it. Nice name. Reese is coming in from behind, trying to pick up the pieces. Kleenex does go down in a 1v1 gunfight. And finds himself a 5 spree off stream as well. See if we can't get these kills going. Ooh, number 6 not to be had. Bounce does drop there. Up next going to be Methods. Those players coming in from spawn. And Zinni on a bit of a tear right now. Gets himself 7 kills. 4 deaths at this point in time. We're about to flip. And already, Major Maniac. We'll talk about those heads-up plays. Certainly playing for the team. Already on the rotate. He can actually contest from that position. But he is going to be sniffed out and spotted. Teammates will do what they can to avenge him for now. And Priester! I think we're all praying to the wrong god. He's got something on his sleeve. That was disgusting.
I mean, again, dude, he could do it all. Apparently, when I said he can use an AR or an SMG, what I meant to say is he can just use an SMG as an AR. As effectively the switch that he is going to make. But either way, this has just been strongholds by both teams on whatever hill they're able to get control of. A bit dicey towards the start, but Priester with the beams. You see, he's on a 4 spree right now with a minute and a half in the hill. Talk about a man that's willing to do whatever he needs for the team. Got Cammy potentially jumping up on this guy tank, but with 15 seconds left on the hill, you actually see a couple spawn outs coming in. Toronto all over this map. And it's basically the fight for, well, not wanting to get spawn trapped in the back. That's exactly what happens at Toronto. They're going to have about 117 seconds on the clock for Minnesota. They might start running this score up quite a bit on this end.
Yeah, you're right. We saw Toronto have to flood one lane there to try to get out of spawn. A bit of split now, bottom left-hand side of the map. That's where Toronto will be making their attack from now. Nade's going through. Cammy lands a nice one there onto attach. Just stop the clock for now. See if we can't get a little bit more out of this one. And you see the rotation now going down for Toronto Ultra. Purple arrows on the minimap, trying to find an angle. Attach is in the right place at the right time. Cammy may have just seen a shadow there. Oh boy. Does he check the corner? No, he does not. Oh my word. He almost. Oh my. Wow. Nearly. Oh boy. Still. Play is worked out. Now bangs the shoes on the other foot.
Too, because while Attach was able to pick up 2 kills, obviously the rest of Toronto won their gunfight. So while I was concerned that this might have been the hill for Rocker to try to run that score up, Toronto, well, they do a very nice job of actually putting Rocker towards the back of the map. Which, honestly, this hill, I would want to hear all of these coaches just break down whether they want the back spawns, when they want them, because obviously if you have those in the final 10-15 seconds, you're running the risk of getting spawn trapped in the back and you can get punished. Of course, now to break out of this, Attach has worked his way through top green. In the middle of the map and start working on some of these punch kills, or spawn kills. We've seen Feed Priest able to pick up 2. And Rocker, just like that, the presence from mid-map is up, back in control of the hill. Attach right now effectively keeping 3 players from Toronto at that.
Not an easy thing to do. I mean, it's not spinning plates, but he's really doing what he can. It's just body block. Can he finally finds the angle? And with that now, a tiny bit of space to work with. Flying Scotsman now on his way. Accuracy. Just managed to catch a little bit of a glance from him. Knows where he's coming from for now. A bit of a dance. Accuracy versus Cammy. Plays trying to happen through the middle of the map. Fans will have hardpoint control for now. Good work from Toronto. Again, it's only 15 seconds to work with, but it is on Cammy. That's where the real priority lies. Final 10 seconds for Vance, all good. Manages to get a bit of damage to the middle of the map. And Cammy wins his gunfight in the hardpoint. Toronto looking fantastic. This is a wonderful way for them to bounce back, but they do have to deal with the pinch now.
Oh! Closer Green might be here, and especially since Toronto just spawned in the back. Actually, just a ton of split spawns, but Cammy, he goes big. He picked up a 2-piece inside the hill. He's more aware than effectively having the full mid-map could even tell you. And not just that for Cammy. He won 2 different one-on-ones. We saw it on accuracy early on, and then he got a second kill after that. So Cammy, by himself, effectively has just completely put the team on the map for this hill. Advance, well, that's a 7 spree for him. Essentially 8-9 going to be stacked up in front of him as Cammy, again, the menace inside the point, finally gets dropped. But phenomenal job done by these two. Duo on Toronto. Again, they were down by 50 points, give or take, on this hill. They are going to be close to tying it up off the back of the young Scots.
Incredible comeback from Ultra there. Very, very solid hard point. But now we go back over towards Generators. Already we've got Toronto in position for that as well. It's going to be Cammy once again leading the charge. Vance really doing the dirty work during the kills department. 22 overall. Still on that 9 spree. Man hasn't gone down for a while. Better make it 10. Is the 11th there? Major Maniac. Oh, it's from behind. Priester manages to spoil the party. But with that, we are going to see a tiny bit of space to work with now. Can Major Maniac survive this? I think those players have just shot past. Didn't know Methods well done. Checks his corner. Doesn't let that get any more dangerous than it needed to be. Here comes the push from the front. Catch goes down. Well, gets the kill rather as he makes his way through tools. Finally does go down. A double from Bance. Bance laying his heart out right now. Chance for this point in time. Ultra with a solid lead. Now they're starting to really walk away with it.
24 seconds left on this hill as well, so you see Rocker definitely want to try to at least cause some damage around. Maybe doesn't even know where to look in the hill. Was surprised the player wasn't taking the gunfight, so actually Minnesota, they'll be fairly happy with this. Of course, you see the spawn flip coming out. Major Maniac knows what the deal is, so Rocker maybe set up in the power positions. You got one player Methods, he's going to be up top pad. Team kill from attacks is going to come in, so just means you can stay nice and secure. 196 right now on the board, and on this hill, you got Cammy watching vents, you got Methods up top. This is a great setup for Toronto.
Wait. Over the 200-point mark we go. Methods, just unfortunate timing there, but Cammy is going good in the hood as he's going to find himself too. That's a lovely purple kill feed right now for Toronto Ultra. Attach, straight to the hard point he goes, trying to keep this going for Minnesota. Oh, big win once again from Cammy. That was 5 in a row. Cammy on a bit of a tear now. And as you can see, Ultra, they're starting to close in on this one. Even with Rocker getting to the hard point for a brief few moments, it's the kills coming through. It's all about Toronto. The pace right now, but Vance finds a couple more. Attach finally slows it down. But the hard point has not been profitable enough for either squad. Rocker not this yet.
This is actually nuts too, just looking at those kills. Methods and Kleenex have 26 combined, meanwhile Vance with 30. We've even seen moments for Cammy turning up, but apparently Vance, just a quiet main slayer for the team. Fairly tight game right now, 28 points between these two teams, and in the hill first. Looks like Toronto's going to have the most control of the actual point. Minnesota spawning fairly far away. Not necessarily even the greatest side to come from. Yes, you get the power positions top cap, but frankly, Toronto the hill, they just don't need to peek. They can hang out and wait. Rocker, they're going to be forced to go on this attack.
They've got to do it. They've got to do it now. Cammy's going to try to find Major Maniac. Oh, massive win at close range with the XM4 there. And now, 35 seconds remaining in the hard point. Rocker, they have it for now. Toronto Ultra all spawning at the back. They're looking to punch right through this in a single go. Some accuracy to try to slow them down. Deal as much damage as he can. Any lives he takes with them are fantastic. Kleenex catches a couple on the transition. Now up over the top they go. Methods loses the 1v1 fight. Vance and Cammy and Kleenex all at the same time. Surprise! Can they take an attach now as well? Cammy finds one more. This is a great push from Ultra. They managed to just get to the point. The final 10 seconds could well be theirs. Freaks down from behind. Finds himself a nice two-piece. And this is starting to get a bit spicy, Chance. We are getting towards the business end of this game. Back over to the first hard point we go. And this could well and truly be the end.
That's the setup on new right now. Methods is going to be in lights. Accuracy up top, and you see Cammy working on that flame through the fence. He mantles up, he might make a little bit of noise, but might be able to make the play. Major Maniac, though, smart as he is, ready for that to come through. He gets taken down, Trey's on the hill. Priesta can't get the cutoff because Vance is there. Vance gets every kill on the map, and now Toronto on the point. 10 seconds and the game is there.
Major Maniac's got to go big. He has to land a couple of decent shots to get that player off, but it's going to be Kleenex. He's so surrounded by trophies. Nothing's getting over to him now. You're going to have to make the push, and accuracy's going to be one of the lead in charge. He gets the trade. He does manage to get the kill, and now you've got Rocker in the hard point. Vance on the immediate contest. The Thatcher will get the kill on him. It's 10 points for the win for Toronto. But for Ultra Rocker now, they're starting to pull this one back. Have to look towards the rotations. Toronto already in position for that one. Able to do a little bit of damage. You see the rotation come through, and this is it, Chance. It's basically 10 points either side. They're going to get a few more here for Rocker. But for Toronto, it's hold on to this point. It's one break. It's got to be good. It's got to be great. And it's got to go right now. And here we go. Rocker lining up for the hit. It's going to be kills either side right now as Major Maniac trying to make his way through the bottom. Vance wins another big one. And with that, Ultra close it out. They hold the line, and it was a valiant effort. But oh boy, the battle for the North is already off to a great start.
Hey, Battle for the North is popping off, and speaking of that, dude, Vance just went crazy. That entire map, like,
He's got a lot to say about how fantastic that hardpoint game was. Oh boy, 37 for Vance. I'm not sure if that came through, but man, that's a lot of kills going across the board. I mean, everyone was really pulling their weight there. Rocker with the fantastic comeback towards the end there, but not quite enough to get it done. Brilliant rotation there from the Toronto Ultra. Chances away, just unplugging some of the fixes. We'll get through this slight technical issue, but man, what a fantastic hard point. Very, very exciting stuff. We do have that Moscow Search and Destroy coming up next. A couple more little bits of information for you guys, but we will throw it to a very, very quick break. I'll get my co-caster back because let's face it, I am useless without him. But hey, we'll throw it to a quick break, and upon the return, Moscow Hardpoint. Very, very excited to get into this one. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. Once again, Battle of the North continues to rage. When we return, more reaction here at the Kickoff Classic.
You cannot let that happen! Oh my god, he gets it off. Can he get away with this line? Oh no, no, no! And Scott finds another one. He's still going! What a round! It's madness around the point. The regular season MVP gets it done. LaRue with a knife, he gets it! Wow! Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League 2021 Season Kickoff Classic. We've got Toronto Ultra versus Minnesota Rocker, the Battle of the Purples, the Battle of the North, the Battle for our hearts and minds. Two of the most fun league teams in the league. I'm alone for a minute, that's okay. Chances are way over now. He's just fixing a technical issue on his end. And in that time, I thought I would take it to talk about Toronto Ultra. We love a bit of Ultra, obviously. Fantastic content online on all socials. They're a lot of fun. We've got Chef Tony. It's a team full of characters. And as we saw in that Garrison Hardpoint, a team full of absolute monsters as well. The Toronto roster has basically not really changed from the Modern Warfare season. They did let some players go, but essentially Vance, Cammy, Clearix, and Methods, all players from that inaugural season. And again, as we just saw from Vance, pushing the 40 kills there at 37 in that opening hardpoint, beautiful stuff. We have the incredibly dominant, very, very aggressive submachine gun duo of Cammy and Clearix smack bang in the middle there, and of course, Methods, Anthony Zinni, Chef Tony leading the charge on the right-hand side. We talk about that Cammy versus Methods here. This is what they looked like last season, and both of them putting up fantastic numbers. Cammy exceptionally clutch in those search and destroys, crucial kills all round. Whereas you have Methods, reliable as gravity, really putting in the hard work and the hard graft there, and the hard points and the DOMs,
a lovely KD, very, very well spread. But again, we saw a brilliant turnaround for Toronto Ultra late in the season. And again, the big win at their own home series was definitely a highlight for a lot of the Toronto fans. And again, a solid run all in all, and a wonderful way to turn what was for them a bit of a difficult season around. You know, they didn't look like the most dominant team. There was a lot of questions coming into this one if, you know, this was a worthwhile effort. Because again, the most multilingual team in the league. 1 point Metals was in there. I mean, you've got people from all over. It was a very, very interesting mix of players. A lot of questions whether that would work out or not. And it just goes to show the right combination of players at the right time can make some fantastic things happen. Quick scope now. This was their ranks from last season. Again, we are looking at very, very middle of the pack, down to the lower end of the pack when it comes to their general records. Hardpoint KD, 9th overall, 9th in the hardpoint record. There's a 9th down there for the Dom KD. They weren't the most dominant team, but again, it doesn't truly reflect the story they had this season. The story of the season was Cinderella going to the ball. They did an amazing job at their own home series, and again, a fantastic time to turn that season around right again towards champs, towards that playoff. Wonderful stuff out of them. And again, if you're a Toronto fan, you're in a good spot right now. We're about to dive into our next hardpoint. It's going to be a Moscow hardpoint. Chance to still reboot his PC, so now I get to do my very best impersonation of him, solo casting that all by myself. I could do, now I might not. Could put a voice change on. Try to make myself sound like him. But I don't think we'll be doing that today. The kickoff classic. Now we're waiting for the chance to get back into this one. In the meantime, it will just be me as we get through this. Minnesota Rocker on the offense. First time we've seen ourselves a Moscow search and destroy. The hardpoint was a lot of fun yesterday, but a very, very different look now. And Priest's going to start this one off with a lovely first blood there. Cammy transitioning through middle. Priest now in the situation is trying to find himself one more kill. Major Maniac's going to back him up, take care of balance as well. Attach with an A, gets involved on the Kleenex. And with that, Methods now in a 1 versus 3 situation from top escalators now trying to get involved. With Major Maniac shots in there, you now know exactly where he is. Rocker can play around this position or completely put him to bed. Delightful first round there for Minnesota Rocker. Off the back of a fantastic first blood there for Priester. And there's absolutely right. That was my best chance. That's all I've got for now. I'm working on it. Getting there, friends. But in the meantime, round 2 now. See what Toronto have got on offense. A little too eager, I think, to make their way through mid. The timing just a little bit off there from Cammy. I think he thought he had more space to work with, but Priester, very, very quick. Now, a slight change to their timing. Can Kleenex having to just sort of go back, fumble the bomb slightly. 3-man push now through white. And Attach is already there. Gets a few tags. Gets out while the get is good. Ooh, and another first blood goes the way of Minnesota. Cammy now to recover the bomb. Bit of a battle now taking place by the chest boards. Priester win that one again. Wonderful stuff again from Rocker early on here. Maniac slowing this right down. Cammy's essentially pinned there. We are going to see a bit of a pressure now mounting. Method's trying to make a play happen on the top side of the map as well. And another massive kill there from Attach. Beautiful teamwork from Rocker right now. Not letting anything get through. Method's going to have to slow this down. Try for anything, something at this point in time. Might be able to get Priester. Saying nay. The flak jacket saves him, and Rocker with 2 sublime rounds of search and destroy so far. So far, so good. First blood. For Attach, this was patience. Managing to survive those 3 players making their way through that white corridor. Didn't take any damage, managed to escape. Repositions himself for a great first blood. Patience paid off for him there. 3 kills for Attach, 3 for Priester. Priester also yet to die. Now we're going to see what Rocker have got on offense. Looks like a heavy lean towards A, but that's going to be the defense as well. That's Methods, Cammy, and Kleenex all going to be there at the same time. If the timing works out, we could see a lovely bit of an entry kill here. Can Rocker strike twice? 3 times even? No. It's going to be Toronto, Kleenex, Cammy, Methods. They find all of their kills, and now pulls to accuracy in a 1v4. The glass slipper firmly on the other foot there. As Ultra will get around on the board, and it was about time. Lightning can only strike so many times. Nice clean up there from Kleenex, that final kill, but for that, again, a very solid gambit. They managed to get to the A-bomb site very quickly. We saw the trophies up immediately, no utility usage whatsoever there available for Rocker. With those players already in position, the kills were easy peasy. I think Chance is back. He might be. One day I'll impersonate you so well, man. No, he's not here yet. One day I'm going to get you, kid. That's when the duo is truly formed. Here we go, though, in a way, once again. I mean, Vance already managed to overshoot the fight. Priest though, all the time for Priest finds himself 2. Major Maniac picks up one more. Bang! Just like that, the round is done. Rocker. What a volley that was, right off the rip. This was the final few kills from Major Maniac. Beautiful timing. Priesty gets 2, Major Maniac gets 2.
Beautiful
timing. Vance jumped right out of his skin. Up at the bomb site, he was going for the arm, and his player model hit the sky. And quite a fright. 3-1 now for Rocker. Here on Moscow. Go back in on the offense. It's been a little bit of a mix-up here and there, but all things considered, pretty standard stuff. Rocker going to go right back through Metro once again. Cammy will not be found this time. Priester once again in a good position to pick up those kills should he need to. Major Maniac being careful not to break the glass, not to give away the position. Vance is going to do that, and now the jig's up. Here comes the fight. Accuracy looking through to get the flank here from Office. Can he take care of business? Maybe able to pinch these players on Kleenex now. Just overshoots by the bar. Kleenex! Oh, he managed to turn burn, even with low HP. Now they double stack on the top of the windows. And with this, he's just got to still watch that streak. Very unfortunate timing. Kleenex now can hit the flank. A small gift, if you will. Vance now looking to push. They have trapped Rocker within the hotel side of the map. Now they're giving him a little bit of breathing space to work with as they fall on back. And this is going to give Rocker a chance now to rethink this plan, possibly going towards A. Again, they do have to be mindful. 4 members of Toronto Ultra all over the map. It's 30 seconds to make a play. There are eyes all over the A-bomb site. There are eyes on B, and this is the only advantage you've got for Rocker is surprise. Can they hold this element? Cammy's going to be the first, and I don't think that's going to be the case. 17 seconds left now. Big win for Major Maniac in the middle of the map. Can he get one more? He cannot. Toronto. For some fantastic individual engagements there from Kleenex that really managed to win the round on the inside of the hotel. A little bit of right place, right time, and then a lovely slight adaptation there. Make sure the round didn't get out of control. Good stuff from Ultra. Both teams having very success in attack and defense so far. Very, very back and forth. Very, very enjoyable search and destroy. If you have joined us, just me for now. Chances reset his PC, I think. From perils from working from home. Oh my god, he's returned. Chance, how are you, mate?
I'm doing alright, how are you doing?
Fine. I mean, honestly, I did miss you a lot. Never do that again.
I mean, I'm doing my best. I have no idea what I missed. You want to film
you missed the
3-2 lead right now for Rocker?
Yeah, good stuff.
3v2 or something like that?
Yeah, good stuff so far. Everyone's maneuvering around very well. Timings on the opening breaks and the break. See nice first buzz from either side. Relatively even so far. Honestly, relatively even at that. After the recap, makes it 3-3. So you know what, mate? Let's just start it from here for you. This is just a fresh game for you now. Let's go.
Tie game, dude. Nothing going on. These two teams, just the first round, obviously, they've played a search and destroy today. Certainly not 6 rounds late on. No big deal.
Late to work, Charles.
Moscow? Yeah, I don't know. I completely missed everything. This would be perfectly fun.
Oh, it's been great, though. I must admit. It's been very, very fun so far.
0-5 for Vance, so, like, obviously a hard point player.
Yeah, obviously. After 37 in the Garrison on a point. Can't buy a kill from he filled his britches by the A site in I think it was the 2nd round. Maybe the 3rd round. It was very funny. I want to go back and see that again, but here we go. Leaning towards A. Maybe Rocker for now, and I think there's the potential for a huge flank right now. Vance trying to get on the board, and that's a nice timing as well. This is going to make that A site real dangerous. Vance is a very, very long way back. Kleenex coming through the middle. This is a dangerous position to be in, but they are going to commit to the bottom one, and our Priest is going to pick one out. He and Major Maniac, they're in a lot of trouble now. All angles covered. Priest can't even get involved in the fight. Kleenex puts him down, and Major Maniac now in a 1 versus 4.
No 1v4s today, Miles. No 1v4s today. It is very much a situation on Moscow where if you just have players starting to flank and you know for a fact that they're behind you, you're kind of just stuck, right? Like you even saw the setup coming in from the Ultra. They had one player back up and play the tree, so if anyone tries to push out from A through white, they're going to get cut down in that regard. You try to go with the Reskies. Cammy was sitting there, and obviously you had at least 1, if not 2 players just on the flank posted up over towards Library. So just a nice job on the aggressive play call, making sure to flood through on the flank straight away. Does appear right now Toronto pushed through the middle of the map with the bomb. It does give you options. Cammy nice and aggressive up top. There is a couple players right next to him though, so he is going to get cleaned up.
Here comes through once again. Kleenex. A lot of shots there. He's the dip on out. Half health. He's now the rack. Just the bats there, one timing tips it out. And oh my word, almost landed that one straight from the top of Methods. Backs on up. And that A-bomb site safe. Perfect clearance now. They're watching the players coming through Fountain. They've got eyes on Estes, they've got eyes on the Metro. Unless someone has somehow miraculously flanked this entire position, pretty good for now. And it just comes down to winning these gunfights and playing the trades effectively. 40 seconds remaining. Here comes the push.
Players tagged up left and right, man. It's a prey. You are begging for someone just to get ripped off the head glitch, and you can see Rocker playing it well, making sure to crouch away, not take any pressure. So Kleenex trying to rock this bomb. Now attach those sitting there waiting, and Major Maniac had the cross anyway. Bomb down for Methods, and again, you're just praying you can rip someone off the head glitch. There's the first from Attach. The challenge out on Major Maniac. The Major Maniac wins the gunfight, as Attach did have him one shot. Nice systematic approach coming out from the Rocker. Again, shout out to Major Maniac. Knows the pressure's no longer coming from the front. Puts himself in the perfect spot to look down low. Have these players nice and trapped in. Again, I am very late to the party and I apologize, but I have to imagine the way this map is played out of First Blood just being incredibly important as the deciding factor of who ends up winning these rounds.
I think that's a very fair assessment, mate. Very, very good call. If we can't get another decent first blood out here, and once again, we're going to see Rocker make their way through Metro. Vance, the only player in a position to catch eyes on this one. Oh, and he got to there on time. Priest is going to get him down. Phoenix does technically get the first blood. With an early kill there. However, Methods now back. Seeing that B-bomb site hit there on the inside of the apartments. Well, either. Pressure. Up over the top. Major Maniac with a lovely shot. Even with the native position there, that was going to be a relatively easy kill. With that, it's now a 3 versus 2. Tammy and Kleenex taking different routes to get towards this bomb site, with the bomb going down. Kleenex finds a fantastic kill to accuracy that opens up the boulevard. Now we have a clear line of sight and a way to attack this position. Priester trying to take care of the window and tags both of them with a single nade. That's going to be a bit of damage dealt. Not enough to take out both of them, but it's going to slow down the push at the very least. Here we go. In on the bomb site, lots of noise being made. It is about to become an absolute fiesta in here. There's the defuse, perfect timing, and it's still being defused. Major Maniac dips in and out, finds one. Cammy's going to jump straight on the bomb. Major Maniac, he has to check the bomb once more. Is it going to be a 10-10 play? No, he just gets it. Almost perfect play from Cammy there. Major Maniac, 200 IQ, 10 out of 10 play. Oh boy.
He will not lose those, Miles. He will not lose those at all. Even challenging from the same place. You saw Cammy, well, he went back to the window because killed the first player coming in through the side door. He thought a pinch was going to be in order. Didn't know the pressure was going to be coming from, but knows he needs to protect his man on bomb. So Cammy gave it the best shot that he could. Major Maniac with the perfect timing. And again, SMD is this man's wheelhouse. 5 spree for him, 11-4. We're going to expect nothing less the entire year. And of course, the little battle he has going on, Kleenex, not a shabby game either. 10 kills to his name.
Nothing shabby about any of this, mate. A wonderful search and destroy here on Moscow. And what eyes on, I think, accuracy making its way towards the apartment here. Cammy holding that side of Fountain, not able through the top side of the map. Waiting for those players to rotate past. I mean, honestly, Priester, I think you can smell him from there. Be one of the observers. If we can see Priester and Cammy, I mean, they are so close to each other. Again, ADS walking like this, no one's making any noise. Cammy, hold that position. Priester knows something's up. Bomb now making its way much closer to B. Looks like Major Maniac in a position now to potentially land the shots. The nades are being thrown. Here comes the battle. Battle for the boulevard now raging. Kleenex, Ian Methods trying to make the approach towards the bomb. And Major Maniac, once again, right place, right time. Good read. 30 seconds left on the clock, chance.
And they're wrapping back. They're trying to hunt Priest down. He is the lone man over in the site. They know he's here. Bans for the challenge, and Ban does not lose his ones. And that is a bomb being planted. Full site control as well. Oh, this is a beautiful job. Attached to with the nade. The bomb still gets planted. Major Maniac hunting these players down. The bomb site is actually clear. Methods all of a sudden by himself. And talk about the speed of the retake. He can't even get nearby. Blink and you miss it. Minnesota Rocker win the game.
Just like that. There's 3 players body blocking, drawing, aim assist all over that bomb. There was no way Methods would have been able to make on that play. I don't know what he could have done. He could have just sort of like sprayed it down, and even then he had to run away in that situation. Rocker, heads up play. Those last few rounds were fantastic. Moscow search and destroy. Thoroughly enjoyable watch.
And I honestly think blinking and missing is the right call. I basically missed it myself. In my mind, as soon as Ben gets that kill on Priest, the long man by Minnesota, I was like, all right, you get the bomb down, everything's guaranteed. But the level of aggression and the speed at which the retake came through, it just seemed tough to deal with, or obviously it was tough to deal with. I could barely tell that it's happening, let alone the players on the map. So attached to big kills, Major Maniac storming through. And again, it's all about that game 2 and 5 for Minnesota. Gave a little bit of a taste of a reason why.
We'll stop there in the search and destroy now from both teams. That's tied 1-1 in the series so far. We're going to take a very, very quick break, but when we do come back from that break, Alison Walker's going to be talking to Lottie about all things Ultra. Very, very excited to see how the rest of the series go on. The battle for the Raw North continues to rage. Your boy's fumbling over his words, going to need a drink of water. Go to a quick break. We'll be right back. The Call of Duty League is presented by Duck, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Brought to you by USAA Insurance. We offer insurance that's made for the military community to help them easily protect what they've worked hard for. Welcome back to the Kickoff Classic here in the Call of Duty League. We're almost ready to get into our control game here in Day 2. Of course, this is the Battle of the North, Minnesota Rocket versus Toronto Ultra. However, before we get into their game, Lottie sat down with Alison Walker of the Toronto Ultra and had a little chit-chat about the upcoming season and everything Ultra.
Alison, thank you so much for joining me. I'm so excited to catch up with you and all things to do with Ultra. Firstly, though, I have to ask you about our team this year. The core roster is back. There's a lot of trust you put in your boys back once again. Talk to me about the decisions that came behind this and your thoughts going into this year with a roster you guys know and love.
Yeah, awesome. Well, great to see you, Lottie, and we're so excited to be back in action and back into some competitive Call of Duty play. Indeed, we've got Cammy, Kleenex, Methods, Vance back with us. The chemistry that these guys have built and the momentum that we carried into the end of last season really is something we're so excited to build upon. So with that and the coaching duo of Marky B and Ryan, we really feel like we've got sort of a leg up we've already got going. And we had a great boot camp back in early December before the holidays. So the boys have been to Toronto. They've been at our new facility. We're really pumped to get going, and especially to meet our rivals, Minnesota, and start off the big rivalry for King of the North this year.
Absolutely, and talking about rivalries, it's something we see a lot on social media. We know that the Ultra brand is an epic one, and you guys have really pushed your social media in a fun and an engaging way. So I gotta ask, what have you guys got up your sleeve this year for content and your team plans?
Yeah, we're so excited about the brand. We really intentionally saw a place, a personality within the league where we could be irreverent and mischievous and lighthearted, and I think you see that in everything we do. We've got lots planned. I got to tell you that one of the things we did, again, right before the holidays, one of our good friends and famous hockey players, Mitch Marner, got on the ice with Methods, and we've got a great campaign dropping some of the competitions that they had and things that you'll see starting next week, actually. we're really excited about continuing to build on all the great content that we built. As you said, the conversations happening on social are amazing, and we're just really excited to keep people guessing. One of the things we're most excited about is our Toronto Home Series coming in mid-March. Lots planned. Like last year, we're going to be hosting a full week-long online festival with lots of different events and ways for our fans to really take part. So we're super excited to keep the momentum going in terms of the brand we've been building in Toronto Ultra.
Fantastic. I'm definitely hyped for that one. A whole week. I'm in. My week's booked up, folks. Just letting you all know that right now. I also hear that there could be an esports hub emerging in Toronto with Ultra's name on it. So what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, awesome. Well, I sit today, believe it or not, in a new 15,000 square foot facility that we actually took on in the spring. Unfortunately, for reasons we all know, we haven't been able to fully take advantage of this, although we've been in and out. We've actually continued with some construction and some design. So this is an awesome facility in a super cool neighborhood in downtown Toronto. We've got our training rooms for both Ultra and Defiance, a player lounge, a gaming studio, our office space, of course. We're really focused when we can on bringing our community into this space and into what we're calling certainly a hub. We've got some amazing sponsors. Our founding partner, Bell, is retrofitting the entire training area, so our players will feel pretty pumped to be in these awesome, cool design spaces. Our gaming studio is going to be amazing. In fact, our teams, the plan is, while we're playing online, to have our teams, Ultra is going to come out and play on stage in a LAN-like setting, feeling the sort of competition and getting really game ready for when they are in those LAN tournaments. So much coming at our facility, and we can't wait to share it all with you.
Sounds absolutely incredible. I cannot wait to see that unfold. Ultra have also really built an incredible Canadian CDL audience. So what was the process like gaining the trust of your community?
Yeah, that's a great question. We really take it seriously. It's our responsibility to be helping to build the Call of Duty scene, the league itself, and of course our team and our fans here based in Toronto, but really is the only pro team in Canada across the country. So we've been very intentional about ensuring that this is a team built by the fans and for the fans. And we do a lot of crowdsourcing and make sure that they feel a part of this. We're also big believers in the Path to Pro system. We really feel like if we can help build out the community around Call of Duty. We do a lot of events. We've got a great live team that puts on live, what were in-person events, now online events, really focused on building that amateur scene. And we're really excited to be taking part in challengers as well with our new member of the team, Insight. So the event strategy, Path to Pro, all that we're doing from a merch perspective, we're really excited about building this community and continuing to make this about them, the fans, and really building a strong community here.
6 o'clock. Easter.
I mean, it sounds incredible. We've got our roster back. We have a new esports hub in Toronto with Ultra on it. We have so much more social media to look forward to from you guys. And of course, you guys pushing back to pro. That sounds absolutely fantastic, Alison. I appreciate you so much joining me and catching up all things CDL and Ultra. And I think it's safe to say a lot of people are hoping for this too, but I hope to see a little bit more of Chef Tony as well this year, so thank you so much.
Oh, you absolutely will.
Best of luck in the first one.
Yeah, keep your eye out. We're going to be dropping more of Chef Tony for sure. Thanks, Lottie.
Thank you so much, Alison. Appreciate it.
Well, there it is. I mean, Toronto, look at that beautiful city. I mean, I must admit, mate, I'm very excited to get back out there and when the world opens up, I mean, visit that Toronto Ultra like facility complex thing, man. I'm down. I'm very excited to hear what's going on there in Toronto. Big thanks to Alex North again for having that chat. Here we go, though. The Battle of the North continues. Isn't it technically, Toronto is technically further north? Forget. I messed this up.
No, Minnesota is.
The
Minnesota is technically higher north, but just because Toronto's in Canada, they're like, no, we're in the north. Not telling Miles, I've been in both places. Minnesota, way colder. Like, not even remotely close. Minnesota winter is brutal.
Wow.
So, just, that's my dog in that fight for it. But they are in Canada, so, it's the northern country.
It is a very northern country. Well, there can only be one true king of the North, and who knows, after this day, we will crown an early king. Well, he is getting it. Them's the rules, and then whoever beats who, I mean, that's just the way it is. You know what, Chance? Well, I think we should take a time now to deliberate the ruling around. We hand out this kingly title of the North, and that time, let's go for an Astro Gaming listen in.
Major, absolutely. Okay. Cover it. Last one back last year, I think we pushed it right.
Doing the great. Watch out, great.
It's already stacked. Already stacked. I can see it on the right.
Images in our base.
How about we top?
Feedback room.
Still top. Top lane.
Feedback orange room.
The Mars really good. We're gonna try to play for
Top right.
One shot, no.
Yeah, low right, top right.
We're still gonna play for back two, that one shot. That is still the guy. Yeah, Mars got back here. Close with. Cinch it up. How much is the accuracy?
Top right wing.
And what a round this has been. Major Maniac, truly a nuisance.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about like some of the different maps on Control, Garrison, we've like stylized that quite a bit. This is a map where if you're on offense and you lose map control for a second and someone starts to get in your spawn, that's basically a wrap, man. It is incredibly difficult to get out of the spawn trap. Here's Priest and Accuracy up in the top wings, just killing everybody in sight. Meanwhile, Major Maniac lived in their back right spawn area, around crates, around the NASA 2, just in random corners that you have to check. And of course, Major Maniac, as nerdy of a player as you're going to find, a machine when he gets in those spots. And it just makes it impossible. Like you heard in the comms, like they're just dying. They're like, we have to kill this guy in the back right. Like, come on, let's try to find him. They go to like sneak around, and it is so tough. Like the opening breaks, just making sure you don't lose map presence or control over towards the planes on offense is incredibly important.
Very, very important indeed. Right off the rip, a quick one, a fast one, right into an Astro Gaming listen in, the Minnesota Rocket.
I'm be pushed through or
Give me 8 pushing up.
Don't be dead.
Watch my left.
No, it's
Last one,
Top lane, yeah, top lane. I'm getting left wing.
okay, listen, I have your cross. I have your mid.
Who's going there stairs, I think? I can lay down, you okay, one's going, they're all around the left. Get on the playing their side.
I have top lane.
Top lane.
Top lane base. Top lane base coming.
Oh, and then you should with the nade on me. One man alley. And I then. Low wing Cammy.
Hitting point.
I'm dead.
Look for one guy.
Right?
I think it's safe to say right now that Rockers certainly have the advantage in control here on Checkmate for the very least. But wow, attached on 6-3, it just all seems to be going their way.
Just clinical work and the communication is great too. You with accuracy telling Attach exactly what he wants them to do. Like, hey, push this out just slightly here instead of here. And making these micro adjustments on the fly, it pays dividends when you can be on point with it. Attach, of course, still looking for more kills. You can see just a 2-life lead right now for Rocker. Getting this B control is not easy. It's sort of like Hardpoint, Miles, where it's that underneath the plane hill. You're just worried about getting killed from 17 different places. It is not easy to manage.
Yeah, once again, you talked about how important it is. If someone does get in your spawn, things can get real ugly, real fast. Well, Vance, not a bad-looking fella, but he's doing what he can to make things hideous. No, Attach is going to find it. That's going to make this play a little bit harder. Still almost got that first tick. On top of the B point now for Rocker. Method's going to find a few more on the defense here. Straight back on the point they go. First tick complete. Accuracy there. Nice kill. Onto Method's going to make that place a little bit safer for now. We are still holding on to that point. Can Vance get in there? No. Attach keeps it safe from up high. And it's a 1-by-1 push now from the members of Toronto Ultra trying to break this one. 2-man now on the stack. That's getting an almost instant cap. And unless someone can contest, Rocker will take another round.
Dude, that's a great setup they had towards the end too. Just efficient work, and actually, here's part of the idea. Attaches up top. He's watching the wings cross, and he has two teammates that were down low underneath the wings. I think maybe a little bit later on, but as long as you have that top plane control, no one's going to be jumping off behind you. You don't have to worry about the flank. If anybody that's in the hill, they just have to watch the lanes. And of course, accuracy, you saw when he was down there, able to go on a 3 or 4 spree towards the end. There you go, number 4, winning those gunfights against Methods. Putting in efficient work. Now, of course, Toronto, down 2-0. They spent the last round on offense just getting spawn trapped and spawn killed seemingly endlessly. Needs to win this opening round.
It's going to be special. Let's go. Hands in first. Players on both points now. The pushed off of A. Just like Matheson now. Holding that back to the lane. Nade's going off, blackjacking, keeping everyone safe out and about. He's trying to do what he can. Again, it's quite slow. It's quite slow. That top lane control looking like it's in the hands of Rocker for now. Over to B we go. We'll try and make a play in towards this one. Get those players off of it. Halfway through the first tick of B.
No.
Actually, up from the rear. That means going to make that angle a bit more safer now for Rocker. It's a very, very slow approach. Trying to be very methodical about it. And no need now. Accuracy finds the kills. Cammy doesn't let Attach get in this spawn and cause the damage. Same can be said on the opposite flank as Vance manages to take care of Priester. A wonderful bit of defensive work. 50 seconds remaining though. Now you've got to make the push. Get straight back on those points. Priester with a big name down range. Here comes the opening engagement from Priester on the flanks, and that's going to be that. Another point we go, Chance, and it is a mess. Tactics get on the point for just a brief moment. 19 respawns either side. Rocker holding the defense for now.
Yeah, and it's a tie game on lives right now as well. Attach again going around back, potentially looking to set himself up for some spawn kills, and he's going to take down Kleenex. And look at Attach's position. He goes straight into NASA. His teammates win most, or if not all, of the gunfights on A, and now Attach can force their spawn over the back, right? He just wants to stay alive, and his teammates can come pick it up, but they are just manipulating the spawns, forcing Toronto in such a bad spot, and now, like Toronto, they have to take their time to clear out the base. They got to deal with Attach. That's what Cammy is trying to do, but Attach the nuisance, still alive, still messing with these spawns.
He'll kick it, tons to work with as well. He's still got a lot of ammunition, so it's not like he's going to worry too much. Pick up some off the dead bodies. These players, 20 seconds remaining in the game now. There's one tick on either point. Attach finally goes down. Cammy, fool me once, fool me twice. Not a chance. Here we go, though. We're trying to get on the point. Final 10 seconds. This could be it. This could be a clean 3 for Rocker, unless someone can contest. 3, 2, 1, and that is that. It is a 3-0 here on Checkmate Control. Rocker certainly come to play.
GG, no reek, just clean, efficient work. The style is not complicated from the Rocker either. Win the gunfights, get a clearance, and if there is ever a single opportunity to get in your opponent's base and start causing problems, take full advantage. It was Attach effectively by himself. As soon as he's spawning those 3 players out towards that bottom right, now his teammates can push up through the A street, go get that crate side control, and just get the setup going. You feel great when those opportunities come, and even on offense, just clinical, efficient work from Rocker. Looking pretty good.
Looking pretty good. Smiles all around. Major Maniac having a great time just out there having a good laugh. And loving the kind of, well, both teams are very purple. Toronto Ultra, much lighter in the bottom, a lot darker up top there for Rocker. Leaning in. Everyone leaning into the brand. Toronto Ultra, Minnesota Rocker now. Making our game 4. Rocker with the lead now. Stats on the screen there, and again, it was relatively quick. Game of control, just over 6 minutes there. Chance, what a fantastic display that we saw in Checkmate. New strats, learning about the tactical position on the top wing, watching those players as they push them through B. We're all learning. Kickoff Classic has not disappointed yet. And mate, Checkmate Hardpoint coming off after this one as well, with Rocker in the lead. This could be a fun one. We did see that first Hardpoint go the way of Ultra, but at this point, bit of momentum swing, a little bit of special sauce. We saw their own checkpoint. This could well be a 3-1.
And if we've learned anything about this map, and Hardpoint controls vaguely similar as well, it can just be difficult to manage the map, especially those like under the plane hills for Hardpoint. Everybody's spawning all over the place. It's very difficult to keep track of like when they're spawning in the primary emergency. Shout out to JP. But I think the Rocker is going to be a team that is just efficient. I think they're going to have their finger on the pulse for the map, and I'm expecting big things from them.
Very, very big things indeed. Well, that's the control done and dusted. We do have the Hardpoint coming up just in a moment. But Charles, again, we've got a lovely day so far. We are far from finished. I must admit, mate, I'm very excited about that reveal show coming up again. We're going to see the group selection process coming in just a moment. Quick look at a schedule. See how the rest of the day's going to unfold. For those of you who just joined us, Paris, 3-2 victory over the London Royal Ravens. Minnesota currently up by 1 in this series. One more match is all they need. Can Toronto Ultra pull this one back? Here in the kickoff pass, they can go all the way into that game 5. But coming up after this match, the group selection show, we will also be revealing the Stage 1 schedule. Very, very exciting stuff for the rest of the season. Again, we will be deciding who goes into these groups. A lot of fun characters involved in this one. I've said it time and time again. You don't want to miss this one. This is going to really let you know how that first home series goes down. And again, we're letting the players decide. The group selection show coming up just after this, potentially one.
Oh, come on!
Can Rocker have their way with Ultra? Or will Ultra bite back? Still, the crown, the King of the North, still in contention. And after this, yeah, we will be crowning, at least for the time being. Chance? Honestly, mate, Miles, checkpoint. Going back to a hard point here. You think Rocker has got the source on this map? Got the respawn prowess? Can Vans drop another 37 kills like he did on Garrison? Is it possible?
I suppose that's probably the avenue in my mind for Toronto to get the win. Obviously, making predictions on like basically zero information is never going to be simple, but from what I've seen, like Method seems to be struggling at least a fair bit so far in this series. It looks like accuracy has been putting up bigger numbers, especially so in the control. And even in the first hard point, if it's not Cammy making the hero plays on P2, going on a 5, on a 6-3, just to lock down that time. If it's not for Vance, dropping 37, I think that map ends up playing a little bit different. So if I had to make a call, yeah, I'm leaning towards the Rocker. Maybe a 70-30 sort of split. In my
I think I'm also in a very similar place there, man. I just feel like Rocker, they seem to have a much better understanding of how checkmate is played. But hey, who knows? It's all rehydrate. Hey, yeah, you watching the stream, make sure you stay hydrated. Plenty of water. It's a very, very important thing to drink right now. And I guess depending on where you're on as well, same with the temperature. You know what? Forget it. Stay hydrated at all times. Water, you might hit it. Not a chance. Let's get into the checkmate hard point. Again, Minnesota are on match point. They win this match, it's over. Go to the group selection show. They lose this and Ultra manage to come back. We are going to a game 5. Garrison, search and destroy, should we need it. Here we go, right off the rip chance. It's another crazy, crazy nade fest here in the interiors of this Air Force One.
Right into the plane, and you see Attach very happy just to contest, especially so since
Tom Brady's going to the Super Bowl!
Patience is going to pay off, gets at least 1 kill, but frankly, you just don't want to give away time. You don't want to get killed out like Kleenex is going to do. The third doesn't need to
Cammy absolutely ringing out there in the long corridors of Checkmate, finding those kills in all sorts of situations. Vance with a 2P step in the center of the map. And Cammy, I mean, continuing the Phoenix also finding these kills. It is just Ultra's map right now. Rocker have not necessarily got a step here in this race. 30 seconds remaining in this hard point. I would expect the majority of that time to still go towards Ultra. Here comes a bit of a resurgence. Oh no! Vance finds the two of them. There's a bit of friendly fire as well in amongst that one. And right now, Chance, I mean, Rocker, they can't seem to get anything right. It's just so difficult. Ultra have got the reads all over the map.
Oh, that's feeling like a hot GG. This is a 100-point lead. This
I wonder how many
is
people
60.
are
This is
watching.
rotation Toronto. Very clean floor. Maybe a few gunfights they lose, and maybe a tactic opportunity for him to make a hero play once again. But he is completely by himself on
This
this.
is like the
field.
official channel.
Ultra 20 seconds away from winning the game. Unless the Tash goes crazy, it's going to be a wrap.
It probably is going to be a wrap. I mean, Kleenex is just running around trying to pick up whatever kills he can at this point in time. Rocker have got to do some serious soul searching right now to find themselves on Checkmate.
He's got to keep doing it.
Just keep doing what you're doing.
I can't believe it.
Now finally on point. Good kill there on the Kleenex. It's a solid hold. So, oh my god. Right, I mean, he could not have caught that in his face anymore if he tried. What a stick from Vance there. It doesn't matter whatsoever the situation he was in. Sound and now attached to the point. Finds a quick test. No more kills to be found. You can feel the sort of desperation almost right now. You can feel the lack of clarity. They don't really know what's going on. Rock is certainly struggling here. Ultra have had their way with them. Ultra now looking at force to game 5. And boy, oh boy, what a slaughter that was on Checkmate.
And we were thinking, or maybe I was thinking, too strongly in the Rockers' favor for the hard point, but we did say it requires Vance to go off, and what does he do? 33 and 18, minute and 40 seconds or something like that inside the hill. Vance again, just on fire with the XM4. And just clinical work, I'd say through and through, and we're sticking with the theme. In every single series so far this weekend, except for one.
Today was just a great team effort. We played sporadically a little bit, but the defense came up huge, and we're going to need it again in a couple weeks. And I know it's a big game coming up. We'll get to enjoy this for a little bit, and then get ready to go against whoever we play. It's going to be a great game.
Tom, 3 consecutive wins on the road. And when we spoke this week, you talk about how difficult this game is. The game to get to the Super Bowl in particular on the road.
Bro. He's gonna prove it to the whole fucking league.
Well, it's a great
fucking
football
go.
team. They've been
And
playing
he's
well
gonna
all season,
retire.
and
And that's that.
beat them at home. There were 9,000 fans. It felt like a little
And
more
no
than
one else
9,000.
is ever gonna do it like him.
Just great
Ever
to get
again.
another road win, and
Not in a long
game.
time.
Who ever thought, a home Super Bowl for us, but we did it.
Tom, just real quickly.
Bring some other people out. Come on.
Okay, let's get Bruce Arians up here, Tom.
Come on, baby.
Look, Tom's like, yo, come on, bring
Bruce
somebody else up.
Arians is finally gonna get the championship. He used to be the head coach of the Atlanta Phoenix Cardinals for a while. He went to Super Bowl once with them, but we
Bruce,
lost.
you can see the reaction of your group.
So
7th season as a head coach, second with Tampa, your first trip to the Super Bowl. How do you describe the moment, B.A.?
Well, holding this amazing, and got too many people to thank. Family, friends, but these guys right here. This is the real family.
You wanted number 12 to come down and become a part of this mission and this group, Bruce. How do you describe what he has meant to make this moment a reality?
This trophy, the belief he gave everybody on this organization that this could be done. It only took one man.
Bruce, one quick message for the folks back in Tampa.
We're coming home, and we're coming home to win.
of course,
Tampa Bay
if they had
Buccaneers
this
heading
team,
to Super
nothing
Bowl
changed with this team except that Tom Brady came into the team.
very happy
Before they had James and Winston, and they let him go, and Tom Brady was available. So, like all these players are from last year. Nobody left except quarterback.
What an effort to get the Super
That's all they needed.
55. The guys from Los Angeles come up after the break.
And then Antonio Brown. The only reason Antonio Brown is there because Tom Brady got him in.
Hey, Jake from State Farm.
They
You
got
have to always
stacked
Subaru
in,
you
and he
get
brought
Rogers
back
for
Gronk
insurance.
Well, that's just
after he
fine, because
retired.
the garage rate isn't real.
Yeah, but I'm sure you gotta probably pull
So
some
we gotta
strings or
do
something.
this. We're
There are no
gonna win.
strings.
That's it.
Here's
Prove
the
that
deal.
Belichick
State
has
Farm
nothing to
offers
do with it.
everyone surprisingly great rates.
And the
They
Patriots.
with the registry. Oh, did you guys want some?
When you want the real
Probably like
deal,
Eagles,
like
you
a
know?
good neighbor, State Farm
Remember, he came into the league last pick, 245th, 7th round.
experiencing ageism in the
He's overlooked. And then he got caught a lucky break because Bledsoe was quarterback at that time. He got injured. And he started. And then his rookie year, he didn't win a championship. But the year after, he won against the Rams. Kurt Warner. And they were supposed to win because the Rams had won the year before. And they were supposed to win this year. And Tom Brady was, again, underdog. And they won. And the year after that,
Six-function multi-pro tailgate available at the GMC.
they either missed it or they won
eligible non-GM
year
owners
after
over
back-to-back.
6,200 purchase allowance on 2021 Sierra Light Duty Crew Cab models.
Eli.
The Masked
Oh, I
Dancer.
love Eli.
Wednesday on Fox.
But think about it. When was the last time we didn't really see Tom Brady in the championship? It was last year. That's the only time.
Little everyday
He
tricks.
only lost 3.
Good every truth.
He only lost 3.
Perfect for catching up with the relatives. Dropping into the car wash on
Two
giving
Giants and 1 to the Eagles.
or beating the commute.
That was 20.
Putting your feet up after a long day.
Because last year was against the Chiefs that won against Rams.
10 years ago,
No,
I had an undiagnosed heart condition,
He would have won
and
that.
erectile
Eli would have
dysfunction
been the
was actually the
only
first
quarterback
sign
to
that
ever
something
beat
was
him in
wrong.
the playoffs.
Luckily, I'm a doctor, an expert in sexual health and Zach's dad.
It was Nick
Not
Foles.
everyone has a doctor in the house,
all
and some
people
health conditions can be really tough to
that
talk about. We started Roman to change that. Now you can go online and chat with a
The
physician.
crazy is I don't even
And
remember
if
the
treatment
game.
is right for you, we'll ship
I don't even
genuine
remember, like,
medication
it was
right to your door.
before.
If you're
Eagles
experiencing
against
ED,
who?
hair
Who
loss,
was it?
cold sores, or other issues, let's take care of it.
The Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Oh, right. Oh, no, man. Probably close, yeah.
Get the gear. The Bucks are
Probably
NFC
close.
champs. And you can get your hands on the official trophy collection at NFLshop.com, including
I
the
bought the
championship
card.
t-shirt and hat.
Get that.
They wore it on the field. Now you can wear it everywhere.
He's
Shop
definitely
now
on
and
the
get
top.
free shipping at NFLshop.com.
You got nothing else to prove. Like another championship doesn't mean anything. It's just another number. What are you gonna do? Go another team? And win one? Like,
He do that.
I was just enjoying my early 40s with my family and vacation every day.
This game wasn't just about Brady. He had 3 second-half interceptions, all that stuff. But he's going back to the Super Bowl in his first
You can be a
year
coach.
with a new team.
In his 10th Super Bowl. Listen, I marvel, we all marvel at what this guy can do. And I'm not shocked, really, that he's going back, because this team got it going after about the 7th week of the season. I am shocked a little bit that Green Bay and Coach LaFleur didn't go for it on 4th down. I would have gone for it. I don't know what the science is behind that, but it doesn't matter. I thought that the best team won today, and that was Tampa Bay Bucks.
All right, so Tom Brady leading the Bucks back to the Super Bowl. They become the first team ever to play the Super Bowl game in their home stadium. This defense played well as well, particularly early on. One of the leaders of that defense, Shaq Barrett, just moments ago, talking with Aaron Andrews about going to the big game.
Well, Shaq, you said it perfectly. Great day. Great day for this Bucks defense. 5 sacks on Aaron Rodgers, 3 for you, 2 for JPP. How did you guys make it look so easy getting pressure on him today?
Just first of all, I want to thank my Lord and Savior. To God be all the glory. But we know it's time for us to affect the game, and we could, because Aaron Rodgers gives us a chance to get to him. He hold the ball. He want to make a big play. We just took advantage of the opportunities. It might not look easy,
was so clutch. You talk about the 5 sacks, the 10 knockdowns, but after those turnovers Tom had in the second half, to get the stops they got and the stops down in the red zone, particularly at the end of the game, forcing Green Bay to make a decision at the end of the game.
And Green Bay played our home
for a 4th down. And I go back to the 2-point conversion they opted to go for earlier and the drop ball.
All right, so the Buccaneers are headed to the Super Bowl. It's only second time in the franchise history, led by the great Tom Brady. Adding to his record career, we'll talk more about that game when we come back.
When I look around, I see what we're capable of. I see the potential in each and every one of you
imagine things, but he actually had a moment with Tom Brady earlier this week. Imagine if we could actually play here and host the Super Bowl. You don't have to imagine anymore. Just incredible what they've done.
I talked to Bruce too.
You did. I put him on the phone. That's right. I did.
Bruce Arians going for the first time as a head coach to the Super Bowl. You know what, guys?
Nothing important.
Someone has won Terry Bradshaw's truck. Another one this week. Brand new F-150. It's a winner from Virginia. Pending verification. That truck will be yours. And you can celebrate this offseason by driving
Is her
around
name
town.
Diane?
No, Diane Long is not eligible. Guys, this has been an interesting season, I think, to say the least. Obviously, the way this whole country has had to go through a lot of things, we have here as well. And I just want to take some time to thank the crew that worked with us, inside, outside, wardrobe, makeup, studio, in the control room, working with a shorter staff than normal. Some people working from their homes as well. They have done yeoman's work, hopefully at home. You notice no difference. Thank you for their work. Our crews will continue working. Our next big event here on Fox, Valentine's Day, 3 weeks from today, the Daytona 500, coming your way, the biggest race of the year, right here on Fox. Well, the AFC game is just about kicking off. We know the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be there. That game is over on CBS. We'll see you over there, or at least our friends will. We will see you next September.
We should announce ourselves to the neighbors. Let them know. Here we come.
All right, now we're getting somewhere.
Welcome to Tubi, the only streaming service where you're free to cheer, free to love, free to laugh.
We're not worthy! We're not worthy!
Tubi is the home for fan favorites, big stars, and TV's
Tell me this is
hottest
free.
hits, where moments you never saw coming.
Hit me in the ear!
Meet moments you'll never
Free
forget.
app?
And all of
I don't
this
think
is
so.
free.
What?
See it coming, did you?
With no subscriptions.
Oh my God.
And no surprise fees.
Simple truth.
Tubi is the one place where you're free to be.
A werewolf. The Illuminati. William Shatner.
What?
So break free with the biggest collection of movies and shows.
After a while, it becomes a part of you.
You give it Tubi. Download the app right now and start watching for free.
Fox Sports thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.
This is what people
News and highlights.
be
Go to NFL.com.
watching shit all
Gear
day.
all-wheel drive. I'm your new co-pilot.
That's all that is.
Safety's the big part game. Steady Camry all-wheel drive.
Great offers on 2021 Camrys, like a 189 lease on Camry or Camry Hybrid. Toyota, let's go places.
Why else would
That's a mountain laughing at you.
Making money
So come
somehow.
prepared in a Kia Sportage and turn that laugh into a whimper. Right now, lease the 2021 Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $159 a month.
Comfort in the extreme. The Lincoln family of luxury SUVs.
Now lease the 2020 Corsair for $349 a month.
rename this map to Levent. That map will Levent. Lovely, lovely part of the map that now has a Toronto Ultra loaded up in it. 3 of them really sitting on towards the A side of the map. The Kleenex has managed to get down there. He's having a little look around. No guarantee whatsoever that he is in there again. And now you have to double check that every time. But there it is, Major Maniac with the first blood. Methods. Just poking up to try to catch wind of something. There's the tag. Ooh, just unlucky to get the wall bang there. And here we go. Ace comes through. Kleenex finds another. 2v3. Cammy finds his kill. It's going to be a 3v2 right now. Minnesota Rocket is starting to get difficult. Can Accuracy win the fight against Methods? No, he cannot. Major Maniac goes down, and just like that, Chance, we're going to round 11.
Come on!
Round 11, man. Minnesota Rocket, they're doing their best 2v4 impression, but they're getting no love. This is 10 rounds in, and it's actually still looking for his second kill.
We went to watch the other game.
It really just has been the former FaZe players putting on a show.
CBS.
For the current Rocker team, but that is quite a few rounds back to back to back for Ultra.
On right now?
They are going to be on offense for the final round. They have been pretty consistent of stacking mid off the rip, trying to get those nades out to catch the players that are trying to slide into vents. Again, that mid-map pressure paid off for him last round when Banks was able to get through and pick up 2, and Kleenex was able to get towards lights. This time it maybe look a little bit less towards mid-map, and maybe just a straight-up A hit. They might be taking a shot.
Taking a shot, dude. But I will say, you've heard enough noise there that Rocker have managed to back one up. 3 players at the top now. One who's going to drop down. We've still got a lot of mid-map presence being felt. Accuracy's getting the first spot. Cammy almost transitions onto the second, but it's going to be the Kleenex now. From top green to do what he can. He gets attached. He knows he's down there. 2v3 situation. Things are starting to get a little bit hot. Still got Methods up on top cap, watching this now. Again, waiting for someone on Rocker to make a mistake. That's the game plan right now for Toronto. Don't have the numbers to work with. And that's a huge win from Accuracy, a massive kill at long range. In all the silence, now it falls. Kleenex, he's your man. Can he get the 1v3 now for the win? Damage dealt, not enough to get it done. Attach, he gets himself his second kill of the game, and what an important one it was. Rocker finally closed out the series in what was an incredibly exciting run. Our current Kings of the North. Crown 'em, Chance. Crown 'em, baby.
I don't have a crown to give. Congratulations on the title, at the very least. If nothing else, I think it's what Latitude reigns supreme. Make sure that the true most northern city gets that dub. But I mean, there's nothing else for me, man. Again, this is just for fun. Just that early indication. You get a game 5, round 11. Could you ask for anything more between these two teams? Again, every single series throughout this weekend, except for one, has been a game 5. I think that's an indication of the level of competition we have this year.
Oh, I mean, I think I
have that chance.
It's a very, very good year. Whether it's, game times being very fun, the maps being interesting to play, the weapons, whatever it may be. Competition this year is looking to be as spicy as ever. Stats on your screen there for the Garrison Search and Destroy. Round 11, all the way. Shout out to Kleenex for the 2 kills, 10-7, but again, Minnesota Rocker, they come out on top in the end there, and it was very fun. But that's that. The Battle of the North decided for now. They will be meeting again in the regular season. No doubt in my mind. No doubt whatsoever. But we'll see how that one goes. That is that for our second series of the day. You're about to leave? Firstly, discuss play of the game. Round 7. This is a very fun one from Major Maniac again. Play of the game. Major Maniac. On an absolute
you can set Parsec to only operate in Windows.
This looks
a little bit different than round 7 for that. I mean,
I'm telling you what, mate, that was honestly like it was a little weird to watch the best creature and making them go rampant there. That's good fun. He kills people like he was in positions where he's trying to find like trying to open up place and he's trying to create opportunities. It's just like I'm in a 1v3. I've got to try to get a kill. I've got to try to transition across like from my bottom square and just ooze all over me. But ladies and gentlemen, now our scuff play of the game, round number 7, Major Maniac, an absolute nightmare on the map.
Oh, this is just a round where he just gets the free and easy kills, and again, it's just a different position he has in face that catches the Ultra off guard. Player's trying to cross, and he has the perfect angle to get the job done. And again, it's not even just the gunfights that he wins, it's the fact that he's playing vents 2 rounds, top lights 1 round, and just mixing it up, and then he gets that 3rd or the 4th and final kill, but 3rd for him that round to seal the deal. It's just smart gameplay. Even just using the 74 just to get that extra little jump off the rip. All of the little details, Major Maniac, always going to be on point.
Always on point. Well, that's that. As I say, the team of the North Crown for now, a big win there for Minnesota Rocket here in the Kickoff Classic. It's all fun, game. The glorified stream. We're having a fantastic time. We know you're in the chat. It's bumping and enjoying things, but that's it for our games for now. It is now final time. So for the kickoff selection now. Who gets which group going forward? This is going to be a lot of fun. We've teased it all day. This is going to be damn interesting, Charles. Like, I don't know. I have no idea of the results of this, but we'll find out after the break.
That sounds good.
You cannot let that happen! Oh my god, he gets it off. Can he get away with this line? Oh no, no, no! And Scott finds another one. He's still going! What a round! It's madness around the point. The regular season MVP gets it done. LaRue with a knife, he gets it! Wow!
Hello folks and welcome back to the CDL Kickoff Classic. Now, boy do we have a day for you left. We do have an epic match, I think one you've all been waiting for at home. We have LA Thieves taking on Optic Chicago. Very excited to see that, but before we do, I've also been teasing something the entirety of this weekend, and that is our selection show. This is very, very special, guys, and it's about to happen before your very eyes. A little bit news coming to the CDL here. We actually have our group selection show, which will determine the groups and match schedule for stage 1 of the regular season. During the group selection show, teams in Group A will select the teams in Group B via a reverse snake draft process. So, the start of stage 1 group selection show, the 2020 season champion Dallas Empire and the runner-up Atlanta FaZe will make the first and second picks respectively. Listen up closely, it gets more than this right now, guys. The Empire will then select first, picking a team to compete in Atlanta's group. Atlanta will then pick a team for Dallas's group. The team that Dallas placed in Atlanta's group will then make the next pick, selecting another team for Dallas's group, and so on. You still with me? Good. The process will continue back and forth until there are 6 teams in each group. The top 2 finishing teams from Stage 1 Major will have the first 2 picks in the Stage 2 group selection show. Now, if that has kind of gone over the top of your head, don't worry, because I'm not the best at explaining things, and that's fair enough, I totally get it. But we have put together a show for you guys to actually watch this all unfold before you, so check this out.
Well, I guess we should still wait for Krem and Pat.
Porter just said he's at the Porsche dealership right now, and he said, "What's up?"
Oh, geez.
That is the most Crim6 reply you could have gotten.
Every minute I'm here, Crim6 is paying me, just so you guys know.
He said, "Who the sign me up for this?"
So Dallas, go up first. You have 2 minutes if you want it.
We're on the clock already, huh? Like that? Just like
You
that?
already know.
The first pick in the
He already
2021
told you.
CDL draft.
He already told you what to do.
How do you know? How do you know I don't get the executive
Because I
decision
know,
here?
I know Crim's scared. I know Crim's scared of what's going to happen.
Oh,
He'd
it's
rather
like
pass
that.
that on
It's
somewhere
like that.
else.
Well, let's find out. Let's find out.
Let's
so yeah,
find out.
let's find out. Everybody wants to see this rivalry anyway. You know that.
E-Classic has been a thing since the beginning of time. Don't be
Yeah, but we're
afraid
gonna have to
of
wait
it.
for that. We're gonna have to wait for that because we're sending you guys over to the other side. That's what we're doing. Dallas picks Chicago, go face off in that other group with Tiny Terrors. So we want to see that FaZe optic rivalry play out in the other group for a little bit. While we
Alec,
play
you saw that, right, Alec? You saw it coming, Alec?
I saw it coming.
I mean, it was pretty All right, so yeah, that's it. That's our pick. Lock it in. Final answer. Chicago's headed to Group B.
Atlanta, you are now on the clock.
And now we're off the clock. We're running it up. Sending LA Thieves to the. I think. You think? I think.
Okay, guys. Chicago, your time starts now.
I'm also recording just to warn you guys, so you guys don't take anything out of context. I'm also gonna have everything right here. I want you guys to be like, "Oh my God, Hector's talking to Clay." Clay has no power in this. Call me.
What the hell? Why did I just get mentioned?
So I had this list, and we had a meeting surrounding like what we were gonna do, and there's literally like everything's picked up for me right now. So the choice for me right now is between Minnesota and Florida, and Formal said, "I don't care who you pick. Put anybody in front of me and just make it happen." So I guess it doesn't matter who I throw over to that side. So I'm gonna go with the Minnesota Rocker. Shout out to my sis over there. So Minnesota. See you later.
Sounds good.
LA Thieves, you are now on the clock.
This works out nicely because I was also told Minnesota, Florida as next two. And I just really think it'll be fun to see Crim6 and Awakening in the same pool. This will be really, really fun. So I'm gonna send Florida over there.
Us thrilled to Florida already.
Oh yeah.
Florida, you are selecting for Group A.
Yeah, honestly, we'll put London in the other group. Those guys have been a problem for us in the past, and don't want to deal with them again.
We'll put Jay gets it.
Minnesota now selecting for Group B.
You still do your hair at home?
Nah, just water and a brush.
It's always looking good, brother.
Yep, thank you, but it'll be falling apart in the next 30 minutes, so. Okay. I'll be sending the Chef Zin and Toronto to the other group. They can deal with them over there. Good pick, solid choice.
Toronto next.
We will select New York. Thanks for that, Mark. I appreciate that. No problem, mate. Enjoy the group. Yes, that group B. Get me out of there.
And then London.
Wait. LEG.
It's A5 now, so that's New York.
Alright, we'll put Paris in Group B. Let's go, Clay.
I might
Give us the tough
one
one.
for this scenario.
You just get to hope.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is the group's
You're welcome.
complete. Group A is Dallas, LA Thieves, Minnesota, London, New York, and Seattle. And Group B is Atlanta, Chicago, Florida, Toronto, LAG, and Paris. That concludes the draft. That was short and cheerful.
All right, boys, let's have a good season.
Yeah, good season.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Look,
Have a great day.
Oh, Cap looks terrible. Wow.
Well, I must say, I'm very glad we do have our groups right. That was pure comedy. From head to toe, that selection show was amazing. Where to even begin, lads? I mean, Mr. X, what have you taken from that? Obviously, it was really interesting to hear kind of the discussion and conversations like behind all of our teams and really what they were thinking going into it. Any surprises for you?
It seemed to actually kind of play out exactly how they thought it would, and I guess kind of when you looked at it, the back and forth, really, I guess how a lot of us would have thought it would play out, where kind of broke down between like Minnesota and Florida. That's where like everybody kind of had a coin flip and more of like a personal preference of who you'd rather go with. Group A though, the subliners right now kind of like up in the air. We'll see what they look like in 2-3 weeks time, and then Seattle as well. Like they kind of need to really kind of pick it up. So Group A really kind of top heavy, at least in my opinion, with the Empire and the Thieves.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, what about you, Nameless? Where are you at with our Group A overall?
Yeah, I think Group A is a solid group. Obviously, every team in the league right now is pretty good, and we'll be able to gauge better as the weeks progress. But I actually thought Group B was a little bit stronger than Group A. The Mutineers showing and how good they were in their initial match there, it just looks like the top three in that group and look like contenders. So I'm leaning towards Group B. I think that it's stronger.
I like that. I mean, let's take a look at Group B right now. We've got FaZe, Optic, Mutineers, Ultra, Gorillas, Legion, and I think it's funny to see our opinions probably change as we've already started sailing through some of our exhibition matches here. Because before, I mean, well, actually, very interesting. Mr. X, what would you have said before our Kickoff Classic this weekend, looking at these groups? What would you have kind of thought about both of them?
Yeah, I think you probably was hey, but like think about like how good like Toronto looked. The Gorillas, I think, like really kind of overperformed in terms of like expectations. Paris as well, where Group B is going to be a bloodbath. Those teams just battling it out.
I mean, what did you make of the Hex and Hastro little conflict we had going on there in the show too? That was epic.
It's always good to see those kids banter, yeah.
I mean, E-Classical's back, right? Like we had it for years with Envy and Optic, and now finally it's back with the Optic under Hex. So that's obviously gonna be sick. But he was like, we gotta wait for that one. I'm gonna send you to play the Tiny Terrors, and he's just trying to send some L's their way. But I think it'll be very competitive all season long.
I think it will. I really do think it will. Let's take a look right now, though, at the week 1 schedules and see exactly what we have lined up for you guys at home. We now know our groups, but here are our matches to start things off. We've got Los Angeles Thieves versus Minnesota Rocker, Dallas Empire take on Seattle Surge, Chicago Optic take on Paris Legion, and rounding things off here, we've got Atlanta FaZe versus the Los Angeles Gorillas. Now, again, what are you looking forward to the most out of our week 1? Because, it's going to be an absolutely epic season, and we know that, and we now know our group. So, Mr. X, I'll start with you. Is there a matchup here that you're really looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at LA Thieves versus the Subliners, and it may kind of come off a little bit of like a surprise considering like how New York looked in their match against Dallas, but I fully expect New York to look like a completely different team. How high can they get in terms of like play in the next like two weeks? If there's any kind of group that can do it, it's one led by Clay, and it's their only match of the week. So how they prepare and get up to par to play against a team like the Thieves, who we expect to be pretty good, one of the top 4 in the league.
Absolutely. Well, we have a bunch of matches starting things off in our regular season. It's actually February the 11th to the 14th. Now, Nameless, I know it's also a big ask to pick one out of the bunch that we have to look forward to.
Yeah,
but what about you?
ones.
What are you feeling?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Atlanta versus Chicago. I think that's just such a good matchup, right? It's one of those matchups that you can see being a final in one of our majors. You look at those two teams, and there are two teams going into the season. You're like, they're absolutely going to be contenders at some point throughout the season. I think that's a sick matchup. Obviously, the storylines, the world champions across the board, it's going to be dope.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think there's plenty to kind of look into here, and I think it got even more exciting as we've got through this weekend, knowing that the level of competition is honestly like, I think the highest I've seen it for a very long time to begin a season. So that's really, really cool. I think for me, honestly, though, out of all of these, and not taking your boys' picks, of course, I'm looking forward to Dallas versus Rocker. I think that's going to be really exciting. Obviously, major firepower coming out of Empire, and we've already seen that at the beginning, literally, of the season so far. And then Minnesota Rockers, super impressed with what I've seen from them, and I think they're going to be a powerhouse nonetheless as well. So, you know, it's hard to pick and pinpoint, but I'm looking forward to all of them. Can I say that? Is that just not cool? Can I say all of them?
Oh, I think we all are. I think we're all excited for every match, right? It's week 1, now we're into week 2.
We are into week 2. So, talking about week 2, what are we thinking here? We've got plenty on the cards again. It's another really, really long few days of matches. Mr. X, what are you kind of pinpointing here for everyone at home?
Yeah, I got the Battle of the North, the remix with Seattle, Minnesota. I think Seattle, you know, they have a very good roster. And for them, I think to get off to a good start and rattle off wins early, I think would be important. And you see with the match against the Thieves on Sunday, which you probably don't favor them in. You know, can they get a win against a Minnesota Rocker team? I think they can, you know, if they play up to the caliber of roster on paper. So I think it'll be a big match in terms of the surges, like early stage 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Namus, what about you? Anything that you're really looking forward to there?
So no particular matchup, I guess. I'm really just going to be looking at Florida's progression, right? Like, they looked amazing yesterday in their match. I'm expecting them to continue that and get better as the season goes on. So, you know, their matchup versus Paris, I'll be looking at that one that week because I expect them to have a strong start week 1 and continue that through week 2. So, Florida for me.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at week 3 now. I'm very excited overall for all of our weeks, just looking at the evolution of our young players and the progression that we're going to see from them. I mean, we have some incredibly amazing and talented young players in our league, and that for me is something I'll be looking out for overall. But we're into week 3. We've got plenty more on the table, so look how exciting this is. Mr. X, what are you looking at here? What's taking you out of it?
It's got to be Atlanta FaZe against Florida, right? I mean, the match that we saw here this weekend between them was amazing. Goes all the way to the distance. I'm excited to see what those teams do with, you know, some actual league games underneath their belts, more scrim time. I think the match could even be better. So that's the one that I'm looking at in week 3.
Love it, love it. Namus, what about you?
I want to see the Thieves and how they stack up against the world champions. Okay, like Slash is back on 4v4, Kemp's on the squad, Kenny and TJ, they're all in Texas. It'll be a Texas on Texas battle, right? So that's gonna be a good one, and we'll be able to gauge how good the Thieves like truly are because obviously Dallas looks incredible. Their chemistry's still there. They're firing on all cylinders, so that'll be a good one.
It is going to be a good one. Now, talking about Dallas Empire, we're going to have a look at all of their matchups because this powerhouse really set the tone for this weekend. They set the tone for their regular season. What we've seen from them so far has been honestly blowing me out of the water. So, looking at Dallas Empire here, Mr. X, what are you kind of predicting, looking at kind of, you know, who they're going to be lined up against? Do you think they're going to have an issue heading into the regular season with all of these kind of caliber of opposition?
Not really. If what we saw from this weekend like holds true, like I expect, you know, Dallas, you know, they had a great performance against New York, like we talked about, but you know, New York obviously going through what they're going through. You expect Dallas's like, you know, performance to dip a little bit, and it's like how much can some of these teams kind of like catch up in these next few weeks? Where I think their toughest games are going to be Optic and the Thieves. I know if they're able to get by those, you're looking at a potential, you know, run through this whole stage 1 for them. That looks very good, a lot of wins. So that would be my thing. You know, the match against Optic and Thieves, I think, are going to be huge for this team.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big names on this board here. Optic, LA Thieves. It's going to be very interesting to see who their nemesis is going to be forming into when we get into the regular season. I have been told the game is nearly ready, folks, so I'm going to head us to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we have the final game of the night. It's going to be LA Thieves versus Optic Chicago.
Quit it grinding if you ain't gon' ball. What you doing when the money come? Gotta get it now, ain't no time to stall. Tell 'em I want everything, yeah, I want it all. Quit it grinding if you ain't gon' ball. I gotta get to the cream, I'm in the cream of the crop. I gotta get to the green, already been to the top. Tell you something, show man, keep it a game to fly. I want everything, yeah, I want it all. Quit it grinding if you ain't gon' ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time, what we many consider to be the main event here at the Kickoff Classic. Let's get on with it. Chicago Optic versus Los Angeles Thieves. We haven't got a lot of time to get through this, so I'm just going to say it is good to be back. Optic Gaming has returned, and now the LA Thieves, they are now a part of the league. Let's get straight into the teams. Let's just do this. Chicago Optic, let's go. Not that they needed the introduction, but boy oh boy, is it good to see these players back in green again. Dashi, Envoy, Formal, and Scump. They really don't need an introduction chance. Damn, good looks all around.
Bro, in Texas, this team is ready to fry. Like, it is going to be fantastic. And I'm going to make it an early call, dude. I think this might be the best T2P that we have seen in years. I think these guys, at least early on, they have been ferocious. They look as good as they've been in years past. And, like, honestly, as far as duos go, absolutely the duo I'm most excited to watch this year.
On the other side of the board, the LA Thieves, Kenny, Slasher, Temp, and TJ Haley. I mean, there is nothing. The chemistry between all these players and these teams. Of course, Kenny, one of the best 4v4 players Call of Duty's seen for a very, very long time. Slasher and TJ, success on Rise Nation, you name it. Temp's been around the block a few times. Again, TJ is a teammate. There is nothing. The chemistry, the commitment between all these squads. And shout out everyone to Texas.
Dude, shout out Temp's hair, by the way, too. Just credit where credit is due, right? Like, matching the background, repping the team, looking good. But this is just a true battle, man. These are two teams at the top of their games. The last time we've seen all these guys in 4v4, like, Envoy wasn't even around for World War II. That was the game where Kenny was winning Rookie of the Year, where Temp was at his best. Like, there are so many storylines and interactions between the players, let alone the organizations, let alone that this is the fact that this is Nade Shot's team coming against X as soon as he gets it back. This is the series, Miles, that it is worth
Let's
risking
go,
the
let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Well, 45,000 people voted for this one. This was the matchup you all wanted to see. I mean, forget about Dashi being on this Optic Gaming squad last year for LA. I mean, the fact that TJ was on that squad as well. I mean, this is going to be a fun one. Personal or not, very, very excited to see how this one plays out. Garrison's up first. We're seeing Ken start to work his way around the map, finding a lot of kills across the board here. And again, so far, LA Thieves get themselves a nice bit of time. It's going to be up to Chicago now trying to bounce back and get themselves on that point. As far as the minimap goes, the LA Thieves will be in the white arrows, off of Chicago, obviously in the green.
It's fun enough. Kenny hasn't even really taken a gunfight yet. He's been hanging out, but there is a clean 4 down. The pinch from Envoy timed perfectly. And this is big as well. With 18 seconds left, they're going to have to set up in rotation anew. You already see that Scump is making sure he takes care of top 3, but this is good time to go. Making sure that Optic is going to take the lead. And again, as long as they make sure they hold on to this next kill, they're going to be in a great spot. Because as we know, full 60 potential abound.
So, he's trying to get out of dodge, but he still can. Halfway straight in the hands of Optic Chicago. But it feels good to say that. He's now trying to make the approach. 2 of them making the way through mid. The spawn's in the favor of Optic for now. Form's going to get a big win against Temp there. Kenny's there for the immediate trade out. Here comes the push from the Thieves. Straight through the center of the map. It's going to be on Scump up next. So a nice bit of 2-man work there from TJ and Kenny. He's going to find the kills. Onto the hard point now we go. Envoy goes down. It's a nice break here from the Thieves and looks clean. There's still got to contend with these players now. Push it in. It's going to be 4 more players. Top finds 1 on the TJ. But the battle still raging chance. A decent flip though from the Thieves.
Bro, that was insanely impressive from the Thieves on that rotation. That was a 3-man unit rotating through bricks. We got Kenny chucking nades up top green to watch the back as they just fly on forward. That is as clean of a break as you could ever ask for. making sure that their team can take the lead. And you see Optic, they know what the deal is, pushed all the way in the back of the map. We've seen quite a few teams, even today, they die in these moments and start to spawn out. Optic not making any mistakes. They get the setup that they want. Envoy, that front man, already getting a couple of kills. And while you can see he's the bait for his teammate, Envoy's going to fall. Scump right there for the kills. And Envoy's got the timing right. He's right back off respawn.
Seeing these kills come through, Dashing out trying to lock down the side of the Marsh. We've got an Envoy watching that back left-hand side. Here comes the push through tools. TJ's going to leave that charge. He's going to Dashing now. So what he can to slow these players down. First gets 110, will get the trade out. Scump's going to be there. And wonderful shots at range there with 74U from 10. The Slasher has managed to slip the net. He has managed to get inside. How much damage can he honestly do though? As Dashing and Formal, they bring him down. 10 can't get anything going on the front end. Formal finds another big kill. And just like that, Optic Chicago, they're going to hold that point. The next 20 seconds, it's all theirs.
Scump, by the way, on a force spree. Don't believe he died a single time on that hill and got 36 seconds while doing it. There's number 5 with a kill on Kenny. The 10th from the vents is going to be able to shut him down. Either way, kid, you asked for a better hill on the response. Again, they made sure to play it perfectly. Even when they were dying at correct time. Now, of course, on the break, trying to flood through vents. And look at the challenge. All 4 players at the exact same time, lining up for 10th, though. He's able to take down 3. But even still, the break for the actual hill is good because Formal was able to get at least a little bit of time.
I'm still trying to keep this run alive. Trophy's not going to help much. Scump's going to be there to pick up the kills. Now, we do have the hard point in the hands of the Thieves for now. Scump lining up, flashing the one he can from top. Green control, falling from behind, going to make that safe. And now the danger starts to evolve. The Thieves are in a world of hurt. Scump, Dashy, Formal, picking up those kills. The Trophy just gave up the most fight there after that push. As Optic Chicago, now over the 100 point mark. There's 20 seconds left on this hard point. Go over the boxes. And I will say, Optic Chicago have been all over rotations, they've been all over the kills, they're doing a fantastic job. Individual plays coming through from the Thieves. We're still early on in this hard point.
Now you got the Thieves already. TJ, he is pushed out towards backlights. He is just looking for an errant kill. I think most teams are going to be happy with trying to force these back spawns. There's the kill he's looking for. Envoy wins the gunfight. And Chicago have actually had a nice spread. Formal's going on a bit of a pinch. He gets dealt with, but that is 3 down in favor of Optic, but the split spawn's coming in for Thieves. At least for Optic, Envoy, he seems aware. TJ going on the wide flank is going to be able to pick up one. Envoy, though, quick on the reaction time, able to get the second kill. But basically, no time has come through on this hill. Neither team has been able to stabilize. Finally, Formal's able to post up, get some trophies around him. Optic may be able to throw up a few more seconds on board, but Kenny shooting players in the back, the timing just perfect. Miles, this is a back and forth game already.
This is great. So far, so good, though. The OC, we're going to work on the names in Hector. Send me a DM. Let me know what you want me to call you boys. But they're looking good so far. 125 and climbing. It's going to be the final 10 here. We are seeing TJ with that top control Formal still. Just picking up those final few moments. We'd love to see that. 17 and 11 for Formal right now. Kenny and TJ going to try and make their way forward. So I think it's Formal just losing that gunfight. Kenny was one more bullet there from the XM4 of Formal. Over the next half when we go, next rotation's underway. Temp's going to be that first player in the hard point. We've seen Dashy making a play now from lights. The rest of Optic also making their way forward. Scump with a 2-piece and kill feed. Formal and Envoy, they're going to set themselves up for the next rotation as well. That's top control now, all there. Scump has got free reign to start hitting these hard points and start pushing these players back on spawn. Chance forward with big shots from Flasher. 30 seconds remaining. Optic Chicago, they are looking dominant on the second set.
And shout out Scump, by the way, the 3 kills he just picked up in the middle of the map absolutely gave the clearance for his teammates to actually push inside the hill. Formal's job just to watch over top, keeping Dashy safe. The power position from this direction either way. Nate's not going to connect. The beams are there. Force spree for him. 22 kills to his name. Texas is a different state for the young man, Formal. Looking fantastic so far as Optic. You talked about it being a back and forth game, at least early on. Really starting to run that score up. They have full control of New. And the difference between this time and last time is you got Dashy in the power position. There is no coordinated flanks to come in and break this hill. This is you have to get past Bruce as he's on a tear. 6-3 for him.
Free. Are they going to be able to bring him down here? He slides across. He stays safe. But now hard point still in the hands of Optic. This is starting to get ugly. Actually, still on your screen, still holding down that 6-3. He's going to take on anyone that makes their way up the top, but it looks like Thieves are going to try to break from down low. It looks like, again, 2 of them managed to make their way forward. Scump picking up those kills. TJ now, he's trying to get involved. The view of the hard point, and meanwhile on the front lines, Formal's doing what he can. Slasher now gets involved. Bringing the XM4 to the front lines. Dashy still on that spree. Will he find any more? Bristol, Mikey keeps it going. It's 8 in a row. And my, look at that score. Thieves have had no answer whatsoever here in the second set.
And praise the Lord, Optic right now firing on all cylinders. Nice little map spread for new. I mean, again, we're just talking about even just on a purely rotational standpoint. Look at the setup they have. Dashy's the one that had to get this old time, so he's the farthest one away. And actually, I think Kenny just got the magic spawn in the back. I could have sworn it was blocked. Maybe I just blinked for too long. So the rotation battle, maybe Optic's doing a great job, but as far as lucky spawns go, the Thieves will take what they can get. Cross that 100-point margin on the hill. Now Dashy again, just on a 10 screen. Just see a little bit of magic, see how far he can run it up.
Casual 11. Ben's going to end it, but damn, it was not bad. TJ now on the point. He's not out of this yet. They're still going to try to hold this one down. There's favourable spawns for now. They're going to see Optic now try to break this one from the front. It's going to be Envoy making the charge through. Temp TJ, they're going to hold the front line. Kenny goes down in the tools, and now it falls down to the rest of the squad. They're going to thin out the numbers. See if Optic can find him here. They're not going to make too much of an effort to take care of this hard point. Eyes are still on the next one. Temp and Slasher now making their way forward. Envoy over towards the next hard point. Slasher, what are you going to be able to do? You're going to be able to clean this player out, but Envoy, big brain plays. Still hold the hard point from that position. The tags are going to be there. Fantastic cover from Optic. Chance, this could be the last hard point we see. Envoy now soaks up the time.
Hey, that was clean kills from Envoy too. He got the 2-piece while like falling down. Don't know how he pulled it off, but eventually gets shot in the side. Kenny on the flank, able to pick up a few. Still though, just 12 seconds away, and this is going to be Optic's game. Got a player in Vents that Dashy they need to deal with. The rest of the pressure going to be coming through the front. Big gunfight inside the hill. 2 going to be picked up for Optic. 10th there for the trades though. Not able to stabilize, but Optic again, one big opening. They will be able to take this game.
No, got to make it happen though. Still not able to get on the point. Finally now we see Optic on the point. 10 seconds for the win. Scum from up high, clearing out these players. Kenny goes down. It's now 5 seconds for the win. It's going to be Envoy on the point while Scum just roams around the map and cuts away whoever it needs to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Optic game in a back. What a big win for Chicago. 250, 136. That's how you start off a series.
Oh, absolutely, dude. In T2P, just showing work. You got formal for the best play. I think this is where he's beaming people off head glitches. There's the first. These are not easy fights to win. Keep in mind, you're used to winning these from caution. And the laser vision from Cole was good enough. But him and Scum throughout the entire time put up big numbers. A hell of a way to get there your start.
Well, you know, it's an exhibition, but you can't lie. It's pretty lit. It's a lot of fun. Thieves. Tough hard point for them. Opportunity now to bounce back in the search and destroy as everyone rehydrates. So obviously we can see Optic playing there from hex quarters. That's on your screen right here. I mean, Dashy, 23 and 14. Formal, 28 and 20. Huge hard point time there from Envoy and Dashy as well. Both of them pushing towards the 2-minute mark. Scum went huge as well at 20 and 18. Big work from them all across the board. Chicago looking absolutely fantastic, no massive surprise there. They stream their scrims. We can all see the improvement. We can all see the games, and it's incredibly exciting to watch them do. They're putting in the hours, and it is showing.
And yeah, it's the decision making too, right? Like how many teams today on Garrison, when they're rotating over towards P3, people take gunfights in the final few seconds and they end up dying and spawning out. Optic, they ran to the far back of the map. They went and had their like true setup with 15 seconds left on the hill. They played it perfectly. Envoy with a tight corner, Scum there from the trades. Clinical work, and I'd say outside of the one to spawn that I'm pretty sure Kenny just sort of magically got in the back. Outside of that, most things were done pretty perfectly for Chicago.
Yeah, wonderful stuff all around, an exciting start to the series. We do have that search and destroy coming up just after this, but before we get into that, we have a short video piece talking about roster mania and LA Thieves.
Well, my off season was terrible, to be honest, really stressful. For the longest time, we were just kind of waiting around. And then finally, after like a month and a half of just being in the dark, we found out that 100 Thieves was buying the team. I was actually out on the run. I come back, I'm drenched in sweat, and I just check my phone, I'm getting a FaceTime from Nate Shot. The second I woke up, I had a FaceTime from him and my mom, and I FaceTimed him first, because you don't get a FaceTime from Nate every day. And I literally started jumping for joy, I couldn't believe it. Temp will be our fourth going into the 2021 season on LA Thieves.
I've teamed with Austin and TJ before. We've made multiple grand finals. I always wanted to play with Kenny.
Our vibes all around great, like anytime we're streaming together, Probably the funniest stream you ever get.
TJ's like one of my godfathers. He got me to become a pro, so I'm happy to play with him.
I think he's gonna fit well on our team. Me, Ken, and Slash are a good core three, and I think Temp fits the fourth perfectly.
Whatever these guys need me to do, they want me to run a smoke, they want me to run a trophy, I got them. Win the World Championship, Call of Duty World Championship 2021, that's the goal, period.
Pressure is on for these players now. We take a quick look at the social soundboard powered by Astro Gaming. Nave coming in and saying, I'm going to sub into 10 tomorrow and take down Scum Performer myself. Coming out of retirement, Nave basically claims he's going to go for it, but man, that was a tough one. Whoever's running the LA Thieves social account is like put down the tequila. Nave's having a good time, and rightfully so. 100 Thieves have taken off doing big things for gaming well. We'd love to see them back here in the CDL. Who sorely missed. Very, very excited to see how the year goes for them. Thieves versus Optic. This is gonna be a good one. And you know what? We know you want to search and destroy, but
Get the other one out. Let's do this, Chance. Let's show that video now about Optic and the team changes and everything that went through for them in the offseason.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
The more I talk about it, the more insane this roster was.
It looked like they were good, but not good enough to beat the likes of Empire and FaZe. Arsenes and Pristini out. Dashi in. There was drama going into this year that Dashi was trying to leave Optic to get on Huntsman.
Basically, he told Seth and Hector, like, yo, you guys gotta come save me.
Brandon, he's a super disgusting player. His 5-piece that he got on Seaside.
Through the front line, Dashi!
Oh my god! Let's go!
I am okay with this roster. I don't love the move, but I know Dashi could prove me wrong.
Who is going to lead the troops? That is my single biggest concern.
You said Hex? Hex did what? Got Optic back? No comment. No comment.
It just feels right. It just feels right seeing those players back in the Optic jersey. But again, still got a long series ahead of us for T2P. Everyone's lit, excited to see them. This was them last season, during the MW season again. This was a bit of a rough one for the Chicago Huntsmen at times. We saw mixed success. Now, this early form is fantastic, getting them started here in Cold War. I mean, those KDs only tell some part of the story, but honestly, man, what we've seen in streams, what we've seen in the scrims so far, Chicago are a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. They've been like a trend-setting team, too, at least in certain regards. Envoy, because everyone's giving him crap. Just so you guys know, years ago, he wanted it to be pronounced Envoy, and then he just randomly switched it last year to Envoy. He's trying to pick and choose. He can't have it both ways. Or actually, he can, because he's the one that is the trendsetter for the team. He was one of the first players I saw running engineer, making sure that his comms are on point and being like, hey, they got trophies on this hill, don't throw any nades. All right, now the trophies are cleared, here's where they're at. He is a hyper-efficient machine, just from a communication standpoint, let alone the gameplay. And his gameplay is second to none. Phenomenal player to join the boys of T2P and Dashi as well, but obviously Search and Destroy almost feels criminal. We're not letting Dashi snipe.
Well, maybe one day, John. Got the right people to watch. On the screen, nades coming through. The bright red nades. LA Thieves running the red icon this map. Chicago will be in the white. Seeing Envoy make his way in towards that A-bomb site. Bombless, however. Scum does have the bomb inside the B-bomb site towards plane. Seeing Optic play this very, very slowly. The nades have really been spent there from Thieves. TJ on defense versus Scum. Now they're just waiting for the pick. It is tense. Although they're trying to make the play, that's great timing to take care of Splash. We've got eyes on a few more. Here comes the trade through. TJ's going to get involved as well. Envoy up close with a shot punch. Takes care of 10. 1v3 situation. Blinking, you'll miss it. Incredibly fast. Kenny now. He is in trouble in Chicago. As soon as the bell rang, they were swinging.
That is just clean work as well. I think Formal probably the focal point of this round. Envoy, something he was able to pick up too, but you saw Formal after he got the first blood, picking the player trying to cross on the street. He spots out that second player going back. Crates calls that out to Envoy. He picks up that kill. Then, of course, TJ just left alone in a 1 versus 3. TJ, absolutely a phenomenal search and destroy player, but it was not a lot of give in that round. He had no opportunities. Now we get Thieves on the attack. A lot of top planes stacking on offense on this map so far this weekend. see a fair bit of map spread. Maybe there's 2 players pushing a street, running some gunfights. Well, it's Envoy that's going to be there for the information. I don't know if he knows about Slasher coming in, but he's going to find him. There's number 1. Looking for TJ if he can get him.
my God.
Job done, staying alive. Give him everything.
Dude, he's just slaying it. Kenny's going to try to rebound. Deal some damage here, but Skunk up by top B. Nades doesn't find anything. The Flash doesn't find anything either. Dashy's going to find another kill now, and it's all down to 10. Crazy round from Envoy so far. Temp tries to take the gunfight, trying to bait out the push now. Temp re-engages on the Skunk, but that's bad manners to double dip. Chicago take another round.
Take a second look. I think this is the moment where Envoy, I wasn't sure if he knew Slasher was in the corner. When he went for the shoulder peek, he saw TJ running away, but the reaction time on point, the nade nice and clean. Easy work for the young man. Again, when he's on point, he's an absolute machine. Born right now in the Los Angeles Thieves side. Frankly, they only have 2 kills combined in 2 rounds on the struggle bus.
Yeah, not a lot you can do with Envoys playing like that. I mean, even the movement around this A lane, just incredibly impressive stuff so far. He's made his way forward. A lot of damage dealt though. Scump straight back up to top lane. Just enjoy the time there. Temp's going to move on out. Find one. Is the bait and switch. Lovely work. Temp and Slash there. And dashing towards the back plane. Yeah, it does. The flash lands. DJ finds Scumps. This is a great opportunity now for Thieves to get involved in this one. And the trades are effective. Nice teamwork coming out of LA. Get around on the board.
In a wonderful round by Temp as well. The best play isn't even at start. He kept this going just for the final one. But the way he started that out, Envoy trying to play up on the A Street again, his stun does not connect on Temp, and Temp just plays with the aggression. And then even after he gets the kill, he just keeps going forward because he knows Slasher has his back, baits out Formal for the next kill. The aggression again, putting on a nice little show for Temp, eating up for the team. As he's now taking that bomb up towards B.
Yeah, you're going to run into Skunk time and time again. Are they going to be able to overpower the King from this position? TJ trying to throw those shoulders, find some information. Skunk with a nice timing there on the flash. Going to land at least one of them. He's out. Moving on the outside of the ship. What damage being dealt, shots being thrown around. Is there an opportunity to cross though? That's what Tim's worrying about. And he's going to find the first blood, then he's going to force him out. Perfect timing now. Skunk on the wing. Nice shots in attempt to deal the damage. Not quite get the kill. No one there for the wall bangers. Kenny managed to find a kill. Second kill as well as Dashi and Envoy are done. Skunk answers back immediately. But he's still on the move. Great pace being set there. But LA Thieves once again winning out in the trades. And that's 2 rounds back to back.
I feel like Kenny may have just done something fierce.
We get to see it.
Oh, nice angle to take down Formal, and then the read to get, not even, was it Dashing? Maybe not Dashing, then he flies out for the third. Yeah, he picks up 3 that round. So yeah, Kenny on a nice little pair. Reaction time on point, making the reads on where the guys are going to be coming from. And of course, the angle off the start. A nice one to know. Those underplane fights are incredibly delicate. Can't even really throw shoulders. You just do it for a split second. You might be taken away, but nice bounce back. 2 rounds in a row for the Thieves.
Yeah, right. We got a game on our hands now. Chicago, straight up towards B. It's very aggressive. They're in. They've committed deep trade. It's a stick and a shot. Kenny and Scum shake hands. GG. See you in the next round. Dashi making his way forward. Beautiful shots. And I don't even know when the rest of the kills came through because it all happened at the same time. Optic Chicago. Another round goes their way. That was it.
This is just aggression on aggression, dude. Nice reads from Dashi on the pre-fire, too.
That was such an aggressive round from Thieves. Like, they didn't really have much. Once Flash comes through, it's like, the Envoy's there as well. The teamwork was just immaculate. Great comments coming out of Optic.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, the stick that came in from Scump as well, probably the difference maker. If whatever player that was able to stay alive towards bomb, round potentially a little bit different, but the aim from Scump, whether to be a gun or a nade, completely on point.
Getting maybe all about the drip. It's flak jacket, didn't exactly save him that time. Yeah, flak coat. No. So we're going to slow this round down a little bit. 2 members of Optic straight on up. And Temp's going to win the wall bang there against Scum finally. The read's coming through. Yeah. Actually slowing this down. Boys towards the back end of the plane, not really letting anything go down. Again, it's a 3v4 situation right now. Thieves with a lot of coverage. And TJ somehow winning that fight with the AK. Almost great distance now. Trying to level the playing field. Envoy still in that position by backplane. Thieves scattered all across the map. Plenty of angles covered. Still have that bomb, and they're playing very, very slow. A lot of respect being shown towards Optic right now, and Envoy in a great position to find one. Slides out, immediate nade. And Envoy makes these fights interesting. Formal now getting involved, and it's gone from a 2v4 to a 1v2. Formal can't quite get it done, though. Thieves. They level it up, 3-3.
Just keeping them trapped in. Everything is nice. I think this is the opening kill. Yeah, 10. There's nice little read coming in from him. Wall bang on Scum just to open up the round. And I just like the patient play, man. Just nobody making mistakes, making sure everyone can take the time to get in the setup. Make sure that I think it was Slasher over towards A Street can work his way up to help out the boys in the top of the plane. Efficient work so far on Checkmate. The back and forth game we expected. Once again, maybe some aggression towards the top of the plane, at least for Optic Gaming. 2 members up top. Wall bangs are not going to connect. TJ in that close corner. But TJ, by the way, by himself up there. Kenny gets traded. He did pick up 1. 3 versus 2.
All doing a great job there of staying alive, picking up those kills. Envoy somehow, some way, he finds that kill. TJ now trying to keep this level, but man, that was a disgusting kill from Envoy. He had no right to win that. Now TJ in the 1v2. Jump up top. Envoy down low, and Optic Chicago with a disgusting round. Envoy had no right to win that fight.
This is somehow the best play, but I'll take it. I guess the first play is pretty important. But you see how things get developed in these rounds, and they just seem to be going by at a blistering pace right now. Have we even seen a bomb play?
No.
I don't believe. I think it's that we're basically playing like an aggressive team deathmatch where if we need to, the bombs can get involved.
Just in case. Just in case that they need the bomb. Here we go though, TJ. Angles on bottom plane, stuns will be going through. Envoy's already made his way across to the A bomb site. Safe and sound over there. Kenny with his checks there with an 8. Not a single thing. Down once again, right up top. Fortunate angle with an 8 there, just clipped the side of the wood. Did want it to hit that long corridor down the aisle to the left hand side of the cabin, but still. 1 minute left on the clock, not a whole lot of action. Everyone's just sort of feeling each other out. It's a game of footsies for now under the table. Someone's going to have to make the first move, and it's going to be Formal. He's going to take care of TJ. Lethal at range, the XM4. Dashing in a quick transition, lovely work. Trying to bait out those shots. Get those submachine gun players in, and chance there you have it. LA Thieves will get the bomb down.
Dashi Scum working the top. Obviously, their side is clear. Dashi reads the gunfight. 2 versus 4. Slash in the back of the plane. They're trying to hunt him down. Envoy 1 under the wing. They know Slash in the back. Last alive. And Scump with the SMG hunts him down. Clean work from Optic Gaming. And that round, basically just a trap, right? You got Envoy, whatever, sitting on the A-bomb. He's sitting there watching under the wing. You had Formal back NASA, just making sure that he can cover his teammate. And I think literally, just because they had everything covered, TJ eventually just tries to make a play. He pushes forward for a half second, Envoy spots him out on the cross. Formal takes him down from NASA. You get the first blood, and then you're happy to give up the bomb plant because you trust the retakes. Optic Gaming looking clean, not just 1 round away. Going up 2-0 in the series.
Back point. Optic Chicago. Offensive round to get it done. Jump once again. Bomb in hand. Straight up towards the B bomb site. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Trophies go down every single round. The nades are good. Doesn't connect with quite anything, but Formal once again playing real deep back, whether he's in that tube right in front of the connector or top of the red tower here. Eyes on everything. Eye in the sky plays Overwatch. Eyes on TJ. A lot of information guarded. TJ's going to now stay alive thanks to that trophy system. Envoy trying to make the move forward, but Kenny's got him covered. A minute remaining on the clock now.
Set up too, because Kenny just did that from this position. They got 2 players stacked up on A. They know TJ's over there, but they don't know anything else other than that. They're trying to hunt him down. They weren't expecting that many people. Temp there for the coverage. This will be Scump for a 1 versus 4. He is stuck in the middle of the play.
He's making the Thieves work for him, but sadly, too many eyes on him, too many guns, no chance. 5-4, we're still on map point for Optic. Thieves making them work for it.
Here's the moment, by the way. You see the timing on Envoy. He actually was looking for the exact spot from where Kenny was. Sees nothing and was like, all right, I'm going to go shoot TJ in the back. Little did he know that TJ had the help of Temp. Little did he know that Kenny has the coverage as well. So There's one time where the information game ends up hurting Optic more than it helps them. So, of course, for the Green Wall, 1 round away, still the game is theirs. Thieves rack up a couple in a row.
TJ heading on the screen, 7-5 overall. Currently on a 2-kill spree. Watch out though, he's getting quite aggressive as he moves forward. Dashi here by the fin, by the tail of the aircraft. Eyes are on. Thieves maneuvering their bomb down low. Many of them on top of that wing now. Dashi could get eyes on at least one of them. Deal a little bit of damage. Optic now trying to reposition, hoping for the kill. Dashi just to his right. TJ's got no idea his former teammate is so close. Dashi right on out. Bruce finds ones for the trade there once again with the nades. Envoy now getting in the mix, finds the first kill. And the trade's back and forth once again. It's a 2v2 right now. Slasher intent for the Thieves. Going up against T2P, Foreman and Scum. And he tags him for Scum. And there's going to be, oh no! The trophy system's going to get it done for Slasher. Incredibly unlucky, and Former wins this gunfight. And just like that, T2P, they strike hardest. Map number 2 goes the way of Optic, and that's a 2-0 lead in the series.
De facto nade kill from Scump towards the end. The trophy, the friendly fire coming in. Glad to be your own boys, right? Old trophy system taking it down, but clean work in the search and destroy. Honestly, we got a nice little look at a couple different strats. And I'd say, honestly, probably the most important kill of that final round is the first blood from Dashi. Takes down TJ. That could have been a moment where Scump could have just gotten flanked in the top of the plane at any given moment. Dashi had to deal with a lot of pressure on the left side of the map. Manages to get the most important kill before he gets taken down. But either way, double digits for Envoy. Nice game. Once again from Optic.
Stats on screen there, friends. What an absolute banger that was. Again, we're in for a fantastic year. If this is the level of search and destroy we'll be dealing with, they'll miss in the snipes. There's no doubt about it, but we'll deal with that when we can. Chance, that was a fantastic one, man. And again, trade after trade, we're really seeing an exciting matchup between these two. Again, I think a long and exciting rivalry ahead of them this year. These are your maps and modes so far. It's a throwback. We're going to raid control next. Can Optic get it done in 3? If we don't see that, it'll be a checkmate hardpoint after that, and a garrison search and destroy to decide it. Not a bad ending to a fantastic kickoff classic weekend. We return after this very quick break. More Call of Duty action. I'm also talking to John Robinson of 100 Thieves to get his thoughts and feels on coming into the league and sharing some fun stuff. Don't go anywhere, friends. We've got a lot more Call of Duty action coming up for you later on. Yourself a drink, maybe a tip to eat. See you. Just a quick break for you there, friends. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League here in Kickoff Classic, the final series of the day. We're at map number 2 now. But before we get started into the game, a few days ago I had the pleasure of catching up with John Robinson of 100 Thieves. We talked Call of Duty, we talked the league, and a little bit more. I'm joined by John Robinson of the LA Thieves. John, you are the president of the LA Thieves, of course, 100 Thieves. Mate, first and foremost, welcome to the league. I think now that I've said it, it's truly official, but we're very, very happy to have you.
Miles, thanks for having me. We couldn't be happier to be back.
I mean, there was a hole, a void in the Call of Duty world when 100 Thieves didn't make it into season 1, but now you're in season 2. I mean, what excited you and Nate, of course, about what made you want to get back into the league?
Well, hey man, we felt that too. You know, for a year we were watching CDL and we were watching how much fun everyone was having and talking trash on Twitter, and we missed being a part of it, and I think our fans missed being a part of it. So more than anything, we did this for our fans and the Call of Duty community. Like Call of Duty without LA Thieves, it doesn't make sense. So we had to get back in and The Thieves are here to stay.
Well, that was one of the cool things when you really did bring with you a rabid fan base. I mean, I've got 100 Thieves merch like right there. Like it's you've become a part of the Call of Duty ecosystem. It's good to have you back. I mean, what about 100 Thieves? So becoming sort of synonymous with Call of Duty. You know, the COD culture is so it's almost ingrained now. I mean, what is it about 100 Thieves that you think is so Call of Duty?
You know, I think it just goes back to the origins of the company and obviously Nate Shot's history and legacy in the game and everything that he's done for Call of Duty and in the Call of Duty community, both as a competitor and then when he moved on to become a streamer and entertainer. Call of Duty is always going to be a huge priority for him and a huge priority for us at the organization.
Now, obviously, you're more on the business side of things, but how do you feel? You guys are looking this year to grab a championship. Because obviously, 100 Thieves had great success during the Black Ops 4 season. We're back on a Treyarch game. What's the mood like in the camp? Everyone ready to go?
I think we feel great. I think we feel ready to roll. You know, a big part of why we got back in or why we were really excited is when we realized that, you know, Kenny and Slasher and Tej were all going to be part of this as we were getting back in. You know, we were only going to do this if we were ready to compete for a championship from day one. So I think with those guys, we were really excited about what we have coming in 2021.
I think one of the questions I've had, we're going off script here, but of all the hoodie orgs, obviously you're up there. You're up there with the best of them. Who do you think your rivals will really be going this one, aside from just in game, but also in the hoodie sales?
In the hoodie org rivalry, that's a good question. I don't know. You know, I can't say I've taken a look around. I'm not really sure that we have any competitors here in the CDL.
Well, that's a very honest answer, mate, and I appreciate it. But no, we're very excited to see you guys back. Obviously, we missed you dearly last year. I suppose for us now, I mean, how are you looking to grow not just I suppose the LA Thieves brand, because it's you know, you're very much 100 Thieves, but LA Thieves is kind of a known brand in itself. I mean, how are you guys planning to grow that within the COD space?
You're going to see LA Thieves all across LA this year. We're really excited about that. We've got some special things coming in and around LA in the next couple of weeks. And I think with our home series coming up later this year, we're really going to lean in. We feel like we're a really deep part of the LA community. Matt and I love Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is always, going back to the Anaheim Majors, has always had just such a fantastic Call of Duty, you know, fan base. So we're really looking forward to getting to know them, and I think we're going to do a whole lot more. And especially when COVID starts to you know, die down a little bit, I think you're going to see a lot from LA Thieves in specifically Southern California.
We love to hear it. Very excited to see what you guys have been cooking up there, and a massive thank you again for not just coming back into the scene, but also for being here and answering these questions, John. Thank you so much.
Sure, thanks for having me, Miles.
Thank you very much, Ron Jobinson, for that lovely chat. And I think I can see my house from here, the lovely scenic views of Los Angeles. Get onwards throughout this series. I'll transfer you all the action here. It has been a fantastic week, and we hope you've enjoyed the kickoff classic. This ain't the real start of the league. This is where things really get spicy. Atlanta home series, February 11th to 14th. That's a lot of Call of Duty to get through, friends. From Thursday to Sunday, we have some fantastic games to get through. Of course, the LA Thieves starting the week off, going up against Rocker. Again, we are starting to see this one out. We're going to be doing this all year long. It is a fantastic time to be a Call of Duty fan. Competitive scene is thriving. Very excited to see what the year holds ahead of us. But yeah, man, the kickoff classic counts. I don't know you, but I'm having a blast. I'm having a really nice time. It's been cool to get back into this one. We've all been itching for some Call of Duty. What a series we've got on our hands here.
Absolutely, dude. I can't get over it. Just the 4v4. It's so good. It's like I'm watching the mini-map and I understand what's going on. Like, it's a wonderful feeling and really just great Call of Duty. Like, it's nice being able to break down plays and like watching Optic stay alive on like P3 on Garrison for the rotation, everybody back up. It's nice to be able to watch people like even time their desk correctly and making sure they know when they can and cannot spawn in and when to hold kill cam. The players have been on point. These two teams have been fantastic. Of course, though, we want a little bit more lives out of the LA Thieves. They had quite a few good moments in the Search and Destroy that made it interesting. But we do not necessarily want to 3-0, or if you're not the fan, screw it. Keep the gas on the pedal, take it to them, get that hot 3-0, and just take care of business.
Starting this one off hot. Let's start this one off with a listen-in. Let's go to a quick Astro Gaming listen-in with Optic Chicago.
Go back to the base.
Hop on.
Right? I couldn't use jumping out of Flanking envoy weak. Flanking top or low, I can't tell. Flanking envoy, flanking envoy. Close corner weak. Brandon, weak one in. I didn't see good.
They're on B.
Yeah, I played that.
Hey, look, I don't think they stand on the right now, but you know they're doing what they can to get themselves on a beam. It's got one full tick come through by basketball. Envoy's down, you're full though. Envoy's giving you nothing but trouble. That's 10, 11 in a row. Envoy giving them the hands. Them sort of 5 spree as well. So I mean, this is getting real interesting. But look at the positions we're seeing Envoy in now, Chance, man. He is just going to town on the Thieves.
Bro, he's obliterating 11-0. He's calling out. I mean, again, I know we're listening to comments from the Thieves on that, and half of which was spent talking about where Envoy was on the map. Man is 11-0, manipulating the spawns, going on flanks, shooting people in the back. Just the ratty playstyle. Just so annoying to deal with. Always going to be shooting the players in the back. Finally gets dealt with after one of the best starts, well, the best start we have seen this entire year. And because of that, you already see 6 life advantage right now from Optic. Shout out to Envoy for making it happen, even if you see that A point gets captured. That's secure on B for the Thieves. Not going to be easy. They're still just trying to effectively clear out their own base. Finally, a little bit of clearance. They've got everyone trapped inside of basketball, but if you're down on lives, you need the objective.
Okay, the situation he's in right now, Tank's performance is great. Holding back for now. Dash is very, very close by that stun land. He's just trying to find the opportunity to make the play. Scott's going to cut him down. And when he's in the air, Tank's trying to get the pieces here. But no, it is not going to work out. Jump straight back to it. John Kenny as well. 1 minute left on the clock. There are 2 respawns remaining for the Los Angeles Thieves. Optic have got 7. Once again, Envoy in a position to just cause damage. No one going this route for now, and you can see the remainder of the Thieves have made their way forward. They have 1 chance left. Envoy can find him. 10 was a huge gunfight there against Paul. Does not want to take this fight against Dashi as well. LA Thieves, no lives left. Still under 3 of them to try to make the play here. Now it's down to 10. And that's that. Chicago, they're going to take round 1.
And that was the dream situation. So I don't even know if you want to necessarily kind of make your gameplay based off of what Envoy is just able to do. But just clinical stuff, man. I mean, this had to have been at the start. Kills on Narc. He's spawning these players over towards Bull. And even towards the end, what we were seeing, when he's like playing in that corner over by Garage, he's going to be spawning them out over towards Ring. He's calling out to his teammates like, hey, I've got everything in the back. They're not going to come through anywhere. We need 1 person to watch mid-map. That can be picked up from Bull steps. Everyone else just needs to watch that full overextension. That's what Formal and Dash were doing. Like, again, he's effectively the technician. He is telling his teammates exactly where they need to be at all times, just manipulating the map. Phenomenal work.
It sounds amazing. I would love if we could hear that one, and I think we've got full confirmation this time. Let's get it. Second time's the charm. It's time for an Astro Gaming Listen In with Optic Chicago.
Maybe laundry show about ice one close. Yeah, we got
Water dead.
Let's trip.
Go.
Laundry. We'll get back.
Go B. Go B. Go B.
Yeah, we gotta work, Jim.
Yeah, I'll switch TJ, man.
Yeah,
I'll switch back to front.
you go by. Good.
Flash a week. He's going top. Ball. And once.
Hit top.
Might be right.
Flash your
Go.
race.
Oh, money.
Flash your dead.
Where you at?
I'm pitchman. You go. Pillars T. Check it out.
Can we get down?
I'll get our pinch, guys.
Need money?
That's one.
Get our full
Spawn? Yeah, it's gonna respond.
Progress to B. See 1 tick on either side of each site, and now LAT trying to push on out, trying to find these kills all around the place. Chance 35 seconds remaining. Optic. Got to try and make their way forward. Dashi continuing to find these kills. A little bit slower this round, I must admit. Still, nice kills. TJ with the trade there. 28 seconds, Chance. Clock is paused.
That's that, shooting players in the back. The second one going to be lined up in front of him, nice and clean. Exactly what Envoy was doing last round, just getting behind enemy lines, shooting these players in the back. TJ now has the opportunity to do the exact same thing. None of these arrows from Optic Gaming right now are going to be turning around. Actually, Envoy, the player to make the reads, he's next level with it. The awareness on point, gets that kill. You got two buddies on A. That's going to be good enough for the objective. The issue, of course, for Optic, they have quite a bit of pressure over towards the left side of the map. But they still have to worry about players in their spawn. As you can see, Temp killing Formal in the back. It is a 7-life advantage right now for the Thieves. All about the objective for Optic to move is in.
And one kill from Envoy basically gets them the point. Straight in we go. Whoa, Jackie, swat and flies. Doesn't quite manage to catch anything from Kenny with the fast footwork. Ken trying to make his way forward against Scumps. Scumps, a big win by 3. Traded out though by TJ. Clock still ticking, 50 seconds remaining. Formal finds a nice 2-piece. Straight onto the point he goes. 2 respawns now left for Optic. Formal can't quite win the gunfight against the 3, but that's Envoy now helping him out. Yeah, straight back onto the point. Very, very difficult to remain alive in this situation. That's it. No lives left. Dashy's out of the action. It's 3 players now for Optic trying to make this work out. Can they manage to get the second kill to beat? Envoy can't quite get it done all himself. Now going to fall to Formal. There's the first. Second kill comes through. There's 1 player left, and that could be big. Almost there. Can they get the capture? It all comes down to Dash. He's got to get the finish, and he does do it. The gunfights come through. Chicago nail it in the second round.
And that is massive. That is a 7-life deficit turned into a win. You got Envoy in the back juggling the hard point, or the control point, excuse me, in those back spawns. Just trying to get that information to the team. The timing doesn't even work out. And so once that player falls, someone's got to make the big play. Straight beams from Formal, picks up 2 while laying down inside the hill. They had the extra bodies around. And that is a wonderful round to win. Again, they spent what? How much time getting flanked by Temp? Getting flanked by TJ as well, constantly getting shot in the back. Not a lot of map clearance. They take it with literally the final life. All about that objective in control, Miles.
1 more round is all Optic need. The sweep is complete. It'll be a 3-0, but they've still got a bit of work to do. Straight over towards A we go on the offense. Scott from up high, the king. He strikes twice. There's a third there, but Kenny's going to finally get the kill. Dashy will pick him up, and oh boy, Optic looking aggressive here on the defense. They're going to drain A. With that, a small moment, a sigh of relief, if you will. Temp's trying to find something through mid-map, but he's looking a little lost right now. Kenny making his way up through driveway, backed up by TJ now as they try to take control of some of this area over by the A zone.
All of middle map right now, though, going to be controlled by Optic. Players trying to come through Zig. Temp is able to pick up 1, and actually Temp able to pick up 2. So that is the clearance that they need. Dashy, last man alive. Kenny's able to take him down. That is going to be 3 players stacked up on A. Point secured, and a ton of time on the clock for the Thieves to try to get this B point. 1:58 seconds. Lives are tied for them to make this happen. You see the play. Everyone, except for 1 player, trying to push around the flank.
Yeah, we're still watching that play from Envoy. Still eyes on the flank. Now you've got the kills come through, 3 of them. Now watch Envoy spring to life. Looking towards Garage. He doesn't see anyone come through. He now knows exactly where those players will be heading. And it now falls on the Formal in those engagements up close. Trying to do what he can through mid, but it looks like the lane is open. So sadly, Envoy isn't going to be able to catch anyone on spawn until his teammates send them back to it. But right now, the Thieves making their way forward. It comes down to Dashy now. 1:25 on the clock, and what is it with Optic and these trophy systems? TJ just dies to Formals. What do they know that we don't?
They know that they're holding effectively a 3v4. Envoy's only value on the map right now is he's just controlling where they spawn and making sure they have to go through mid or that overextension. And that's what they keep doing, but they're just struggling to win these gunfights. Temp, really the last man up, trying to catch people off spawn, just gets hunted down by Dashy. Now they're finally starting to deal with Envoy on the bottom side of the map. But even in a 3v4, Thieves were having no success on the uptake. They are down 5 lives, have no progression on B, ring controlled by Scump. Finally he gets taken down, but this is just so much map pressure that Optic has. The pace is finally slowed down just a bit, but again, you're down by 6. They're thinking about going on that full OE once again. You see Stump already on the map waiting for that. 2 players pushed up mid, and Envoy again being an absolute nuisance on the map.
Look at the movement right now from Optic. They've just got Thieves trapped at every corner. There's 20 seconds left. Thieves have got to make a play for it right now. This is it. Dashy's on a 5 spree. Envoy's about to finally find one from behind. It's the old
punch, shot, Tempter down as well. Envoy slaying his way through. TJ finally finds the kill. That's the final 10 seconds. This is it. No one in position to stop this one. Optic Chicago coming into the Kickoff Classic, coming into the 2021 season with a statement. That's a 3-0 over the LA Thieves.
Straight up bullying them for the hot 3-0 in control in this series. Clinical work, man. I mean, honestly, that control, a thing of beauty. Envoy putting in work, and keep in mind, there's a minute-long stretch where his only value is basically just controlling where the thieves are spawning. The rest of Optics, Stump, Formal, and Dashy, fighting 3v4, granted from power positions, but just ridiculous stuff they're able to pull off. They're fighting all that time with a man down and still low with a 5 life advantage. Nothing short of dominance on day one.
Wonderful series nonetheless, a close one at times, but man, that control on Raid was ugly. Quick look at the stats. Look at the kills across the board. 20 and 16 for Dashi, 27 and 22 for Texas Formal. 21 and 12 for Envoy, and Skunkstead and the Even Stevens 18. Big stuff across the board again from them. Temp was the only player to really go positive there on the LA Thieves. Everyone else struggling. Again, you saw the trap from Optic. It was just so devastating. There was not a lot they can do. Exceptional map control. Fantastic play from them from start to finish. Wow. Man, it's good to have control back, right? Whether it was good enough to have
It's great to have control back.
Control is just so good, man. Woo! Right. That's it. Kickoff Classic is done. Games are complete.
There you go.
And I
don't know, a great time as well, honestly, through and through. Dude, Texas Formal hits different. Like obviously, you know, for the exhibition matches, there's no CDL points on the line. This is just to get an indication of where these teams at. We don't have to have all the hot takes in the world, even though I know we're absolutely going to. But, like, it's good fun. And at least for that final match, man, the hot take is like Optic. They looked insane. No other ways to see it. Just efficient work on the map. It's got to be nightmarish to try to game plan against.
Nightmarish is a very good way of putting it, too. But before we get through this again, a little bit of housekeeping, friends. Our scuff play of the game, it has to go to Envoy. Man, it's unbearable. I played against him in the CDL players once in MW, and I was like, this is awful. Nasty things on the map. This was him pretty much all map long. Envoy, a force to be reckoned with for Optic Chicago.
And dude, just opening up a map and let them know, that's like he was playing League play. Like, that's how he started. That is the type of performance he brings. And one of the scariest parts about this entire stretch might actually be, he got like 6 kills less than Formal.
Yeah.
Like, Formal by the end, like, you start off 11-0 and Formal still somehow gets more kills. Like, I don't know, man. That was a hell of a map from both teams. Even the offensive round, I'd say, from Optic Gaming. I think Dashy, literally, last man alive, he was down by 5-6 lives for Optic Gaming, and they still did just enough to get the win. Nice little show off of what Black Ops Cold War. Hopefully the year looks a lot like that as we go forward.
Well, mate, speaking of the year, let's have a quick look at the schedule of the upcoming official season of the 2021 CDL. I mean, mate, if this weekend was anything to go off, we've said this time and time again, it is going to be a fantastic year of competitive Call of Duty. And again, Feb 11th to 14th, get that in your calendars, friends. Valentine's Day, of course. But again, look at those games. They are going to be delightful. The Atlanta home series is going to start things off for us here in the 2021 season. First few games, absolute treats. These go up against Rocker, of course, Empire and Surge, Optic, Legion, you name it. Seriously, you can set not only the date, but the time. Same place, same time. Kick things off each day. Very, very exciting stuff here. The CDL 2021 season. And don't forget, we've got all sorts of stuff coming. We've already touched upon, you know, the drops you can get in games. Don't forget to link your accounts, you know, all of that stuff. All this will be on socials. All this will be on the CDL website. But again, there's tons to earn. I've seen some of the things where obviously the team skins come. There's all sorts of cool things. Relax. I know the CDO until I know. Relax. All coming. All coming. Am I going to give you anything? No, I'm not. No one's going to give you nothing. It's all coming. We're very, very excited to share it. I hope actually, you know, someone goes back and pauses on the skins. Not the skins, the calling cards you can get this year. Some of them are extremely cool. But I think we're almost ready, mate. We're gonna be chatting to Dashi. We're gonna be chatting to Bruce Almighty after that fantastic performance. And Charles, I wanted to get your thoughts on this because, like, we've watched a lot of Optic streaming, we've watched their scrims, we've seen a lot of their gameplay, not as much of LA Thieves. Did you expect us to be closer? Did you expect Optic to be a little bit stronger? Like, what was your thoughts going into this one? Because we barely had any time to really get into that. We were just pumped to start it.
I think that's about what I expected. I mean, even just watching Optic, even from just individual players' perspectives, like they seem to be the team that is figuring out the game the quickest. There's like one or two other teams that are certainly in the mix, but they're also being like the trendsetters. Again, Envoy just running engineer on his class. He seemed to be one of the first players doing it. All of the work they're putting through. They played P3 on Garrison Hardpoint better than anyone else we've seen today. Again, maybe outside that magical Kenny Spawn, but they just seem to have the game figured out. One of the earliest teams to get that jump. And obviously, there's a ton of Call of Duty and a ton of other matchups we need to see, but they're looking at the top of their game.
They're at the top of their game indeed. Well, Nate, that's it. For myself and Chance, we're all done here. We hope you thoroughly enjoyed the Kickoff Classic, and we cannot wait to get the season started on February 11th. Coming up after the break, Lottie's going to be talking to Dashi, get his thoughts on that series. But guys, thank you so much. We will see you when the 2021 season starts.